I always forget which one is the devil and which one is the sign for this unjustly incarcerated, convicted man, Zachariah Anderson. Welcome back, Crime Spies. Who's ready for episode 6 of this injustice? I'm going to switch the title from justice or injustice, scribble out the justice part, and switch the question mark to an exclamation point. I am not ready. So, Crime Spies decided that, children are hungry, must grocery shop. And I went grocery shopping at 10. It is now 3 o'clock, and I just finished the dishes. My sweater is full of dishwater, but I didn't want to be late. So you're not here to see me, you're here to see this. So I am just going to go, where am I going? I'm going to go, one moment. Thank you so much for joining me. Okay, so a couple things. For starters, I wanted to add a disclaimer to this, or a warning, I should say. One of my other openings has like a warning, contains graphic content, for like the shabusiness trials, etc. This one, I need to remember to add that. And you know how like when you go to this one, oops, there's me. Hi, Falmouth and Jamie and Becca Lynn. Becca Lynn has been watching the trial independently, fast forward ahead of us. Very cute. Oh, Stray is here. Hello. We had to take yesterday off because Xfinity. Okay, let me finish with my warning. I'm going to add this warning as well. You know how, okay, so here locally we have like this amusement park called Valley Fair. So like Six Flags kind of thing, sort of. And like if you've ever gone to like, Universal or any of those, there's certain rides that have like a hurt warning, while you're standing in line. If you are a patient on any type of hurt medication, we strongly ask that you advise with your physician before riding this ride. I think we should do that for this trial because it's horrifying. Oh, look at you people. Okay, I can monkey with this browser thing in one moment. I just wanted to look and see. Again, I'm sorry. I thought going grocery shopping at 10 o'clock, giving me 5 hours, would be sufficient. And I thought wrong. So, but anyway. And yesterday, I was saying, okay, so if you were here for the Christmas Day live stream, towards like the very end of the live stream, 2:37:13. Okay, I'm almost at the right spot, 2:37:13. I was getting like these weird, like, see how this is in HD? See, it's in HD mode? And it was like stopping and then going like all the way down to like 360. And it would start and stop, start and stop. So, then yesterday I was like, trying to look at some of my favorite people on YouTube that I like to, I enjoy watching and supporting, even if it's just a thumbs up and engaging in the chat and sharing. And man, I had some problems. Like, okay, so I changed the thumbnails to episodes just because, we're kind of like, some days we start and it's like part 2 of a certain day and then we go to part 3 and the thumbnail was getting kind of confusing. So I switched all of the episodes to just episode 1, 2, 3. So today is episode 6. So then that way in the title will still be like the day And this one we're starting day 6. We're part 2. We're like halfway through. We'll go as long as people, wanna watch and support this man incarcerated for, I have to change the thing. I think it's 1,318 days now. Here, let's change that. Which is like we're in the 3 year 7.5 month category now from my calculation. Oh man, don't tell me my keyboard battery's dead. Flying a little too close to the sun today. All right, so what else did I want to say briefly before we begin? Oh, yesterday in Xfinity. So just to like change the thumbnails and save it usually takes 10 minutes maybe, and it took like an hour. That's how bad the internet was here. So I just gave up and I put a little post. Hopefully you all saw it. I know some people commented and said, why put everyone through it? Plus, we just got over, two longer days. So, and people are, cleaning up from the holidays. And then I asked everybody if they could just, take the day to get caught up and also check out the Wrongful podcast, which episode 4 downloaded for me first thing this morning when I woke up. It will infuriate you more. Again, if you're a heart patient, you may want to consult your physician before watching this travesty of justice. And then, oh my gosh. So then I finally got the internet thing. I thought I fixed it. Turns out I was in someone's live stream last night and bumped into someone that also lives in like the south suburbs of the Twin Cities here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And she said the same thing. It was just infuriating. She had to quit working for a while because it was so bad. So everything in here, I thought I fixed it. So, anyway, let's see what else. So, hopefully you were able to get caught up on where we're at with the trial, and, hopefully you're starting to, I know Foul Mouth Crime, you said you were watching or listening to the Wrongful podcast, and so yesterday after the internet was like I thought fixed. I started listening to Law Kong Express. He's been in our chat for, the duration of what we've been watching yet. Have you guys watched his 4 videos? They are excellent. Excellent. His analysis is awesome. Apparently he has contributed to some of the Wrongful episodes. So, and also on Twitter today. Okay, so you know how Derek Chauvin here in Minneapolis, I am getting, the more I walk down this path of injustice for this man in Wisconsin, the more I think that the foolery, if you will, here in Minnesota, specifically with pertaining to Derek Chauvin, has now infected the state of Wisconsin. So, the documentary series that just came out like a month ago, I did a live stream around the same time. We did not watch the documentary because it's free for you on thefallofminneapolis.com. But the host of that, or producer of that, basically the blonde lady that's in the interview, we watched her and the producer, JC, I always forget his last name. They were on with Megyn Kelly, like right around the same time that documentary came out. And I know Liz's husband, Bob Kroll. He used to be the Minneapolis Police Federation president of their union. Also, my ex-boyfriend is in that documentary. So, basically, I trust 100%. Frankly, and there was a couple other officers that were in that documentary that I know personally. I've never seen them so shook up. Liz actually told Megyn Kelly that every single officer involved in that documentary broke down discussing what happened here. So I, on Twitter, before I started doing the dishes, had just kind of tried to marry the Wrongful Podcast Twitter account to Liz Collin Twitter account because, in my opinion, the two injustices are so similar that, for the Wrongful Podcast, wonderful, amazing women that have put that together. I don't know if there's men involved. I've only met the women. But, I mean, if you're considering taking your podcast into season 2, you need to talk to Liz Collin about Derek Chauvin. I mean, I know it's a little controversial, but they all are at this point, I suppose, if you go against the grain. And then hopefully Liz, I mean, she wrote a book and then the documentary came out based on the book. Hopefully Liz can get in touch with the wonderful people of Wrongful. And I don't know if she's interested in doing like another book and another documentary, but the two of you need to connect. And either tonight after we're done, depending on what time, or tomorrow, I'm going to reach out to Bob. I have his phone number actually. And then just kind of let him know, I've never met Liz. I knew Bob before he was married to her. Just let him know that, in case he's wondering who Shan Wapao is, it's me. I think he could probably surmise that. But anyway. So, here we go. And, I hope this works. I did make a little stinger. Not sure about the volume, so brace yourself, and not sure it's going to come up because I might have moved the directory. I'm not sure. But brace yourself. Hella was in here the other day from Excited Utterance. And then she had mentioned something about the sus bus. And so I was telling Lily, my daughter, who's so, and here's Poppy, her kitten. I was telling Lily how funny that was. And then yesterday morning, I went into CapCut, which for those of you who are considering buying the CapCut Pro, I strongly advise you against it. It's not great, to be honest with you. And I made this. I don't know if it'll play, and I'm not sure of the volume because I haven't tested it here yet, but here goes. Oh, and I can't hear it. I don't know if you heard it. Okay, well, never mind. That was I don't think that was the right one. Okay, so never mind. Let's just rewind. All right, let me just look at the chat one more time and get my little windows here. Soloman is here. Oh my gosh. God bless you, sir, for gracing us again with your presence. I don't know how your family must be incredibly strong and God-fearing, let's just say, because I don't know how your whole family has endured this, let's just put it this way, this shit show. I mean, it doesn't even start. Holy cats. I'm not used to seeing all these people talking. Usually I talk to myself. Okay, oh, yes, give, send, go. Yes, give, send, go, please. Oh, and I was also going to mention, on Rumble, I am monetized on Rumble, but for those of you on Rumble, granted, it doesn't happen very often, but in the chance that anybody would be interested in doing a Rumble rant on Rumble, if you could please go to this, I'm going to copy paste it. If you could please instead go to the Give, Send, Go fund for Zachariah Anderson. And to be honest with you, the people on Rumble will be really happy to see it's on Give, Send, Go and not that other comparable site. Okay. Yes, I'm going to pin it here. Okay, so I'm totally not used to, number one, anybody helping me. Thank you, Stray. And number two, having anybody talk in my chat. Seriously, it's always Cricketville. Oh, so Foulmouth is here. Becca Lynn. Lock Express is here. Oh my God. Your episodes, I don't know how long you've been here. Let's see. Oh my God, I've been talking 15 minutes. This is supposed to be fast. Your 4 episodes, I have notes, but unfortunately, I was listening to the podcast. Well, I was listening to your YouTube videos, and I actually started on number 4 and went backwards. And I brought my notepad downstairs with my pen so I could listen and jot down notes as I was unstacking the, groceries. And then I got into the dishes, and now my notebook has puffed out because it got wet. It's so good. So good. And I think I might have actually written in a comment underneath one of your videos that I don't know how you are about like live streaming stuff, but that might be interesting for you to host a live stream, play your video in whatever order you feel is whatever, and then have people in the chat asking comment. You have so much stuff in there. It's incredible. Unfortunately, I fear I'm not going to be able to read my notes, but we'll see. Maybe I'll go put this in front of like a heater or something far away so it doesn't catch fire. Yeah, once my internet got working again. Here, I thought I fixed it. I should know better than to think I fix anything. Okay. Renz, hello. Your name looks super familiar. So nice to see you. Oh, let's see who else. Lynn is here. Oh, yes, Lynn, chat later. No problem. I do that all the time. I go into Fraser Crane mode. I'm listening. Oh, Nancy RN is here too. Feral Housewife is here. Christine is here. Fortunato. Oh man, you guys warm my heart. And also, Broken Baker is here. Did you answer my question that my friend posted about the cherry pie? I haven't had a chance to look because as I've explained in my 20 minutes of rambling, I'm a little unprepared. Oh yeah, make sure to switch your top chat to live chat, which I already went on a rant for that yesterday. What else was I going to say? I thought I had something. Must have been a lie, is what my mother used to say. It's not true. Okay. Julie's here. How's your doggy blanket? Okay. All right. So we are queued up. We are ready to go. God bless all of you for being here. Oh, I know what I was going to say. One more thing. So my daughter Lily, she was in the chat a couple times now. Just so you know, if Soloman is here, I have triplet 17-year-old daughters. I have a son who's almost 21. But Lily is hooked on this trial, and her boyfriend who's in college. And Lily has a gigantic TikTok account. So I told her she needs to start. I refuse to download TikTok, but she needs to start getting her friends involved. I know some of her really close friends that she talks to a lot, and her boyfriend, they're all listening. So if you happen to see like a whole crapload of hearts flying up the side of the chat, that's her signal to me that she's listening. I'm like, I wonder who that compulsive heart giver was. She's like, yeah, it's me and Truman. Ooh, Kringle. I asked him if he'd make crumcacas or rosettes, but you do need special pans. Anyway, all right, enough talking. Let's take out our Crime Spies magnifying glass and put this trial under it. Disaster. Awful. Horrible. And one other thing. 2 other things. I was thinking this morning when I was listening to the Wrongful podcast, the way he described they have a part of his journal read by, I'm assuming, some kind of vocal actor. And how in the world isn't the ACLU involved in how he was treated? Isn't that what they're for? Question mark. Number one. I had something number two. No, I don't remember what number two was. Something along that line. It's just disgusting. David is here. David, have you fallen down the stairs lately? You might want to get one of those. What do they call those? You know, the little Stairmasters? Okay. All right. I appreciate you all. All right, let's go. Let's hopefully this works. Oh. And Bielhammer Media is kind enough to have remastered the video audio. Oh, there it goes. I had it on the TV. Pause. Bielhammer Media is the link to his playlist is underneath the description. I've been having some problem, and then underneath that is the link to Zachariah's website. Oh, I dived into that yesterday too. Then underneath that is the Give Send Go link, and then the Wrongful podcast link. And then I also linked Baker's interview with Soloman from like a week and a half ago. And then MLS, his interview with Soloman from a few weeks ago. Also, his link to the Denny explanation is under there. And then also Steve Gosney's interview with Tiffany Roy, I believe is her name. I am having a little bit of a problem when I post the links to the channels. You know how it's supposed to be youtube.com/@ and their name. And it looks fine and dandy. I save it and then I go look later and it's like something funky. And then Eris had said, you might want to check some of your links. They're broken. And sure enough, it was some of those channel links. So, but the links to the videos are working totally fine. So if you just click on the link to the video and then just subscribe to the channel. Okay. All right, here we go. Sad. I'm going to finish getting ready. This will be a what do they call that? GRWM / live stream trial.
Ready here, I guess so.
Pixie's here.
Judge Eileen Knoll has 0 prior. Eileen Knoll has 0 priors. Naridia Macias. Knoll.
Everybody here, I guess so. Go ahead.
Judge Eileen Knoll has 0 prior. Eileen Knoll has 0 priors. Naridia Macias had no priors. I don't think we did that before she testified.
So they're talking about witnesses?
Michael Campbell has no priors.
I find that hard to believe.
Brandon Hendrickson has a 2010 disorderly conduct.
It sounds to me like they're going through the some people on the witness list and whether or not they have any type of prior convictions.
We are suggesting that's outside the 10-year rule, which would at least be one consideration from the court, knowing it's a disorderly conduct. My understanding is defense wishes to make an argument regarding that. You want to do that before I go on?
Well, it's not a 10-year rule in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is explicitly, well, not explicitly, but has, by non-adoption, has rejected that 10-year bright line. But it's a DC more than 10 years old.
The DC from 13 years ago, and I did not mean to imply that we had a mandatory rule. I just indicated it could perhaps was a factor.
Okay, I gotta go and remember.
What's up from the defense?
Judge, this witness is an individual that had accompanied Mr. Campbell to Mr. Anderson's home. I think that given his involvement in this case, that his prior conviction, that the fact that he has a prior conviction should be heard by the jury.
Do we know anything about the nature of the DC?
No, but I'm only aware that it's supposed to go to credibility. I'm not aware that the court would typically make a decision about impeachment based on a prior for any other reason other than credibility.
Well, I do agree with you there.
Okay.
Oh
And
my
in
God,
this
I look like it.
situation, there is some evidence that Mr. Hendrickson had a gun with him at the time that he did go to Mr. Anderson's home. It's my understanding that he will probably testify contrary to that. And I think it's important that his...
Pause. Pause one moment. I was just thinking of something I was going to say, since we've got some attorneys in the chat. Can you explain to me, please, would it be possible, just considering, I mean, if some of these things that are happening that we're watching are blatantly obvious to an accountant like I am and other people, isn't there a way to like fast forward some type of appeal for him? Like put it on skis and get it to where it needs to go? And question also, if, for example, an appeal was granted, I know this is probably a super stupid question, but the only stupid question is one that isn't asked. If it was turned over on appeal, could he be granted bail until his next trial? Question mark. I'm pretty sure all of those answers are no, but I'm just asking. There is no way to fast forward an appeal. Criminal appeals generally take prior over civil appeals, however. They still take, oh my God, years. Yes, he could be granted bail if his conviction is overturned. All right, well, that's good. Yes, he could be released. Okay, well, all right. Generally, I'm not a very, bossy person, let's just say. But, I don't know. Those who make the loudest noise sometimes get the most attention. I mean, is it time to do some peaceful protests in and around the area? I'm not sure how far away that is from me, but it's like 6 hours. Oh, okay, I will. Okay, let's continue. Thank you for answering that for me.
His conviction, the fact that he has a conviction, obviously we won't go into what it is, that should be heard by the jury, especially since we don't know what he's going to say as far as why he accompanied Mr. Anderson, what he had, and what he was planning on doing had he confronted Mr. Anderson.
I'm unaware of any evidence that he had a gun. If counsel is presenting evidence he had a gun or wishes to impeach with evidence he had a gun, I'd certainly ask them to share that with the court, but I'm unaware of any evidence he had a gun and do not believe that's relevant in terms of this analysis.
Mostly peaceful protest.
Well, first off, I do agree with...
Okay, I waffled with telling you this, but I may or may not have a mugshot of one of our presidents on a t-shirt. I'm not sure how anybody would feel about that, but in my head I was thinking that would be symbolic that Zachariah is not alone for being, incarcerated with, his mugshot. Wait. Okay, fine. I do have it. And it says never surrender. Maybe that could be something for the Free Zachariah Anderson. Okay, Becca Lynn, thank you for keeping me straight. All right. I will keep a shirt I may or may not have off of this trial. There. All right. Let's continue.
The point made by Mr. Gravely that this is strictly for credibility, and the role of the defendant with respect to any events would ordinarily not be a factor in the determination about credibility. And of course, this is all dependent upon whether he testifies anyway. In addition, I don't know the fact that he may or may not have had a firearm, if that is shown or suggested. I don't know whether carrying of a firearm would have been lawful. I think that the best approach is look at it strictly from its usage for credibility purposes, and a 10-year-old DC without intervening events, criminal events since then, I would ordinarily not admit. So, unless you have something else, I'm going to say that's not grounds for impeachment.
No, nothing further.
Okay.
Okay, there's a woman named Erica Saylor, Saylor, who we intend to call as a witness in this case. She has a 2005 bail jumping conviction, so that would be 18 years from now, 15 years from the date of this offense. And we again do not believe that should be counted, but counsel has indicated they wish to make argument on that as well. I'm aware of the circumstances of that bail jumping if the court wishes me to share those.
The defense is withdrawing their prior objection to including that.
The request that it be included is withdrawn. Okay.
Correct.
Then that settles that.
And then we have a witness, Marquand Washington, and the parties, I believe, have come to an agreement that he has 6 prior convictions.
Is he in agreement with that?
Mr. Washington, we have reviewed CCAP and are aware from CCAP of his 6 priors. We have not shared that with him specifically, but we're aware from reviewing CCAP, they're all Racine County convictions, so they're all accessible convictions for us.
Well, the critical point is he can't come up here without having, advance notice of.
I will certainly consult him and let him know.
Impeachable number. And of course, the question should be phrased for a purist like me. Some of my colleagues are all right with having witnesses.
Judge, is your microphone on? Tough time here.
Oh, it is. Yeah, I don't, but anyway, I go to these conferences and some of my colleagues think it's quite all right to have a person who's got 25 priors to get instructed that there's only 3, and after having taken an oath to tell the truth, testify to that. I don't believe that. So it's all in how the question gets asked, and this is where leading questions are so good. Whatever your number is, if you're both agreed on it, and it is indeed sustained by his record, just ask him, you have 6 prior convictions, no? And
I will.
yeah, and you can tell him if he answers that way, he won't have to relive the sins of his past life.
I will instruct him accordingly. So those are the priors that we wanted to cover at this point, and so I believe we're ready if the court is ready.
I'm ready. Ready?
One moment, Judge. Judge, I don't know who the state's calling next, but if it is Michael Campbell, then there is something that the defense wants to be heard on.
It's not.
It's not? Okay.
But
If it's going to be
Pause.
soon,
Pause.
Let's do it now before.
Isn't Michael Campbell in this one? Wait a minute. Billhammer Media was so awesome because when I was making some notes, of course I can't see that. He's in this day though. Billhammer Media, you're awesome. Okay, let's continue.
Probably bring the jury down and then have to send them out again. So what's going on? Is he going to be hearing, or
He'll
are we
be in
going to
the
hear
first
from today?
3 witnesses this afternoon.
Huh?
He'll be in the first 3 witnesses this afternoon, Your Honor.
What's up with Mr. Campbell?
Sure. The court's well aware that Mr. Campbell was the target of a Denny motion filed by the defense.
Correct?
So we do anticipate asking him some questions as it relates to his involvement in this case. And we just wanted to make a preview of that. So if the state would have any objection or try to assert that we're attempting to introduce Denny evidence as it relates to Mr. Campbell, that we can be sure that the introduction of that evidence is solely for the purpose of establishing a fact of the events that occurred around May 17th to May 19th, 2020, and that anything that would be offered that could imply that any sort of involvement is just being offered for further questioning with detectives about the police investigation.
So far, I don't know what we're talking.
So specifically what we intend on diving into with Mr. Campbell are the following. The first would be him being present at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020. That he had gone to Mr. Anderson's home with his friend, that he had interjected himself in the investigation, and that he had...
Pause. Wrongful? Isn't it called wrongful? Am I still getting it wrong? Wrongful? It's wrongful. Podcast. Do I need to put a big giant sticker? Am I still saying it wrong?
Had items in a van that he had allegedly taken to Pheasant Run Security Landfill, and also his whereabouts on May 18th, 2020.
So we object to
all of which wasn't followed up on.
So we object to anything about items in a van on the 18th, but certainly proximity to the apartment appears to me to be something that would be appropriately asked. Where he was on the 18th, I guess that's fine if the court finds that a relevant question in the context of everything else that's going on. I guess so. I guess I'd ask the court to see where we're at when that comes up, but I appreciate being on notice about it. What was the last one? I apologize. 18th?
The 18th.
What was in the van?
What was in the van? Pheasant Run Hill Landfill. No, what was in the van? I don't know. I didn't say that.
Oh, what was in?
Pheasant Run Security Landfill.
Security?
Landfill. That's just the actual full name of it. Most people...
Okay, so according to, I'm pretty sure, now I don't know with my wet notebook, but either the Wrongful podcast or Law King Kong Express said that there's 2 landfills. And again, either one or the other said that the landfill, okay, so the dumpster, this is something I'm going back in my brain, but the dumpster was emptied Tuesday the 19th before Sadie called 911. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Now, I had asked the other day, is there, and it's probably on the website, but I'm just like throwing it out there as something I have on my list to look up. Is there geofencing data or any type of cell phone data that shows when Sadie arrived at the apartment? What I'm getting at is, did she get there knowing that the garbage was taken Tuesday, the dumpster was emptied on Tuesday, and then just waited until the dumpster got dumped? Question mark. And also, it's my understanding that the landfills, once the crime scene was discovered, the landfills, like they were told not to dump any more stuff in, because landfills are kind of like, there's like certain quadrants they go to at certain point, like there's a whole system. And I was just kind of curious, because it was said that there's a second landfill involved. Is that this Pleasant or Pheasant Run thing? And also, it's my understanding that even though they had paused dumping anything in the landfill that the dumpster from the apartment complex was dumped in, that they never did search it. Okay, statements and questions, I guess, in there intermixed.
Yeah, I don't know why, but that's what Waste Management tells me.
Yeah, what he dumped at a landfill, unless there is some specific additional information that wasn't shared at Denny, in the Denny motion, I think is irrelevant. Again, I would suggest to the court that let's see what happens about his whereabouts on the 18th.
Oh, that's this Pheasant Run one. Thank you so much, Soloman.
That I think his being at the home on the 17th in that early morning hour time period is an acceptable question, and I think.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to do a better job of, number one, trying not to pause so much. But then the more I thought about it, like, you know, people might be home, you know, driving home from work and tuning into the live stream and not able to like read the chat because 10 and 2 when you're driving. And so some of these comments as that come along, I'm trying to do a better job of not pausing, but I'm also trying to do a better job of talking out loud. So if they're, 10 and 2 driving home, they can hear some of these excellent answers. Soloman just said the landfill they secured and never searched was in Zion, Illinois. Illinois. The dumpster was picked up that Wednesday morning. So the crime happened on a Tuesday. I thought they said that the dumpster was pretty much empty. So I just kind of assumed that the dumpster had been picked up Tuesday. Okay, well then that answers my question. So I can take my tinfoil hat off about that one. Usually when usually it's accurate, but and then why put anything in the dumpster? Oh, she was on her cell phone when she arrived, so it's out there. I guess it would still be interesting to see what her cell phone records were over the course of those couple 2-3 days. They didn't look at anyone. Yeah. Tunnel. I mean, honest to God. How many people have we run across so far that should have taken a ride on the sus bus? Apparently we can't hear the sus bus. I'll try to figure out where I put the one that's actually done. Okay. The second landfill was brought, Soloman also, thank you so much. Second landfill was brought up by the Denny motion. That was Pheasant Run. That's what they're talking about. They couldn't search it. They had to put all resources on the van. Because the van was going somewhere. Jeez, God. Is that where Michael checked the carpet? Okay, so for those of you who haven't listened to the 4 amazing episodes of Law Kong Express, he mentions that. And one other thing that I believe, yes, it was on the Wrongful Podcast episode 4 that just released this morning. Remember when Detective John was in here the other day? When Detective Van Wee was on the stand? And Detective John seemed to be... I asked him, I said, trying to say this nicely, but, doesn't, good detectives like yourself look at detectives that, aren't quite as skilled? Doesn't it kind of give all police officers and detectives a bad name? How do you feel about that? And he basically said, yeah, it's, they get upset. But the podcast this morning said, okay, crime happened May 2020. I forget the date now. It's in my wet notebook. But it was, I think, August 2021 when Detective Van Wee took the 40-hour blood spatter course. So over a year after he analyzed the crime scene, did he get his 40-hour coursework done? And then, if that's not bad enough, the following year in 2022, I don't know the month, it's in my wet notebook, is when he wrote the report. So I actually tagged Detective John in that nugget of information this morning. Okay, all right, here, let's go. Okay.
What he did on the 19th in terms of going to the scene and also going to the house of the defendant is relevant.
Okay.
After the first.
So, I don't have to rule on anything right
The
now.
story of Mike's
No.
carpet
We know what we're
was
up
not
to.
known to the
All right.
police until after the
Anything
first
else?
trial. That's in Law
Not from
Kong
the state.
Express's free and excellent episode. I'm not sure which one.
I have no idea.
Oh, ta-da.
Would you come down, please?
So Solomon Anderson says it was picked up about an hour before Sadie arrived on 5/19. That was Tuesday, not Wednesday. Okay. For those in the tinfoil hat wearing community, don't you find that interesting? I mean, you know, they say there are no coincidences. I don't mean to fan the rumor mill flames, but I sure find that interesting. Could explain maybe why, you know, oh my God, I'm sorry, with the pause. Look at this man's face. As a reminder, this man has been in jail. He's been incarcerated, behind bars, abused, neglected, in my mind, tortured. He was put in the hole. He was transferred from one prison to another prison just so they could, quote unquote, break him. That's what the Wrongful Podcast said this morning. This is horrible. 1,318 days. 3 years, almost 7.5 months. 3 years, 7.5 months, roughly. I'm rounding up. The man deserves a roundup. God, this is just awful. Michael tells us which landfill he takes his carpet to in his testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. And let's continue with the state's case.
State calls Officer Sean. Do you have a no-name to the stand?
Okay, so we
And
got
Judge, as the officer's coming out, I would just want to move into evidence defense exhibit 236. That was the printout of text string between the last witness that was testified to.
Any objection?
None.
Received. And you can tell me what testimony you're about to give
I
in
think
this matter will be the truth,
I think
the whole
we
truth.
Oh, good, he
and
remembered to
nothing but
swear
the
in
truth,
this
so help me God.
witness.
Please be.
Oh. Huh, he's getting a little bit better. God. Solomon, I think we should have a separate
Officer, could you please state your
live
name for the
stream.
record and spell it?
Officer
Pause.
Sean Juvenile.
Pause. Solomon, I think we should have a separate live stream and just read his journal. I noticed it the other day. He was talking about like different things he has to do to try to get comfortable. He was always also talking about the mail. And I think he was trying to be, trying to make a funny when he said, sometimes the exact same 5 pieces of paper weigh 1 ounce and sometimes it's 1.1 ounce, because then you have to add the extra postage. Bruiser Brody has joined us. Your name looks familiar. I watched whole trial. I thought he was not guilty. Well, welcome. We should actually have some people come in that thought he was guilty or didn't watch the trial and just ran with the mainstream media narrative. Sadie's 911 call is on the sus bus. Too big time, my friends. Jeez. Okay. All right. I'm gonna
G-I-O,
mute.
V-A-N-N-O-N-I.
And how are you currently employed?
With City of Kenosha Police Department, third shift patrol.
And were you employed in such a capacity on May 19th of 2020 at roughly 10:43 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, were you also working third shift patrol?
I was.
And would 10:43 p.m. be shortly after you got on duty that night?
Yes.
And as part of your duties, do you have any sort of special training that leads you to have a slightly different role at crime scenes than potentially other patrol officers?
Yes, I do.
And what is that title?
Evidence technician.
And back on May 19th of 2020, were you also an evidence technician?
Yes, I was.
And when you got to work that day, were you dispatched to a search warrant occurring at 6813 West Highland Road in Mequon?
Yes.
And did you respond to that location to perform evidence technician duties?
Yes, I did.
What can you tell us generally about the residence itself after you had arrived?
About the layout or anything?
Yes.
You're asking?
Yep, what do you remember?
It was a two-story house, single-family home with a basement. I remember when I walked in that the walls, the best I described, looked like it was on renovation because all studs were exposed, and there was debris and clutter throughout the lower level.
I'm going to show you some pictures from State's Exhibit 1, starting with photo number 265. If you want to direct your attention to the screen.
A little tiny reminder from Becca Lynn. She's still watching the trial and still open to evidence. So thank you for the reminder. We should wait and reserve our judgment. And I'd like to apologize to Soloman and his family if I say something that's out of line in my blind rage. And in fact, I picked up a bar of Irish Spring when I was a child. My grandmother so lovingly stuck this in my mouth if I said bad words. So it's kind of like a reminder to myself. But sometimes everything just goes red, and so I apologize in advance. I mean no harm, only goodness.
The TV flicked on and then it... Thank you, Detective. Now, obviously, you were there in the evening hours. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
But is this, in general, what it looked like when you were there as an evidence tech on the night of the 19th?
Yes, it was.
And what area are we looking?
I'm sorry, this just popped into my head. If there are attorneys still here, could you please explain to me somewhere in my still soggy notebook, I had written down why in the world, and I'm pretty sure Lynn might have said the other day, answered my question, but why in the world are they continually entering into evidence and repeatedly hammering things that either were no they're there type evidence? Not even. How can it be evidence when there's nothing on it that connects the defendant to the crime? And also, this popped in my head also, I think because of the podcast, but it could be Law King Express. Also, aren't prior bad acts, meaning his arrest for the Mary Jane, if you will, aren't those supposed to be excluded? Because it could, well, prior bad acts aren't supposed to be included, correct? Question mark. And like this picture, the man was gutting a house. Do you know what it looks like to gut a house, Your Honor? Or Mr. and Ms. Prosecutor? Jeez. Josie. The first thing I did this morning, before my coffee was even made, was download and begin listening to your awesome Wrongful podcast. And yikes.
Looking at this residence, if you know.
This looks like the back porch area when you first walk into the residence.
I'm going to show you picture number 266. What are we looking at here?
This is the lower level of the house.
And does this picture depict some of the exposed studs and under renovation feel of the home?
Yes, it does.
And does this appear to be an accurate representation of what it looked like the night you were there to help in the search?
Yes.
Show you number.
Pause. I think my pause actually is gone, so I'm not even going to tinker with it until I discover. David, thank you so much. Your question requires an answer longer than 200 characters, but essentially evidence is relevant if it tends to prove or disprove a fact material to the case. Noting. Part 2, the judge's role in a jury trial is as gatekeeper to allow and to exclude evidence based on its relevance, its reliability, its prejudicial effect, and other things. Again, this man had, it's my understanding, a pretty significant fall down and go boom event on the stairs, or I'm not sure. How in heaven's name was he allowed to go back to work unsupervised? Oh my God, this is just terrible. Each party has the opportunity to offer evidence of any sort. It is up to the judge to decide if it's appropriately admitted. Thank you for answering that in a fashion that I can comprehend. Oh my God. Those of you on Rumble, please make sure you're watching the chat. Actually, I'm going to make it bigger.
Number 267. What is this vantage point?
Different area
Hi,
of the lower
Jen
level.
RN is here. Oh,
Towards
Soloman's
the right side of
wife.
this exhibit, is there
Hello.
a couch and a TV?
God bless
Yes,
you.
there is.
And is there also an ottoman there?
Correct.
Would you characterize that as the living room?
Yeah.
Right. Showing you 268. What is the general look of this picture?
Yeah.
That's where you come in from the back door off the porch.
And was this the general condition of it when you assisted in the search on the night of the 19th?
Yes, it is.
Picture number 270. What is this a picture of?
Area where the couch is on the lower level.
And in your role as an evidence technician, were there other officers and detectives assisting in the search?
Yes, there was.
And if they would locate something that they thought had evidentiary value, was it then your job to photograph and collect it?
Yes, it is.
And were you also participating in the search at the same time?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to ask, in this picture, you had talked about a ottoman. Would you mind getting out of your seat and just pointing out where that ottoman is in this picture?
Sure.
Is Gravely still gone, or is he the...
And you can grab a seat. And
He's been allowed
was
back,
there
I'm
anything of
assuming,
evidentiary
unfortunately.
value that was discovered in that ottoman, if you know?
Yes, there is a, excuse me, there is a bag with a large sum of money in it.
Okay. I'm going to show
the
you
money
what's
he
been marked
used
as
to
photograph number 296.
the money
What
he
is this a
used
picture of?
to buy homes in
bag
the
with a large amount of
sheriff
currency.
sales.
And when you say a large amount of currency, was one of the jobs that you assisted in counting that currency?
Yes, it was.
And what, if you recall, was the total amount of money inside that bag?
About $47,700 some odd dollars. I don't remember the exact amount, but almost $48,000.
And what kind of bag was it in, if you recall?
It was in a
No, I
bank
did-
bag, I believe.
I did not, Becca Lynn. From the case entirely? He should have been removed from the case entirely.
Were there other items of evidentiary
He's a con
value
man,
that
in
were
my
located by
opinion.
other officers on the main floor of the residence?
Yes.
And what were some of those items?
There was some drug paraphernalia and I
Oh,
believe a camera.
I know what you're talking about.
When you say drug paraphernalia, what do you mean?
Large amount of marijuana, a couple of different bags. There was a container with a grinder in it, marijuana grinder with appeared to be marijuana seeds in it.
I'm showing you it's been marked
Oh,
as
I'm sure that has
number
something to do with
295.
red
Can you tell me
rumming.
what that is?
That's the
I'm
container.
going to object to the
Who cares?
relevancy of this evidence.
So, Judge, this again,
Oh,
floor was open to this. Remsburg test previously argued about this, and this is our recitation of that evidence that we previewed for the court.
Objections
oh
overruled.
no, where did he go? Oh, I think I moved
What
him.
is this? What is inside this container, if you know?
Judge, sorry, I am going to object again and make a record that their questioning on the cross-examination of Ms. Remsburg had to deal with a grow operation in the residence with plants. So I don't believe that any of this evidence is relevant
Yeah, the-
or relate.
Overruled.
Officer, what is this?
This is the container that had metal marijuana grinder on it and apparent marijuana seeds.
And you indicated marijuana seeds. Is that what we're looking at
He
here?
said apparent marijuana seeds.
I couldn't hear.
Were
I
they
apologize.
tested?
I don't-
They
you
could
don't
have been
have to
cucumber
apologize.
seeds. No, wait, they could have been
Could have spent
mallow
more money on the
seeds.
system.
Sage seeds, in fact.
And there's a couple of, I think,
This
5
is
different what looks
disgusting.
like to be canisters in there with or jars of some kind. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And is there some sort of handwriting on each of those jars?
There's different names on each jar.
Yeah, how does this relate to what the defendant's
show you-
on trial for? Or have they like merged the two things together? This is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Picture number 307.
And also, sorry, one more pause for a second here. Also, they knew that this trial was going to be televised. They knew televised trials get, hive mind, mob, mentality. They knew the judge fell down and went boom. And nobody has taken action to say, something is wrong here. I mean, again, I count beans. I'm not an attorney. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Can you tell me what this is?
Ugh.
That's one of the bags that had marijuana in it.
And was that also located on that lower level?
Yes, it was.
Then I'm going to show you picture number
I
308.
tell you, this
Can tell me what
Anderson
that is?
family has
Looks to be a
strength
mushroom.
like I've never
I'm
seen.
going to object as far as relevance to mushrooms.
Same thing, Judge. If you have a marijuana
Oh,
grow,
shut
and
up.
you are also manufacturing and putting together mushrooms. Again, Miss Christine Remsburg's ability identified
man-
on cross to be able to
This man needs to be disbarred.
was,
I'm not gonna be
perhaps
satisfied
hiding anything
until
from her, or
an appeal is granted, he's put on parole, and this guy here gets disbarred.
Judge, that
Isn't there a
point just
process
didn't
you
ask
can
her
like
about
put these
anything
people
dealing
up
with
against the bar
the mushrooms or what
association?
operation, and they're one doesn't mean the other exists.
It's exactly the same concept, Judge.
The objection's overruled. You can answer it if he hasn't already.
I'm sorry, what was this object that's in this picture
Shit.
depicted?
Oh, appears to be a mushroom.
Okay, actually, something else just came in my head. Sorry. Sometimes it takes a while. Solomon is here. Jen is here. Solomon's wife. Question. I posed this the other day. All right. So I noticed that, okay, so this came up because Becca Lynn had said, I love that when they finally had his daughter on the stand and showed her the buds, she had absolutely no idea what they were. Okay. Huh. Interesting. And also, again, I apologize. I feel like a heel for not getting involved in this movement earlier. When this trial was happening, I was covering Letitia Stauch, which was important, Justice for Gannon. But I remember that viral clip I was telling Lily and Truman about it the other day. That viral clip of Zachariah going like this with his lips. And it was everywhere. And with the implication that, oh, he was shushing his daughter. She was giving testimony. I noticed either on end of day 4 or sometime on day 5, he does this. Like as he's thinking. I don't know if it's like, there are certain things all of us do that, you do when you're thinking and maybe you're not even aware of it. So I'm trying to pay close attention to that. Because in my opinion, I think Law Kong Express had said, one of the court reporters had brought it up. Which is another horrible example of taking something like maybe a man's subconscious, tick, if you will, not even, but you know what I mean, and spinning it to to something that it isn't and makes it look bad. Seriously. It's just
Were you
disgusting.
specifically yourself responsible for helping to search the stairway leading up to the second floor of the residence and the second floor itself?
Yes, I was.
And on that stairway, do you recall, on the second floor, do you recall finding a bedroom that you were able to attribute to someone?
Yes, I did.
And how were you able to attribute that bedroom to a specific person?
I found a Wisconsin driver's license in there.
Sorry, pause. Log Kong Express also jogged something from the crevices of my memory. It was either the podcast, and it's in my wet notebook, the podcast or one of your fabulous episodes that brought up the fact that the victim, Rosalio, exchanged some type of narcotic with arm that might be made of fire. Pig Latin. How do I speak Pig Latin? You know what I mean. Reverse those two words. A shot nug in exchange for narcotics. I mean, are those injuries consistent with maybe a shot nug injury? Maybe it was that guy. And, I think underneath Day 5's video, I had put someone who was in the chat said that oftentimes when deals are made between two people, it's not common, but they often will put their cell phone inside of, like, say, a microwave, or I don't know, maybe like a freezer, in case they're being surveilled or something along that line. Pow, pow, pew, pew. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like a shot nug. I mean, it's, you know, those do some damage. I remember when I first got married and we had one of those under the bed because my ex-husband was a gigantic hunter, upland birds and, deer, if you will. And he said, all right, well, now, he had to travel a lot and we just built this beautiful house. And he goes, all right, so here's how it goes. And it was under the bed, ammunition in the nightstand. And I'm like, I'm not going to be able to, you know, operate this. And he said, all you have to do is just like lean it up against the wall like this and aim at the door. So, so it was a sense of security. I'm just saying those things do a lot of damage.
Was there anything else
That,
located in that bedroom that you thought had evidentiary value?
Yes.
And what were those items, the best you can recall?
There was a laptop computer, a couple hard drives for a computer, and I think 3 computer towers.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture number 303. Is that some of the things that you found in that bedroom?
That is correct.
And there's a box that's sitting on top of the yellow legal pad. Can you tell us what was in that box?
Mini GPS system.
And you had indicated that you had recovered a laptop, is that correct?
Correct.
And to what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 114. Based on the packaging alone, can you indicate to us what this is and if this was a laptop that you recovered that night?
Yes.
And how do you know that that's a laptop you recovered in the bedroom of Mr. Anderson?
Well, feels like a laptop in here without looking.
Are there information on the tags itself that are put on the front of things that illustrate what is contained inside of an evidence package?
Yes.
And what does this one say?
MSI laptop with charger.
And is that something you recovered from Mr. Anderson's room that night?
That is correct.
Can I just grab that from you?
Objection?
No objection.
Received.
And I'm directing your attention back down to the first floor of the residence. I'm going to show you picture number 297. Tell me if you recognize what is in this picture.
Yes, those look like seats out of a vehicle.
And were those located in the residence on the night you helped search?
They were.
Well, at least if for some reason YouTube decides to, give me the axe for something I've said unknowingly, we're still on Rumble and Kick. So there's that. At the same time, Rumble, I'm going to check on you in a moment. We've had hundreds of people on Rumble. I think it's like high 200s, 300s each episode. Kick, you can't see like what the count is for live stream, only like rewatch, but I have like 30 people there. So although Jawlock usually checks in. Yep. Stray. That's fantastic, Becca. Really appreciate you taking the time to do so. Please don't let out.
I can just have a brief moment. I have to
our
confer
comments
with Detective
sway you in any way.
Correa.
Yep. I'm not very good at moderating, especially when, well, I'm not bad. In the politics one, I'm more comfortable with. But with this, it is important that we all remember what's broken in our system of justice, our McJustice system, is also the art of debate. And it's coming back. Like people are a lot better about, not throwing a 7-year-old's tantrum and it's not my cookie. I like strong-minded cookies. Becca, speaking of cookies, did I get cookies? I may or may have not gotten some delicious desserts today at the store.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 154.
My fault, what I say? Yeah. Hopefully I'll get better. Again, I'm kind of used to just flying on my own and talking to my future audience. Oh, here we go.
You were responsible for collecting evidence from Mr. Anderson's property.
Oh, I missed my cue. I'm sorry.
And so this grouping of photos here, you collected these papers.
There's hotkeys. I gotta remember.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. And do you remember how you logged them all together?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. Can I hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 241? Before you open it, if you could just read the description on that exhibit.
Says court paperwork, other miscellaneous paper.
Okay, and if you'd be so kind to open it.
Tell you, first trial I did was Letitia Stout, as I mentioned, and those microphones were voice activated, so we didn't have all the paper crunching sounds. I'll try to be mindful of the volume.
Okay. And could you briefly just go through those papers and tell me if you find a receipt?
Did you answer him, counsel?
Oh, it's our stupid smart person.
No, not like a shopping receipt.
Judge, may I approach you with it?
I couldn't believe that officer or detective what's-his-face didn't get his certificate until over a year after he analyzed the crime. How in the world? And then, to add insult to injury, wrote his report even after that. I hope I'm not shouting. How in the world was that even admitted? How can you analyze a crime scene as an expert? Wait a minute. Some of the trials I've watched, the people are, they go over all their credentials, and then the
We take a look at this receipt. This exhibit wasn't shown to us, so can we?
Oh,
we
of
expect
course, Sir Dingleberry. That's my new name for him, Sir Dingleberry. Okay. So the I don't know, well, maybe I've done 8 now trials I've covered. Usually whoever the witness is, the attorney will ask them to like go over their like credentials, and then they'll submit to the judge. I would like to admit, you know, Officer so and so as an expert in, you know, whatnot. And then the judge will say something, and then the, you know, other attorney will have their say. How in the world did his testimony even, I don't understand any of that. Oh my God, my God. Pardon my ignorance with the legal process. I do enjoy expanding my cranium as much as I can. It's just so sad. So sad. Wonder how many other people are rotting in jail over that, you know, that didn't make it on the Law and Crime / Court TV live stream docket. Actually, at least the Anderson family should maybe be thankful that his trial was was televised and got a lot of media attention. Oh my God, that podcast is so good. Law Kong Express's ones videos are equally good. It's my understanding Law Kong Express contributed to one or more episodes of the podcast. I'm telling you, you people are awesome. I'm so mad at my soggy notebook. I need to find another dry one and see if I can't salvage what I've written down. Okay. Full transparency. Last night when I went to sleep, I brought my iPad and I was like writing notes in the dark.
So there was.
Oh, there she is. As I was listening, so I wouldn't forget.
That exhibit for tax returns, correct?
Taxes. Okay, I know these. Cracking knuckles. What do we got? Oops, I meant to mute. Oh my God, I hope I didn't lose the I hate her face.
So in this picture, and if you need to take it off the Elmo to look at it closer up, do you see a receipt for an item?
Objection. How do we know this is the same as the exhibit we just saw?
How do we know you still have any brain cells that connect?
I asked him if the exhibit had any receipts, and he said no.
Right. So will this picture be relevant? Objection. Relevance. Why would
We
the
can have
picture
a
of the
discussion of this outside of the presence of the jury.
Yes, let's try that.
This
What
says-
what is that photograph? What is that? As a general, the entirety of it.
Sure. As the officer already testified to, that these are items
I was just going to ask that straight.
that he got together from Mr. Anderson's home. Those were logged as evidence as miscellaneous paperwork, which was supposed to be.
Very briefly pause. So Log Kong Express said Josie asked him for some pictures and to read for Zach. That's all. So you're the one that read the Zach portion of episode 4, correct? Question mark. Oh my God. Oh my God, so good. Well, you guys just have to watch his videos. He's got an excellent speaking voice. He's got some wit. There was one part of one episode where he said something, and I don't remember what it was. And he goes, I just said that to see if you were listening. Now let's continue. It was really good. Okay, continue.
Item 19. These papers are not in Exhibit 19 or item 19. So now I only have the picture.
Yeah, if you
to
people
rely
like
off
the
of.
Wrongful podcast, you're going to love what Log Kong has.
My objection is
Published.
that we just opened this and it doesn't have those items. So why this picture purports to be the miscellaneous paperwork? That paperwork is not in this item. So they're not one and the same.
Well, Uh,
Not asking about that exhibit anymore.
You can cover it on your redirect. What is this photograph depict again, Austin?
Seems like paperwork that was photographed at the residence.
And where did the paperwork then go?
So all the paperwork that I collected, I logged in evidence. There might have been some paperwork that wasn't actually collected as evidence, but just photographed. So,
Yeah, this is why I asked for a sidebar, because I had viewed those. Yeah,
Let's just continue to.
thank you.
I couldn't hear the court. I apologize.
I said she could continue.
Thank you.
In front of the
I
jury?
can hand this to you so you can more clearly see it, perhaps. But was there a receipt? Do you want me to hand it to you?
yes, please.
Do you see any sort of receipts in that photograph?
No.
Either, you don't see a,
Oh, I'm sorry, in the photograph, yes.
okay. And could you point those out, and perhaps if you could put this back on here so you can show the jury? You could just get the pointer that the judge has and go up to the TV.
Sure.
Thank you.
What would you like me to point out again?
The receipts that you have,
I don't know if you can hear me,
Cute.
but he's doing it again. See with the lips? I think that's just a
Okay,
habit
that's a
he has
Walmart receipt?
unknowingly.
okay, do you see another receipt that's in the upper right-hand corner of the photograph? Okay, and did you log that receipt that we see on the top right photograph separately?
So this is a table in our evidence room.
Table and where?
Officer?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. This is a table in our evidence room. And I log evidence, I put paper down so there's no cross-examination. So if this is in the evidence room, I did log it.
Okay.
Yeah, counsel, we just have a moment of your time. Just have a moment of your time.
Judge, may I continue?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the receipt on the upper hand corner, you can come back and sit down, officer. Thank you. Obviously, you'd agree that the picture up on the elbow looks a little blurry.
Yes.
So it's hard to make out what exactly that receipt says or the paper underneath the receipt says.
That is correct.
And if you wanted to look at the exhibit itself, is it any clearer?
Judge, again, I'm going to
And this
object. I apologize, counsel. It is, I don't believe that counsel is actually purporting that the officer actually processed the evidence in the picture that she is showing this witness. Like,
Well, you're using the word process.
that he would be the custodian or the person who in some way dealt with this evidence. So I believe this is not a witness who is specifically familiar with this evidence.
I think his prior testimony was that he did log this evidence.
Well, you're using, terms from the legal system like process and law. Have you ever seen this before? Here,
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So because it was a long day, I did have assistance with logging the evidence. I don't remember every document that I put in there, but like I said, if it's on this table, we logged it. I did have other officers helping me just because of the currency. We have to have multiple officers as policy to verify count. So.
Okay. And this has already been accepted into evidence. So when you looked at the document, this receipt and paperwork that was on the upper right-hand side, when you had looked at it, were you able to make out what the writing says?
On that paper, no.
Even when you looked at it closer up?
I couldn't.
Okay. The state had shown you an exhibit that was a photo taken from a desk in Mr. Anderson's home. On those were some items. Do you remember?
Yes, the driver's license.
Yeah, the
Yes.
box. Showing you what's.
Mind showing us the picture from Speeds. I think this is a new picture you've not shown us previously. You could do that before you.
Okay, showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 239. Is this a more close-up, or I guess strike that. This was a picture of that box that you had taken from the desk, and this is the picture taken back at the police department, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you took the picture of this device, the device was in the packaging?
So I personally, like as said in my report, I didn't do the photographing on this scene. Officer McKee did. I was the one collecting and documenting.
Let's talk about the flash on the photographs.
Photographs at the PD.
They were overexposed photographs.
Okay, but this is the same item that
i.e.
you
not
viewed
good.
on the desk?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 240. Is this a side profile of that same box?
It could be.
Okay, you just don't know.
Not. It's been a while since I looked at it. Yes.
Okay, you'd have to see the entire box.
Yes.
Okay. So you arrived at Mr. Anderson's house on May 19th, 2020?
That is correct.
And that was just as the state had noted to collect evidence that other officers had pointed out.
That's correct.
And when you do that, it's oftentimes that the evidence that you take photos of or take and process from the scene are not in the original location that they were when the first responding officers would have arrived.
It does happen.
Judge, Detective Correa has kindly gone to the police department to get one of the physical exhibits that I do intend on crossing this witness on. So I don't have any further questions opposed to the questions that will be asked when we have that exhibit here in the courtroom.
I think we have a few questions, or do you have a few redirects?
Oh, Denny's here.
Oh.
Defense Exhibit 242. Before you open it, if you could just.
Before you show the exhibit,
I'm going to gain 45 pounds watching this.
Ready? Yep. All right. Defense Exhibit 242. Before you open it, and
Jamie said, "See how antsy he gets when she's bringing up good points. It drives me cray cray." Okay, so maybe you missed this part, but there's I watched Dan Bongino's daily show over on Rumble, and I think it's actually in one of his books. The last couple of his books, audiobooks, are on my Rumble channel, but he talks about the different kinds of people. Granted, this refers to politics, and I will not embellish any farther than that because it really applies to everybody. But there are certain people in the world. The most dangerous of them are the stupid smart people. The people that think they're smart, but they're really stupid. I throw Gravely into that category from what I've seen. As soon as she's over the target, meaning Nicole here, he immediately, as soon as she's over the target in an area where he knows full friggin' well that his case is weak, he starts to have a hissy fit and interrupts. I hope that made sense.
I will ask that you open it. And did you want a new pair of gloves?
Yeah, I don't like to cross contaminate.
Yeah. If you could just, I'll get you new gloves, and then if you could just read what this is.
Sure.
Thank you.
Miscellaneous paperwork.
Okay, and if you'd be so kind to open that. Here you go.
Thank you.
Officer, as you're opening it, if you could just, you can look through the documents, and if you could determine whether the items that we can see in Defense Exhibit 154 on the upper right-hand side are in that exhibit.
For those of you who are watching the chat over on Rumble, Log Kong Express, he drops little nuggets, like food for thought nuggets, points out things in a subtle way. Pay close attention.
find something?
I found a couple things.
So, first thing, did you find the receipt that was in the upper right-hand quadrant?
Not yet. I
Oh, okay.
found a small white one.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just, once you get to the documents, let me know.
Is Gravely's position within the court system there an elected position? And if so, when is he up for re-election? Wouldn't it be interesting to follow the money? Speaking to myself.
Oh, perfect. So I'm gonna put it up on
That'd
here.
be an interesting little journey.
Okay, so you'd agree that this document appears to be the same document that is in Defense Exhibit 154 in
Elected.
the upper right-hand quadrant?
Yes.
I wonder
Okay.
if that's one of those cities
And
afflicted with
This
rampant
appears
voter
to be,
fraud.
and you can take it and look through it, but it appears to be some sort of tax return.
That's what it looks like to me.
Okay, and this receipt,
Yep.
can you read the date on that receipt?
It's 5/18/2020.
Okay, and that it's a receipt in the amount of $243 for this tax return?
Correct.
Okay, is there a reason this wasn't processed separately from the group of other paper that you received?
No rhyme or reason, no.
Okay. Put this here. Now, in this picture, do you see a yellow piece of paper that says memo anywhere?
I see a corner of a yellow page.
Okay, and did you see any yellow pages in that pile of documents?
Yep.
Okay,
Right in
can
front of me.
you hand it to me, please? Okay.
Lynn Dalton, I made a comment earlier. A couple of the trials I've covered in my
Yeah,
short
As far as
time,
I can zoom out. So this
anything where the
this
jury
memo,
wasn't present,
says we
was
will
not
hold your
allowed to
tax
be
return for 24
broadcast.
hours to give you a chance to review it, correct?
Yes.
Oh.
And then on the bottom it says DMA accounting.
accounting,
Correct.
All right. With this other document, which was the tax return, it was completed
tax
by D&M
return.
accounting.
She's speaking my love language now.
According to what's on the paper.
And I don't know how he would know whether.
Sure, I'll rephrase it. I'll rephrase the question. What does this piece of paper state at the bottom?
D&M accounting services.
Okay. And then is there a note, a little sticky note on the top of the memo?
Yes.
And could you read what it says?
We'll stop in today, 5/18/324 p.m. call.
This call or collect?
Or,
Do you need to look at it closer?
oh, collect, yes. What they call from the system.
This was hid from the defense.
Or did it say 2:24 p.m.?
See what happens. See what he does.
He read 324.
See what the dingleberry does. As soon as she's over the target, trying to make a point, he interrupts.
And so all of these, the two paperworks that I just went through with you, this yellow, mustardy memo, and this receipt with a tax return, and
Oh,
all
that was a
these
joke.
other
Okay, never mind. For
papers
those of you
were
listening, never
all
mind what I just
included
said.
in item number 21, which was Defense Exhibit 242,
Correct.
and that was processed.
In the name
All
of the
packaged
Father.
together, that's correct.
Okay.
The Sky Daddy.
So I want to go through the other things that were in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, officer. Thank you. It's a lot here.
You have a picture exhibit all along while you do that.
Sure. Did you want to look at these?
Well, I don't have gloves on, but
Do you want to put gloves on?
Lynn, isn't taxes and accounting everyone's love language? Question mark. Actually, I have waffled around with the idea of maybe around tax time. I don't know. Maybe doing a live streams, you know, to assist you in making sure that your tax picture is as favorable as possible. Sal told us the other. That's why Schrader did. Oh, it's different there. Okay, Sal also mentioned on, I think it was X today, that one of my comments with relation to, I think it was the landfill that I talked about a little while ago. Somebody's dog is crying. And Sal said that something happened with Mark Jensen's case so that they could focus on railroading Zach Anderson. I mean, I'm summarizing, but I can find it. Also, if anybody involved with the free Zachariah Anderson, I hope it's okay that I use the green hand symbol that I copied and pasted from the website onto the thumbnail. I just thought, you know, like brand recognition might, you know, so it's like the same. I should have maybe asked for permission first. I can't find it. I had a busy morning. Wait, here. It's here. It's here. It's here. Salvador said, okay, so Soloman answered the DA's office spent thousands of man hours. Okay, so this is a quote from the podcast this morning, the Wrongful Podcast, episode 4, just released today. DA's office spent thousands of man hours. 15 police agencies were involved in the investigation, and they came back with this fluff of a non-existent case against my brother. Salvador replied to that, said they came in $30,000 under budget for Mark Jensen prosecution and bragged in the Kenosha newspaper they put the resources into your brother's trial. Unbelievable.
I'm going to ask you to go through every single piece of paper.
Oh, there's the new version?
But I do want to establish
is it this one here that's behind the chat?
Item number 21.
Is it that one that Beelhammer Media is using?
Can I hand this back to you?
I just took the one from the website.
The documents in that
Thank you,
pile,
Pixie.
were all processed by this officer, so they are true and accurate items that were processed by him. That assists.
That would. And
that saves time, rather than having him list documents that obviously he didn't specifically, explore.
That's fine if you stipulate to the admittance of it as well.
To the what?
To the admittance?
Yes. Yes.
That's fine. That would be sufficient. So I don't need you to go through all of them.
Okay.
But I do want to go through just one more thing about this item. You had read what it said on the bottom as far as the name. Could you read the address as well?
96 West 221 County Line Road, Mountain Falls, Wisconsin.
Officer, I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing you. This mic is a problem for us. Did you read the address, including Menominee Falls? Is that what you just did?
That is correct. Sorry.
I don't know. Shouldn't he just wait and wait for his turn,
Okay. And so
Mr.
all
Dingleberry?
this in this bag, the state stipulating to it, Judge, I'd ask that Defense Exhibit 242 be moved into evidence.
Well, there's particularly that what is contained in the evidence container paper bag within the document.
Becca Lidnett's interesting.
Within the
She's
Correct. They're stipulating that everything that was pulled out was included in item 21, which is Defense Exhibit 242, and that these items were processed by this officer. Right. Thank you.
Didn't the judge say on day one, the appeals court loves him? Becca Lynn wrote, the judge is scared of Court of Appeals because of the Jensen case and the wife's letter. I could have sworn in the very beginning in one of his let me toot my own horn speeches,
You can put
diatribes,
everything that was
if
in
you
the bag
will.
back in, and then the
He
detective,
said that.
Ray will get it. And there's that little receipt there. Thank you.
Redirect.
Pixie, I appreciate you being here.
No question. Thank you. Mister.
You're in. I like to refer to the listening whilst working as going into Fraser Crane mode. For those of you who have never watched Fraser Crane, you're missing out. Niles is hysterical. I had Niles picked out as my next dog's name. I waffle a little bit. Sometimes I want Joey from Friends, but I really do like the name Niles. Unless I get a female, it's going to be Phoebe from Friends for sure. So, for those of you who are listening, Pixie78 in Australia has gone into Fraser Crane mode. Kayla, you're here. Oh my God. Episode 4. First thing I did today, even before I made my egg coffee. So good. And I tagged you on X, formerly known as Twitter. I think you and Liz Collin, who wrote the book and just did the documentary, The Fall in Minneapolis, about the injustice of Derek Chauvin's trial,
You solemnly swear
should get
the
together.
testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth
All right, we got a
the whole
witness
truth,
change, folks.
and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
They don't laugh, him.
Mr. Hendrickson, state your
Okay, I'll be
first and your
quiet.
last name, spell both your names.
Brandon Hendrickson, BrandonHendrickson.
How old are you?
Isn't this a friend
And what do
or
you do for a living?
foe of the victim?
And in general, what city or area do you live in now? And where were you raised? And did you, at some point in your life, know a person who you knew to be named Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
In very general terms, how did you know him?
I met him in high school.
And how would you describe your relationship with him back in the time period of May of 2020?
Same it's been the whole time I've met him. Great friendship.
Friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Brothers, you know,
High school friends?
absolutely.
Okay, continued on through 2020?
Yes.
If you would estimate how
Bye,
many
Becca Lynn.
times
We enjoy
in
you
the
so much.
time period of January
you
2020 through May of 2020, what would be your rough estimate at how many times you either saw Rosalio Gutierrez in person or heard from him in some fashion?
Well, I'd only come down to Kenosha once in a while, so, I mean, I Probably see him at least once or twice a month.
Okay, and what about hearing from him?
About the same.
All right, and since May 17th, 2020, how many times have you seen Rosalio Gutierrez in person?
0.
And since May 17th of 2020, how many times have you heard from him in any of the ways he used to be in touch with you?
0.
Now,
I think
on
it's pretty safe
May
to say
19th,
something happened to him.
2020, were you located in the Kenosha area?
Yes.
And did you at some point come to hear something that caused you some concern?
Yes.
And where were you located when you first heard it?
I was getting a tattoo.
Do you remember in general where?
Sheridan Road.
On his bum,
46th Street, I believe.
Okay.
arm, foot,
And
face.
did you just happen to be in Kenosha to do that, or was that a...
No, it was planned.
Okay. And if you know, again, only if you know, when was the last time you had seen Rosalio Gutierrez prior to the moment you're in Kenosha getting that tattoo, in general?
May 7th.
Okay. And so on May 19th, about what time do you hear from someone approximately causing you concern?
I'd say mid-afternoon.
Okay. And if you recall, who did you hear from that caused you concern?
I was scrolling Facebook and I seen Michael Campbell post the post. If anyone's seen or heard of him from, we call him Junior, get a hold of me or get a hold of police, Kenosha Police Department.
So if you refer to someone as Junior during this testimony, you're speaking about Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
So when you saw that Facebook post, what did you do next?
Oh God,
text
I got a
Mike.
red circle. I hope
Right,
I don't
called him one or
disconnect.
two.
Okay.
I was like, what's going on? And basically, from what I remember, he told me that, he was just
I
having.
don't object that the answer is calling for hearsay.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me what he said specifically. Just tell me
No dark
what you
frames
did
yet.
next.
Say a prayer.
I finished getting my tattoo
Xfinity, you
done
have one
myself.
job.
And you already knew where Mike lived?
Yes.
So when you, did you go right there as best you remember?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to Mike's house, that's Michael Campbell?
Yes.
And how do you know Michael Campbell?
Since elementary school.
And do you know him to have some relationship with Rosalio Gutierrez back in May of 2020?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge of them, who were they to each other?
No, friends first, but they were working together.
Okay. And so when you arrived at Michael Campbell's home, about what time, again, I'm not asking you exactly, but about what time would you expect it was?
Around 4:30 in the afternoon, maybe.
Okay. And who was at Michael Campbell's home when you got there that you remember?
It was Michael Campbell and Erica Saylor.
Now, this was a couple years ago, right? And was it sort of shocking? The circumstances, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Judge.
Well, based upon what's already come in the objection.
And at the time you arrived there, what was happening there at Michael Campbell's home?
I walked in, I asked Michael what was going on, and then what I recall next was Erica stating I have his address.
Objection, hearsay.
And Judge, I'm going to indicate that it is for purposes of what happens next. Ms. Erica Saylor is going to testify in this case, and this is not specifically for the truth of it. It's so that the jury can follow with a coherent narrative about why people did what when.
And I'm hostile to that explanation because it holds a lot of hearsay in with it, and so the objection is sustained.
After you heard information, whatever that information, so I'm not asking what was said to you, but after you heard individuals talk about information, what was the next thing that happened?
We looked at each other, got up and left.
Who's we?
Michael Campbell.
Okay. And when you said got up and left, where did the two of you go next? Was it to a vehicle or walking somewhere? Where'd you go?
We walked to Michael's mother's car.
Okay. Who drove?
Mike.
And where did you believe you were headed at that moment?
To the address. Good question.
Okay. And who did you believe was the address that you were going to, in terms of what role in the world was this person? Why did you believe you were headed out in a car at that moment?
To be honest, I just went.
Okay. Did you go because you believed that that you would be accomplishing something in particular?
Objection leading.
No.
Not at all. Did you go because you believed you would be that you might be accomplishing something in particular?
Possibly more is doing as what we all would do for each other.
What were you hoping to accomplish?
Maybe get some answers, or maybe even see Junior. I don't know.
Okay. And so, other than yourself, who else was in the car?
Just me and Mike.
And about what time, approximately, again, not knowing exact, when did you head out?
4, 5.
Okay. Did you go straight to whatever location you went to?
Yes.
When you got to that address, had there been any change in who the driver was?
No.
So where did Michael park in relation to arriving at this location?
In the gravel driveway.
Okay. And when Michael parked in the gravel driveway, describe what you remember as the vantage point from the road. So if you turn in, what did you see ahead of you?
The house on the right, and then further back was, I seen like dumpsters and like a big green industrial dumpster.
Okay. So in the context of the driveway,
Does that judge sound like he's
any distance into the driveway? I don't need an exact estimate. But,
yes.
Okay. And when the vehicle came to a stop, was that because something was blocking it, or because Michael simply stopped it?
Objection leading. He's been doing this consistently, giving the.
Well, no, you don't have, no,
choice.
you made your objection, and the objection is overruled.
You can answer. Go ahead.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Was there something that caused Michael Campbell to come to a stop? In other words, an impediment, a block, or did he simply come to a stop without an impediment?
He stopped on his own.
And when Michael stopped, what, if anything, could you observe occurring towards the house?
Nothing.
Okay. So what happened next? What did you do, and what did Michael do?
We got out and we approached the front of the house, but it was kind of hard to get to. So my recollection was like a lot of bushes and the grass was kind of high. I believe there was no staircase.
Okay, so when you approached the house, did you observe at some point some vehicles located on the property?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so at the point you're at now, where are you located in relation to the house? Are you right up near the house at this point?
Yes.
Okay, then what happens?
We go to our left and back onto the gravel driveway.
Pause. La Kong Express, who, if you're not subscribed and watching his videos, you are missing out. Reminded me okay, so when I say these things, it's either from the Wrongful Masterpiece podcast or La Kong Express's 4 masterful videos. But it's my understanding that this guy, along with Michael, went over to Zach's house. The police were at Zach's house, had a barricade set up, and waved this guy and Michael through the barricade. If I have that incorrect, please correct me. Again, I'm not even going to ask a hypothetical question, but I'm just saying, shouldn't the fact that 2 people associated with the victim, the police were so not paying attention, let's just say, that they let 2 people very in close association with the victim into the property that was supposed to be secured? That's correct from what we know. Good God. Isn't that another... It's another tick mark, if you will, in The police allegedly thought Mike and Brandon were undercover. Shouldn't they have maybe asked for some kind of credentials if they didn't recognize their faces? I mean...
Okay.
And then we proceeded to walk forward into the back.
Okay, and is that sort of around the house slightly?
Yeah.
And... okay, I messed around with some stuff, and now some things are too tiny. Law Kong Express also said, couldn't be before 5. Eileen Knoll, didn't give Zach's name until after 6. So this guy perjured himself, or did he misrecall? And also, so I understand I'm not 100% on this, and Kayla might have more answers, or Josie. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure it's written down in my soggy notebook that I had a little too close to the dishes I was washing. God. And I'm trying to figure out a clever way to share with you the transcript of this testimony. It's 62 pages. Is that something I could put in Discord maybe so you can follow along or make notes? I wouldn't suggest that you print out 62 pages, but I think I fixed all the spelling errors.
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
As we approached, we saw somebody with their back to us, is wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt.
Okay, stop for a second. And could you see vehicles at this point?
Yes.
Up until now, could you see vehicles?
No.
And was the individual you saw between you and the vehicles, or was he on, or were you closer to the vehicles? How were you and he related to the vehicles?
He was directly in front of us.
Like between you and the vehicle?
No, the vehicles were off to my right.
Okay. And when you first saw this individual, were they indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
And what happened next?
I believe Mike asked him, like, are you...
Objection, hearsay.
It doesn't seem to be an assertion. Objections overruled.
Go ahead.
I believe he turned around because he heard us. And
Well,
Mike,
let me think.
Let me think.
It is an assertion.
It was a statement.
Insert
Another witness. It was a
sarcastic
statement of
remark.
Another individual out-of-court statement.
It's a, no, it's not, it actually isn't an assertion, which to me is a claim that some fact exists. This instead is repeating a question which was asked, which is not an assertion. So the objection is overruled.
So again, what do you believe Michael said? What were the first words out of Michael's mouth that you recall?
are you Zach or Zachariah?
Okay. And did the individual answer?
Yes.
Okay. Is the person who you came in contact with that day, is that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, could you indicate where the person you came in contact with on May 19th is located, and say what they're wearing today?
He's to my right. He's wearing, looks like a green tie, light blue shirt, and a dark blue jacket.
I'd ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
He's indicating the accused.
When the defendant was asked if he was Zach or Zachariah, what did the defendant answer, if anything?
He said, no, that's my brother.
And then what did either you or Michael say next in relation to the defendant?
The objection potentially calls for hearsay.
Well, what
Oh my God.
because
Said, what did
well,
you
it-
or Michael say?
what the witness said, he's has personal knowledge,
True.
so it's not hearsay.
No, but the question was.
He asked, what did
one of
you or,
Right.
so it's half hearsay.
Oh, good. The red
But
light
I'm
went
not
off.
even sure it's that.
We're back
We
in
didn't get to it
business.
yet, but
Blue.
Depending on,
No drop
the
frames.
question needs to be, what did you say? And if the question is, what did Michael say? Well, that's hearsay.
Judge, two individuals.
No. Why argue? Ask him if either he or Michael said anything.
Did either you or Michael say anything?
Yes.
So he just gave
What was said next?
the Dingleberry
Objection, same
Well,
objection,
now
the question, like
ask
the way to
which
phrase
one
it.
said something.
Okay,
Did you
pause.
say anything at this?
Don't normal judges object, or like when they object, sustain the objection and ask the asking Dingleberry attorney prosecutor here to rephrase it until he gets it right? Question
time?
mark.
No.
What did Michael say, Ben, at that time?
All right.
That's hearsay.
Well, I don't know yet.
Good effing.
it-
Oh, wait.
I have a-
Oh man, where's the soap? So he just said the judge. Well, here. Didn't he just say? No, I can't find. I lost my spot. Didn't he just say, "Well, we don't know yet," meaning, let's just let the question fly in front of the jurors, and then decipher again. The few trials I've covered or watched since this Crime Spies journey began sure seems to me like they have the jurors leave and then they proceed with their questions outside the presence of the jury until the Dingleberry prosecutor here can get the question right. He literally just asked for hearsay. Had to reheat some leftovers. I went grocery shopping today and I forgot sweet and sour sauce for my egg rolls. So I'm making some and I think I might have burnt it because I forgot about it. So I might be eating leftovers too. Although I have this delicious trail mix I'm munching on and I'm trying to make sure that I am muted. It's from Fleet Farm here in Minnesota. M&M's, yogurt covered raisins, regular raisins. So hopefully I'll remember to mute. All right. There, thank you for listening to me rant. I might... Oh, my favorite casserole. All right, well, this would be a good time to tell you that my favorite casserole ever is... I forget, I don't even know what it's called. But what you do is you make taco meat. So you ground the beef with your onions and what have you, and seasonings. Well, you ground it first, then you drain it, then you add your seasonings, simmer a little bit more, and then you put that at the bottom of a casserole dish. Next, you drain a can of corn, or I just use the canned stuff. But I mean, you could use like the frozen stuff too, but then you have to cook it. Canned stuff seems to work good, as long as it's a brand that doesn't have, that's done a good job of like not husking it. When you, never mind. All right, but you gotta drain all the liquid out. Okay, that goes next. Next is a can of nacho cheese soup, not cheddar cheese soup, nacho cheese soup. Campbell's is the only brand I actually know that I think makes it. I made the mistake of accidentally getting cheddar cheese soup once years ago, so not the same. So then you open up a can of that. You do not dilute it. You take that, you take it right out of the can. You know how it's kind of like gooey? Right out of the can, and with like a back of a big spoon, you level it off on top of the corn. Then you're supposed to put tater tots on it. Now, I'm not a big giant tater tot fan because I like the crispy crowns, which are like a tater tot that's gotten squished a little bit so that they look like little coins of tater tots. But I like my tater tots crunchy, but not too crunchy. So usually what I do is I have those going, started. And then the casserole, because the meat is still pretty, you've just cooked it. So then, I either stick it in the microwave while the tater tots are going, or stick it in the oven, depending on whatever. And then, so it's basically taco hot dish. And then you serve it with sour cream and salsa and, shredded, lettuce if you wanted. It's so good. I have no idea what it's called. I got the recipe probably before the kids were ever born, and I make it all the time. You put Doritos in yours. Oh, that would be good too. The key, though, in my opinion, is that nacho cheese soup. It's so good. So there. Now another one of my secrets is revealed. Okay. Rotel and Doritos in mine, but rest is the same. I've never thought about putting Rotel. Those are like those diced tomatoes with the chilies. I think I got those today with the green chilies in them. I'm not much of a spice person, but I do like that in my chili. I should maybe add some type of delicious tomato thing. Taco pie and cheeseburger pie. Oh my God. Okay, one more thing and then we'll get back. When my kids were little, I mean, they still love it, but I haven't made it in a long time because, now they have like their own jobs and their own money and, very slender figures. So they like to, go out to eat a lot. But I used to make, I want to say it was, I know what it is. Those those biscuits that come in the roll in the refrigerator and you got to peel the wrapper off and stick a spoon and they go poof. Those buttermilk biscuit things. So you take those and you cut them in half and then you take a muffin pan, spray it with, non-stick spray, preferably not canola because apparently canola is one molecule off from plastic. So keep that in mind. Spray that and then you I don't remember now. I think so then you put the halved fluffy buttermilk biscuit from the can that pops open. I think it's half in the muffin pan and I think you poke the bottom with the fork so it doesn't bubble for just a short period of time. Meanwhile, then meanwhile you have to brown the ground beef, add your onions, drain, and then once it's drained and back in the pan, you add ketchup, mustard, I forget. So it's like a cheeseburger. So it's I'll have to find the recipe. And then you fill the little muffin cups that are halfway baked with the ground beef, top it with cheese, and they're like little muffin cheeseburger things. Midwest Mom's Casserole team. Oh my God. And oh my God, I love recipes. Some of the churches in northern Minnesota, I think my ex-husband's church has his great grandma's fudge recipe in it. No, they're called brownies. And the first time I made them, when we got married, the first time I made them, they came out of the oven and I made it exactly according to the recipe. And the brownies were a half an inch. And then once you put the frosting on, the frosting was half an inch. So they're an inch, half of which is frosting and half of which is brownie. And I thought, oh my God, what have I done wrong? So then I made it again. Same thing happened. And then he came home And I said, well, I attempted to make your great-great-grandma's brownies, and look at what happened. And he goes, oh, takes a bite, and he goes, oh my God, these are perfect. I'm like, what? That's a funny story. I might actually have that recipe book somewhere. People, we could do a recipe book and sell it on the interwebs, all proceeds going to Zachariah Anderson's fund. You know, they do that on Etsy all the time with like crochet patterns. Like they pay like whatever, however much money to download the PDF of the recipe book. Let that simmer. Get it simmer. Let that marinate, if you will, in your brains. But some of the best cookbooks, I don't have a lot. I know the best one is that one with his great grandma's brownie mix in it, because that was like, old recipes passed down for centuries. Yeah. Okay. Remind me. Honest to God, there's so many patterns that I like have been looking for about crochet, and you get like 3/4 of the way through down the article that gives these stories that seem to last forever. It's like, just give me this stupid ass pattern already. And then you get all the way to the bottom and they're like, click here. And then you go over and it's a link to Etsy. And then you pay, I mean, it's not very much to download the pattern for the crochet. You could do that for a recipe book, couldn't you? Okay, back to this.
An overwhelming suspicion that it's non-hearsay?
Well, the last time we thought that, a few minutes ago, the answer was, oh, are you Zach? Was the question.
Oh my
That
God.
is clearly offered for the truth of the matter. So it's an out-of-court statement.
No, we're not going to agree, and I'm not going to rehash it.
Okay.
I'm actually going to chance it and take the answer.
Chance it and take the answer. Oh, that sounds
You don't
legal.
need argument from me then? Is
No.
that okay? So what did Michael say next?
Actually, Zach said something before Mike said something.
What did the defendant say next?
He said, what do you want with my brother?
Okay, then what was the response that was made by, well, let me just ask, did you do the talking in terms of any discourse or discussion specifically with the defendant?
Me and Mike both did. We
Okay.
conversated with him.
Okay, so what was said next by the two of you?
After he said, no, that's my brother, what do you want with him? Mike said, well, our friend Junior's missing.
Same objection, Judge. I don't know how this is not hearsay. I really struggle
Because
here.
I'll tell you what.
Because this witness is going to testify. But now they want to
I'll
double
tell
up
you
on
why
it.
it's not hearsay.
Okay.
It's because, first of all, he's on the stand, subject to cross, and he is testifying to what he heard with his own ears. To the extent he's repeating what the other gentleman said, I don't see it as being, it is not being offered to prove the truth of the matter which is asserted.
Well, perhaps you could get an offer of proof of what it is offered for, because
No, because we're going to move along.
okay.
The objection's overruled.
Can there just be a standing objection in this?
No, there can't.
Okay, thank you. I tried.
Well, no, you did,
yeah.
but in 1978, the revisers of the evidence code says, no,
Here's a
Can't
little
have standing
legal
objection.
history
What year was that?
lesson. I wonder if he
78.
remembers
Okay,
it.
thank you.
I was,
Next, we'll hear
Well,
about
All
corn
right,
pop.
Mr. Hendrickson, again, after the two of you were asked, what do you want with him? What was said?
Mike asked him, we want to talk to her, like, we just want to know because our friend Junior's stuff happened at his apartment, and Mike said to him, I know that, your brother and your brother's ex and Junior were dating or seeing each other, and after that, I really don't recall what Mike was saying to him. I don't remember if he said anything back, but Mike basically explained to him why we're there, because we know that your brother and our friend had problems.
Okay, so do you remember the defendant reacting to hearing the news that our friend Junior is missing? And we know that your ex and Junior were seeing each other, dating, something like that?
Yes.
Okay, so having heard those two pieces of information, what, if anything, did the defendant do in reaction?
He said he can call his brother and ask him.
Then what happened?
He started kind of making his way to the house, which was to his left.
Okay, then what happened?
He got into the house, and me and Mike walked back to where we parked.
He, meaning the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and when he went in the house, and you and Mike walked back to the vehicle, how did you go back to the vehicle? What route did you take?
But we took the same route we took going up to the driveway.
All right. How many vehicles were in the driveway, if you remember, that were not the vehicle you guys came in?
2.
Okay. And if you remember, what were the vehicles? Only if you remember.
It was a black car and a dark colored minivan.
Okay. And did you at any time approach either of those two vehicles?
No.
What's the closest that you got to those two vehicles in your estimates?
200 feet.
Okay. And then, and what about Michael? Did he ever approach either of those two vehicles?
No.
And was Michael ever out of your sight during the entire time you were at the property that you've described?
No.
After you got back to your vehicles, at your vehicle, obviously I mean Michael's mom's vehicle, what happened next?
We kind of leaned on the hood of the car, I guess expecting him to maybe say, hey, my brother's how we just walked back and sat on the car and basically just waited to hear some news.
What's the next thing that happened?
We heard his voice, and
His meaning the defendant?
the defendant. We
Okay.
heard the defendant's voice. Mike spotted him through, I think, a screen door window from inside the residence.
Then what happened?
He asked, what do you guys want with my brother? Or like started having like an aggressive tone.
Then what happened?
Mike was like, we're just here to figure out what's going on with our friend. It's cool. Have a good day.
And then what happened next?
We turned around, got in the vehicle, and backed out and left.
Okay, who drove, if you remember?
Mike.
Then at some point, were law enforcement contacted by Michael and yourself?
By Michael. Yes.
Okay. And were you, I don't want to know the details, but were you present when that occurred?
Yes.
I was trying to figure out a way to put this transcript up on the screen, and I failed. So, still trying to think how I can do that.
I have no further questions.
Well, that didn't last very long.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henderson.
All right, sit back, buckle
I
up.
want to walk through a little bit what occurred on May 19th, 2020. When you arrived, you said you walked to kind of behind the residence,
After we went to the front, yes.
and you saw two vehicles. You said a dark colored.
Yeah, so when I see people walking in my backyard, usually it's the homeowners association people with their inspections. But on occasion, there have been people, surveying for gutter estimates or what have you. anytime I see anybody in the backyard that is not on a lawnmower, I say, "Hi, what are you doing? May I ask what you are doing?" And, you don't go bring them, crumpets and tea while they're outside. The fact that he was defensive when two strange men show up on his property, does that surprise any of us?
Van in a black car.
Yes.
Did you see anyone in the van?
No.
Did you see anyone cutting out a carpet in the van?
No.
Huh.
Did you see anyone burning any items?
No.
Huh.
You said you saw Mr. Anderson
At the time, I didn't know it was him, but yes.
and you saw what he was wearing.
Yes.
You said it was blue jeans, white shirt.
Yes.
Did he look
Did
like he'd
anything
been in
about
a
his
struggle?
appearance seem odd to you?
No.
Bruises? Maybe limping?
Now, you said that you were there to just have a conversation
Moving
with
slowly?
Mr. Anderson.
Like, what do you mean?
You'd agree that it was more confrontational than conversational.
No.
No. Were you there to sell cookies?
Objection, that's
Obviously
argumentative.
not.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Objection,
Okay,
argumentative.
that was kind of funny.
Well, in the lesser sense, yes.
Were you there to speak to Mr. Anderson about nothing important?
Same objection, it's argumentative.
You know,
Two
I
can
think
play
the
that
jury's
game,
been very
Mr.
patient with
Dingleberry.
us. I think we need to move this along and not ask questions that don't go directly to what's being sought after.
Sure, Judge, but when the witness
Do
says
what I said.
Do as I said.
you were there on serious
Oh,
matters,
God.
according to you, right?
Yeah.
And you had never met Mr. Anderson before.
No.
And this was not your property, right?
No.
This was private property.
Yeah.
If you have a home, Mr. Hendrickson,
I do.
if two random people showed up to your home and were asking some pretty serious questions, would you feel that it was a friendly encounter?
Objection, again, it's argumentative, Judge.
No, it's not.
This is argument.
You understand
He
you're under
sustained
oath?
that, really.
I do.
That's not a proper question.
Doesn't it go to a witness or defendant's state of mind,
When you went to Mr.
maybe?
Anderson's home on May 19th, 2020, did you have a firearm with you?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
When you
why do I not believe
left
that?
Mr. Anderson's home, did you get pulled over by law enforcement?
No, we did not.
Did you have any sort of contact with law enforcement when you left Mr. Anderson's home?
At the time, no.
After this had occurred, had anyone from the district attorney's office talked to you?
It was a while afterward, I believe. First,
Who spoke to you?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't recall. Is what Detective John
And you
told us
said
we should
Mike
say.
had called 911
No, he called the Mequon Police Department
directly.
directly.
Oh, I gotta write that down. The sun was going down or down when they arrived. Oh, so that adds to it. The sun was going down and
When you were there,
You've got
you had
to-
testified that you didn't see anyone burning anything. Did you observe a fire?
No.
Nothing further.
Is
Okay.
the time period that you got there, can you
I'm gonna pause this gas bag. This was another thing Detective John put in the chat the other day, that it takes 1,500 degrees to burn a human. And I forget how long at that super high temperature it takes. And it has to be that high in order for the bones and teeth, I think is what he said, to, disintegrate. And yet this guy shows up and there's no evidence that a fire had been lit and burned for a while. I mean, you'd think something that hot would still be smoldering.
estimate what time of day you got there?
Oh, sun was
No,
going
it
down.
was Getting dark though, so whatever
getting
time
dark,
it was
huh?
during that period, I don't know.
So May 19th, at whatever time period it starts to get dark on May 19th.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing else.
Any question?
Okay,
To that point, it was
that just adds to the whole creep factor that you've got two men showing up on your property asking weird questions at dusk. And also when he was asked if he had a fire nug arm. Oh, see, that didn't really make sense, did it? Well, you know what I mean. Packing heat, if you will. Do you notice how he set up and said, absolutely not? I don't know, that body language is here on the interesting
was
list.
dark. Was it raining?
No.
On the 19th of May, is your question?
Is
When
it
he
your
was
turn,
there,
sir?
Was it raining?
At the defendant's house?
Correct.
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't raining.
Nothing further.
You may step down, sir.
Just watch, he's going to give Gravely a
Time for
high
break,
five.
Judge, so that we can break up our witnesses rather than start one. And
All right, 10 to 15 minutes.
Check his
Please don't
Facebook page.
Talk about the case, read, watch, or listen on the count of the five.
All right, let's watch this man stand up and get cuffed again. Doesn't that just make you want to cry? I am reserving judgment, but at this point,
Nurse told one of the bailiffs that she thought that the officer who was here, the evidence man, say his name? Giovannini.
oh, Judge couldn't even
She
remember the
thinks
name
he
of the
might
guy.
be related to her husband, but not closely. And I think, did she say she hadn't even ever met him? I think that was part of the conversation.
so she's aware of a relative she's perhaps never met.
Oh, lots of people have those, and some I wish I hadn't. But
Judge made it funny
And in
again.
fact, the Thomas case that was just affirmed by the Supreme Court a week and a half ago was involved a juror who said she thought she might be related to one of the witnesses,
Where are you getting at, sir?
but she wasn't sure, and I kept her on the jury, and the Supreme Court said, don't worry. But you're aware now, and if you want to question the jury, you're welcome to do so.
We do not wish to.
Of course not.
Is this all the information we know?
Well, do you know that juror's name? Could you identify?
His fire didn't even
understand
burn
it.
a pair of underwear.
She
Exactly.
thinks
So how
that
did...
he's related to her husband in some distant fashion or semi-distant fashion?
That she thinks she.
She said that
Okay. Was there any discussion about like how close her husband was to him?
Well, if she's never met the guy, how would she know? Is their last name the same?
Well, it is
Don't you think they'd check the last name of the jurors
something we need to do
against the witness list?
At this hour, but I think before the day is done, we need to address it if you want to take it.
Yeah,
any
remember
further.
the egg
All right,
lady?
Let me know.
We'll discuss it. Thanks.
Okay, so for those of you, please do not turn the channel. For those of you that watched the Murdaugh trial, the woman, what was her role? She was like the clerk or something, and she was also in charge of like managing. Her name is Rebecca Hill. She released a book that came out a few months ago, which prompted Poot and Jim Griffin. Trust me, I'm no fan of either of those two people for reasons we are not mentioning. But they had a press conference right after that book came out. And so I get one audio book per month with Audible membership. And obviously I can't put those here. So I got the audiobook for that. It's on my Rumble channel. And that was this summer, so it was before I started streaming on Kick. It's called like Behind the Doors of Justice, the Murdaugh trial. Rebecca Hill reads the book. And let me just say, not well. It's not very long. I think we got through it in like 4 hours. If you haven't listened to it or read it and would like to, I strongly encourage you to, because it's really kind of shocking. And remember the egg lady that was in like right before they were gonna deliberate, there was a lady that brought all the eggs. This wasn't in the book. I don't know where I heard that, so let me just say I heard it somewhere, not in Becky Hill's book. Supposedly she was kicked off the jury because her husband allegedly had gotten drunk and posted something in Facebook that said his wife was on the jury or something along those lines. Turns out that was fabricated. That story was fabricated.
Okay. Anything else?
I do need to get a couple of exhibits marked. I'm fine grabbing the stickers, but I know that Paul is keeping the stickers.
I was a latchkey kid. I don't talk to anyone at my door unless they're on fire. My God. I used to use that phrase. I'm busy unless you're on fire.
I believe I know had 0.
Can you wait? Okay. He's the one who said he was just there to talk. Yeah, and he brings his buddy. Yeah, I'm sorry. Of course he did. He's a horrible judge. Check his Facebook page. So this last guy's Facebook page, I gotta make a note. Check his Facebook page. Copy. I figured if I copy and paste your chat on occasion, I catch it all. It only goes back so far.
Oh, did you find it? Oh, and it's still intact. Usually they tear apart.
Oh, look at how giddy he is. I'm sorry. Should I insert the soap yet?
Oh, sorry about that. Yep.
Oh no. Oh no. Undo. Undo. Edit. Undo. Someone's going, okay, so someone's going down. I guarantee you, one of them was packing heat.
My guess.
Maybe he didn't perjure himself.
The state has on multiple occasions introduced evidence through testimony about Mr. Gutierrez being a loving father, a loving son, someone who's concerned about, being there for his kids, painting this picture of his character.
A man who had a part-time job at a funeral home.
The defense believes that opens the door and allows us to introduce evidence contrary to that assertion that's been made by the state. Miss Knoll was a victim of abuse of Mr. Gutierrez, and I would plan on asking if whether she was aware of Mr. Gutierrez ever being violent towards women he was
I remember
dating.
that. Okay, sorry.
Now, I have to say, I think I made a little, instruction to the jury that I wasn't going to let the district attorney go too far into Mr. Gutierrez because
June, the day is on the should be on the top of your screen. How long he's been in prison? Unless I took it. Oh,
treat
oops,
the
I took it
taking
down.
of human life the same
Sorry.
regardless
When I
of
moved my
the
windows,
character
it disappeared.
of the victim. Or at least that's what we tried to do.
There, it's back.
And the district
And
attorney
since my
did
plan didn't work,
go on a little
I'm
bit.
going to go
and
back to the way it was.
Ms. Karaskevich made the, sorry.
For Zarek, Judge.
Oh my God, what is that?
Just like-
What is this?
Made the totally unsupported assertion that a single mother is more devoted to her.
Does this guy look stable to you? Does this look like the stable judge? Oops. I think it's this one. Oh no, that thing is in the way. Does this look like a judge that has all of his, marbles in the right spot? Watch him.
The Ms. Karaskevich made the, sorry.
For Zarek, Judge.
Seriously.
Just like
Yes, made the totally unsupported assertion that a single mother is more devoted to her children than others. And I think, what are you talking about? There's no data on that. But so there were some things said that really don't bear on this case at all. I'm not saying they're not as loving with their children, but a lot of women and men have very intense love for their children, regardless of whether they're married or unmarried. So, but that was just in a series of statements that you made and evidence that was produced about Mr. Gutierrez. But it was at that point that I spoke to the jury and told them that I was going to limit that evidence because it was totally irrelevant whether this man was a man with 27 prior convictions.
Yes, I'm an accountant. I count beans.
Was
And
the
data analytics,
lived his life
predominantly
like
in
Mother
the
Teresa
finance world.
is totally irrelevant to whether the state demands that anyone responsible for his death be brought to justice. So I don't see why we're going to add anything to show that he was a bad person either.
So another point of this is that the defense anticipates on inquiring in line with law enforcement not investigating other potential leads. The fact that law enforcement knew or should have known of Mr. Gutierrez's past conduct with several of his romantic partners, that being this violent history, and that they did not investigate any women that were potentially involved to question them about a possible altercation. And so I guess the inquiry from the defense would be then, if the court doesn't want us to ask this particular witness who would have the foundationary knowledge to establish that, I'm comfortable then just asking the state, the detective at a later time, but what I don't want then is an objection for lack of foundation.
Well, if it's extrinsic evidence, that's the key factor It is distracting the jury from what they're here to determine. It also places the district attorney in the position of being the only means by which Mr. Gutierrez's reputation could be.
Stray says there's a movie called Nothing But Trouble. Dan Aykroyd plays a judge. I think I've seen that. You know, I met Dan Aykroyd. When I was in college, I worked downtown at a bar, and he came in. He was filming a movie, and, you know, I don't know. I guess I don't have a problem making a fool out of myself. So I tapped him on the shoulder, and he turned around, and I just said, "Hey, Dan, do you know where I can get one of those super Basomatics?" Let's just say he liked me. He liked me so much he wanted me to go back and smoke a J with him at the Whitney, but I had school. Anyway, he thought that was funny. He's a super nice guy.
Defended, and the district attorney may have been the prosecutor in those instances. I don't think that has a sufficient probative value to
No, I did not go back. I had school in the morning.
If I could, Judge,
Hold on, let me respond.
Let's just say Dan thought I was lying, and the Whitney is a super fancy hotel. And then my friend's like, no, she really does. She goes to school. So there you have it. Remind me sometime to tell you about my Dennis Rodman story. It did not go well for Mr. Rodman.
Before we get the double trouble here.
I'm comfortable with that. What I've already said. Comfortable.
I don't think the names are
I am
needed.
comfortable with what I have already said.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I was just commenting that I don't think the names from the
You don't need to
state
comment.
are
You don't need to
necessary.
comment. If you have a comment, if there's an outcome that you feel is unacceptable, you can comment then to the Court of Appeal.
Oh, shorter as a
So
Taurus,
the
which
court's
is
made a ruling and
another
we should
earth
bring it
forward.
sign.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you.
We have to get the jury here first.
Well, I know.
I didn't hear what the comment was.
I'm willing to repeat it.
Okay, say it with me.
If the court wishes.
Gravely
Okay.
is a super smart or
Okay.
a stupid smart person, the most dangerous of all the people walking amongst us. Bruce is nasty to Nicole. This next witness, look at this man. 1,318 days. This man has been sitting,
Come on.
tortured, subjected to, well, if you read the one of the chapters of the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. book, also available on my Rumble channel, I make like 2 cents per video I put over there. Might as well listen to them. You know, some of these tactics that they're using on people like this man here
Please consult your directory and call again.
is meant for war, isn't it? Like for, you know, war prisoners, not members of our society before they've even been found guilty. Feelhammer Media. Oops. I forgot to put your thing up. Your credentials are listed below, sir. Number 1. Where did I put your thing? It's, how can it be hiding? It's all the way at the top. Is it back here? Nope. Where is it?
Can you just hold a second?
Oh, this lady. Hold on. Feelhammer, I don't know where I put it now. I'll have to find it. This is the lady that's in Law King Kong's video. This lady. Null. Eileen Null. Sorry if I'm shouting. Okay. Okay. Now, where did I put you? They're waiting for the jury to come back in. Hammer. I don't know where I put your thing. I'll find it. Okay, and see, I gotta figure out where I can put my. I gotta figure out how to add my keyboard shortcuts. There's a way to do it. There's a whole humongous page with all kinds of varieties.
That'll be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
all right, I'm going to be quiet.
Please be seated.
And I have to go stir my sweet and sour sauce.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name, please?
Eileen Knoll, Ailennoll.
And are you currently employed?
Yes,
And what do you do for work in general?
I work in the pharmaceutical industry.
And where do you currently reside city-wise?
In Racine.
Do you know someone by the name of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And back in May of 2020, how often would you estimate you saw Mr. Gutierrez Jr. on a weekly basis?
A couple times a week.
And what was, at that point in time, your relationship with Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
He was a friend and then also working for me.
And when you say working for you, what was he doing for you?
He was a contractor, so helping fix some of my units.
Do you flip properties or do something of that nature?
I have rentals, and I did flip at that time, did flip houses.
And Rosalio would assist with that?
Yes.
And was that a consistent thing he would do with you multiple times a week?
Yes.
And approximately how long had he been working for you in this role as a contractor for flipping properties?
It had been a few years.
And for your jobs, did you know him to be punctual?
For me, yes.
Now, you also indicated you and Mr. Gutierrez were friends at that point?
Yes.
And saw him on a very regular basis?
Yes.
If you were going to estimate for us, as someone who knew him, what would you estimate his height and his weight to be at the time of May of 2020?
Maybe 6'1", 220.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to April of 2020.
Does it seem like
Do you
Rosalio
recall
is
Mr.
getting
Gutierrez,
smaller?
Ever coming to you as a friend regarding a relationship he was in?
Yes.
And what was the name of the person he was in a relationship with, if you know?
Sadie.
And when he came to talk to you, do you recall when this was?
When he was in the relationship?
When you had this conversation with him regarding Sadie?
Yeah, the first time it was a Saturday.
And in what month, if you recall?
I believe it was April.
And what was the nature of the conversation he was having with you regarding his new relationship with this Sadie?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, it ultimately is going to be not for the truth of the matter asserted, but it leads to a name she's able to provide later on to Michael Campbell.
I tell you, I don't know how this Zachariah and his family sat there without having outbursts. I'd have been thrown in jail.
It's a conversation that allows her to know how she gets the info.
Oh, shut up, you stupid idiot.
What information did Mr. Gutierrez tell you about this relationship in context with this case?
That he...
No.
Oh my God,
That
June,
last
you
part.
will love
That-
his 4 videos. If you've been watching
What
Wrongful,
information did he tell you
He's like-
in regards to Sadie the Saturday you spoke
as
to him in April?
masterful.
Again, the same objection is clearly for the matter asserted.
Sorry, I don't mean to.
I don't know that it's clear as you suspect.
Well,
You
if,
have the advantage that you have all the discovery in that, so I don't have that, but to me, it's not so clear.
Well, if it's not,
It is non-testimonial, so it can be approached a little more,
either way, how is it relevant?
I don't know yet. It actually, that may be the weakest feature of it, but you can answer.
What was the nature of your conversation with Mr. Gutierrez that April Saturday?
He had let me know that he was in a relationship with Sadie, and he had spent the night with her that evening before he came to my house. He had talked about an altercation or something that had happened where someone had broken into his truck or got into his truck. And
Judge, again, this is.
I'm gonna,
can we briefly let the court know where it leads?
it's time. Give us a minute. Well, go ahead.
Okay. So the relevance.
Could we do this outside the presence of the witness? Because otherwise he's just coaching her.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that. Go ahead.
So this witness hears from the individual from Rosalio Gutierrez that someone Sadie's ex-boyfriend has broken into his truck and been monitoring him and been filming him. So he hears those things. So when Miss Knoll, who is the original person who begins to alert the friend group, hey, where is Rosalio? When she does that, and when she provides the both law enforcement and when she provides Michael Campbell and his associates the name of the person, she is providing a name of a person because she has heard who Sadie is. She's had recent information about this incident, and so that's why this name comes up. That's why these people go visit. It explains exactly why all these people do these things. So it is the centerpiece of why Eileen Knoll is not picking a random person in this situation. So remember, the defense in this case is that you should have focused on X, Y, and Z persons. Well, there's a reason why law enforcement and people close to Rosalio Gutierrez, et cetera, continue to focus.
That would have been true. In fact, it was true in the case of the state against Jensen, the letter from the grave.
Oh, is Salvador
this is
around?
very close, really, to
That's
that.
his favorite.
And
Jensen.
This is not testimony. That
was a testimonial statement. I agree with you.
This is.
But we're working with hearsay here, even though the hearsay rule is in a steep decline. It's still the law.
Sure.
And
but it was found to be.
This is other than the testimonial aspect. This is I think remarkably similar to the letter from the grave in the Jensen case.
Well, he wasn't alleging that he was about to be killed.
Let me guess, the jury's still here, or did they let them go while I was stirring the sauce?
He is indicating. Well, you're going to hear that motive from Sadie, who's going to say she's an eyewitness to some of those things. You're going to hear it from.
Please tell me the
daughter,
jury
who's
is
gonna say,
gone.
I was a participant in some of those things. So you're going to hear direct witnesses who talk about experiencing that going through. But it doesn't help the jury understand why Michael Campbell and his associates know where to head.
Oops.
Remember, there's been an accusation these people have interfered with the investigation. Remember, there was an offer of proof made.
The jury is gone.
Well,
Okay, good.
The counter to that is that Eileen Knoll has heard a conversation from this individual, not meant to be told to law enforcement. You don't report this to Eileen Knoll to get the cops to intervene. You tell Eileen Knoll because she's a friend of yours, and when it's reported to Eileen Knoll, she simply stores that away until a moment where now he's missing, and so she has one particular person who she's going to look up and maybe provide information to others about.
So based on that, we get to get into everything this dead person says, or the supposedly dead person we don't even know. I mean, I agree about the Jensen analogy. It's just dead on point, and it's clearly testimonial. It's also, if we have Sadie and Olivia.
It's not testimonial.
Well, if we have all these other witnesses that are going to talk about all this other stuff to counter the defense's theory about law enforcement, then that makes this even less relevant.
Well, that's not true, because Sadie doesn't speak to Michael Campbell and those people. Eileen Knoll is in contact with those people. The daughter is not in contact with Michael Campbell, etc. The only person is Eileen Knoll in that regard. And so, they hear this information, and they are directed that direction partly because Eileen Knoll hears enough information, Sadie, ex-boyfriend of Sadie, to be able to put two and two together and direct them in a particular direction. And so, again, Judge, this is, right now what the jury is left with in the alternative is, well, how, unless these people are directly in on this, do they have a way to go and find this random guy? They've never spoken to Sadie. They don't know any of these people. And so how are they randomly going to find this guy on the planet?
I don't know, but that doesn't change the rules, and the fact that we're not allowed to. Now, I'm not.
Gravely is showing his
speaking
tell
of this
again.
particular testimony or this witness, but you.
Just a refresher. When Gravely behaves like this and goes on and on and on, he's likely giving us his tell that he knows this is one of the many holes in his case that, in my opinion, never should have gone to trial. But what do I know? I count beans.
You could get a lot of common gossip in with that kind of an explanation. Gee, the jury isn't going to understand this unless you let in this gossip. That's not the rule.
So,
don't forget, I have to tell you all about the New Year's Eve banana smash. My friend that lives in Japan, he always posts his smashed banana on New Year's Eve. They stick it out in the street and then they step on it. I don't know how it goes, but I will ask him if he can explain it. For luck in the new year, let's just say. So at least that's my understanding of it. But we should all get our bananas, and you could put, with a banana skin, you can take a little toothpick beforehand and write on it, and then it'll kind of brown in that area. And then at midnight, from what I remember, you go out in the street and step on it and smash it. It's called New Year's Eve banana smash thing at midnight. Okay, let's continue. I talked about it because somebody mentioned bananas in Baker's live stream this afternoon.
then by his theory, then I guess she directed Campbell and his friend to go over and threaten Zach. Is that somehow helpful to the state's theory? I don't get it. I don't understand the purpose or the relevance of this.
Did I purport that? Did I?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. But to me, it's.
Okay, look it. June says 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 4 equals 8. Correct. And Philhammer Media says, and the 8 is like hugs. Ask Jamie about how do the 62 pages crime Spies. Oh, the transcript. I was actually thinking of that. Okay, so I figured out a way to copy and paste the transcript. It does take a little tinkering because we know the closed captioning isn't always accurate, but it's better than nothing. And the way the economy is now, I'm not sure we can, afford to purchase it. Let's say an official copy. So, I was thinking as I was coming up here, I can. Okay, so I started a Discord page. Couldn't remember my login. Forget now how to use it. It's been a while. But what I could do, if this would be beneficial, is post it somewhere as a PDF or as a Word document, and then that way. But like with my PDFs, I just export them into like iBooks, and then you can highlight or whatever, because you're not going to want to print all the pages every day. They're like 60 some pages. All right, so there. Let me see if I can figure out.
It's the non-testimonial letter from the grave, and it's banned under the hearsay rules as they stand. The proposal.
Because I haven't been smart enough to figure out how I can also add that to the screen at the same time.
Have it and let them work with what it is. That's the proposal for the federal rules, but it's
I think there's
not
a way
in the
to add
federal rules yet, even though it's widely practiced. And
pause. I know there's a way to add documents to the screen. That's what we did with the Bryce Rhodes trial. There was like a kind of a rotating, floating text thing that I had, but because there's so many pages, like there'd be no way for me to do that. So I don't know. I'm still getting used to this OBS. If there's a way that I can add it and then just like use my little rodent clicker here to like roll up the thing. Okay. All right.
And it's not in our rules.
I do feel this court has, in practice, been fairly has thought about the hearsay rules and had. You and I have had personal discussions about hearsay on many records. I think this moment certainly feels familiar to you as it does to me, and I have often had an expression on my face similar to the one I have right now because of my thought process that the hearsay rule should be much stricter. And the court on those days has talked to me about how you have an expansive view of hearsay and believe that a jury.
Let's just flatter him. He might have before he fell down in a boom.
Every case is different, so I simply don't. I don't in any way mean that the court is changing its mind. And
is that something on your nose, Gravely? I think it's.
Would suggest.
I think it's a little brown.
At all. It's that in the Jensen case, I said the evidence couldn't come in, and your office appealed, and the Supreme Court reversed. So I had to try the case the whole time knowing that it was going to go down in flames, which it did, until the DA's office was finally compelled to keep out that part of the case. That was the letter from the grave, and now you are back with the same type of evidence, except it's non-testimonial.
Well, luckily we're under.
I get the feeling that whole thing was a thorn in the judge's side.
In terms of prior, Judge,
well, I think what you're saying, Judge, is that it's not going to come in, so we should move on.
He was talking, and the jury's sitting in.
Pause. Just. Oh, don't hate me. But remember we were talking about the recipe book? For those of you who are involved in the free Zach Anderson store, here are a few other recommended items. Beanie hats. I bought one from another channel. Window clings, the kind that you can stick in the back of your window. And bumper stickers. Inexpensive to produce. Inexpensive for people to buy equals profit. Okay,
in the back. And he's right. We have feuded over hearsay, and I think he has misunderstood what I've said on it, but he does understand that we don't agree. Ask the jury to come in, please.
So he can't get into this?
The objection will be sustained.
Thank you.
So she'll indicate.
And for those of you, this is our time to reflect on this man politely standing there. Today is day 1318 that he has been incarcerated. There is a link pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube. There's a link in the chat on Rumble. The link is also in the description box below and above his head right now. If you wouldn't mind helping contribute.
You may be seated.
To his legal defense fund
Ms.
for his
Knoll, moving
appeal.
forward to May 15th of 2020, do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Gutierrez regarding an upcoming scheduled install
I usually try to
at one of
sing
your
that
properties?
and not well.
Yes, was that Saturday?
May 15th, I believe, was a Friday.
Friday. Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 4-3. Put this up on the screen here.
Just so you're aware, Bielhammer Media is going into what we like to call
At the top here,
the Fraser Crane mode.
with the green messages here on the right side, would those be from Mr. Gutierrez to you?
Yes.
So he says to you downstairs.
Sorry, you have to answer out loud.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So he says to you on May 15th.
He just can't sit still and behave himself,
downstairs
can he?
tenant is scheduled for Monday for lights install. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you indicate back, great, what about the hall light?
Correct.
And he indicates back to you, I'll do it on Monday when I do the other ones.
Yes.
And you indicate back, okay?
Yes.
And May 15th would have been a Friday, so Monday would have been May 18th. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And so the plan here is he's going to be doing work on one of your properties that day.
Yes.
Was that work ever completed by Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Now, page 2 of this document is a message from you. From May 17th at 1:52 p.m. It reads, I don't think this setup works right. The water drains too slow and backs up, and the water is sitting in the disposer. Do you recall this conversation with him?
Yes.
And is this regarding something at your personal home?
Yes.
And does Mr. Gutierrez then respond with a couple of messages on May 17th all the way up till 2 p.m.?
Congratulations, June.
Yes.
After May 17th at 2 p.m., do you ever hear from Mr. Gutierrez again?
No.
Now, subsequent to him not showing...
Congratulations, June. June. Sorry if I'm not doing that correctly. Your name, pronouncing it. I always tell people it's better to have one of those things and not need it than need one and not have one. Also, when you went to your class, just wondering if this is like a Minnesota thing, but the blue hairs were better at practicing as most of us. I found that endearing. Also, I found a legible piece of paper from La Kong. No, I got La King Kong. La Kong regarding Eileen Null. She was abused by the victim. FYI, so the lady that's up here. And also, no connection was ever found between Zach and the victim. So the defendant and the victim, supposed alleged victim. I'm wondering if they're going to get into this with Eileen here about how she was abused. My guess is Dingleberry is going to object.
Coming up on May 18th to do the install at your properties, do you attempt to reach out to Mr. Gutierrez?
Several times.
And how do you attempt to do that?
Yep.
That Monday morning I had texted.
Pause. June, yes, this witness, Eileen Knoll, according to the friggin' awesome La Kong Express channel with his episode, this was on episode 4, according to my notes. I strongly suggest you subscribe, like, share all 4 of his videos. I started at number 4 because it's the newest and I went backwards. I'm pretty sure I didn't get to episode 1 yet, but I'm pretty sure it's probably equally good as all of the other. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. They're each about like an hour. He's got a really good sense of humor. There's a part in there where he says something, and then when he comes back up, he says something and he goes, "Nah, just kidding," or something along the lines of, "Nah, just kidding. Just want to make sure you're paying attention." He's got a really good sense of humor, too.
Texted him to see if he was getting over there, and the iMessage went through as a text message, which usually meant his phone was off. I got busy and didn't follow up until the next day. I texted him, and the same thing. The iMessage went through as a text. So I tried to call him, and it went straight to voicemail. So then I called Michael Campbell.
And was that unusual for Mr. Gutierrez's phone to go right to voicemail for 2 solid days?
For any day, yes.
So then you just indicated to us that you then reached out to Michael Campbell. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 244. This blue message from you to Mike Campbell. It says, "Hey Mike, hi Mike, sorry to bother you. Have you heard from Rosalio the last couple of days? I tried to call, but it goes straight to voicemail."
Yes.
And was that from May 19th at about 2:08 p.m.?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay,
These are.
as to what Michael Campbell was going to say.
And the objection's overruled.
And then do you actually identify yourself to Mr. Campbell so he knows who's communicating with him?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that last message was also in an episode of
I've seen him Saturday. Is everything okay? Is that accurate?
La Kong's episode. I'm not sure which one. I thought I took a screenshot.
And you indicate back, I was checking to see if he was...
May I see it?
Do you have more than one wallet? I do not. I do have more than one handbag.
So you indicate I was checking to see if he was able to get
I
the
know
lights
you're not allowed
installed
to
in the
look in
other
my
unit at
closet.
Hall.
That's correct.
You can ask Jamie about
And
the
then you
62 pages.
indicate-
Oh, Jamie has the actual transcript?
Just
So
making sure he is okay, not like him to
I
have
will.
his phone
Thank
off.
you.
Yes.
And Mr. Campbell indicates, okay, I'm due some detective work for you.
Yes.
Okay, so Log Kong Express, for those of you who are in transit, listening to this and not in your 10 and 2 can't read the chat, Law Kong Express says, just find it odd she introduced herself to Mike. Now, either Law Kong Express's one of 4 excellent videos mentioned this, or the Wrongful podcast. But she... Yes. See, point right here. When she reached out to Michael, she had to introduce herself. Okay, they had... Okay, so I think I asked this, but then... Okay, so... Under the caption, Eileen, no, former girlfriend of Rosalio. Then La Kong Express shows a picture. That's not it. Must be on my phone. He shows a picture from a Facebook picture from 2017. Oh, so Nicole will mention that she was abused. Okay, so then I think you had a clip. And then it said Michael also dated her. But then I think I asked La Kong Express, and he said no, they didn't. Because I'm like, wait, Eileen dated both Rosalio and Michael? Wait a minute, no. Wasn't she? No. Oh, I'm getting her confused with Erica Saylor. Never mind.
And you indicate, okay,
There's
thanks,
where,
just
there's
making
my,
sure he's
my
okay.
2 brain cells didn't connect.
After having these interactions with Mr. Campbell, who had also didn't know where Mr. Gutierrez was, what did you do next?
I was working that day, so I'm sure I continued working, and then Michael called me to let me know that he was at the apartment.
And when Michael called you to let you know he was at the apartment, whose apartment was he at?
Rosalia's.
And what did you do after hearing that information?
I went there as well.
And what, if anything, did you see when you arrived at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Just the police tape around the apartment.
And did you attempt to speak with police regarding any information you had?
I tried to at that time, but they were busy.
And ultimately, did you have further discussions with Mr. Campbell away from the scene a little bit later on that night at roughly 6:15 p.m., 6:18 p.m.?
Yes.
Just when I get a roll on my typing. So June says, if I have more than one wallet, if I lose one, it won't be so bad. There's like this little thing. It's attached to my mailbox key that Lily keeps taking and not, returning. And it's like a zippered little leather thing on a keychain. And it's like actually, I think it does have like a little, on the outside, like a little thing for like your driver's license or credit card or debit card or whatever. And then it's zippered, and I have emergency money in there. Not a lot, but in case of.
Yes. And
it's a good idea.
Did you both know of someone that Mr. Gutierrez was somewhat concerned about in the weeks before he went missing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you page 2 of Exhibit 245.
I keep losing I need a different desk. This is not working.
At 5:19 on 5:19 at 6:18 p.m., did you send a name of a person that you knew Mr. Gutierrez had talked about previously to Mr. Campbell regarding your suspicions in this case?
Yes.
And is that name Zachariah Anderson?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to admit exhibits 243, 244, and page 2 of 245 into evidence.
Objection?
No objection except for the last one and the subject to the redaction of the first text, which parties agreed on.
That's accurate.
All right, received.
June, you got to remember to practice too. Practice. Keep practicing. Dan Bongino has like an iTarget thing, and it's like a laser round that you can use. Pretty sure it's called iTarget. You know, you got to stay accurate. Make sure to clean your arm made of fire. Keep it clean.
So I'm giving you both pages.
Actually, another thing in the episode with La Kong Express.
Judge, the defense has no questions for this witness.
You may step down.
I thought she's... Okay. Nicole mentions abused by... Was that like in an argument then? I'm going to have to listen to all of your episodes again. And I don't mind at all. They're really good. This is what happens when I try to take notes in the dark. She has her arm made of fire. Yes, before she was... was that when I was stirring the sauce? Oh, okay. So, La Kong Express also said Brandon cannot be accurate with his time. Judge said Nicole couldn't ask about his women beating. Really? Oh, look at who this is. Look at who this is. I know his face because I watched episodes of La Kong Express.
You solemnly swear the testimony.
I know exactly who this is. Totally.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You came at the right time. Look at this. Look at this guy. I'm going to be quiet because I want to listen to every moment. And chain of custody. I talked about you
The
earlier.
acoustics are a little rough in here, okay? If you could just speak right in there. Mr. Campbell, can you state your first and last name, spell your last name for the record?
Michael Campbell, Campbell.
How old are you
Okay, look
today?
at Zach's
42.
face.
And in general, what profession do you
He like stared
have?
at him.
I own my own business.
And in what basic community or city do you live in?
Kenosha, Wisconsin.
And where were you raised?
Kenosha.
In the in your life, did you come at some point to know a person who you knew as Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
And what name did you call that individual?
Junior.
So I'm going to refer to him as Junior for purposes of our discussion. Is that all right?
Yes.
How did you know Junior?
From Bradford High School.
That's where you met him?
Yeah.
And what can you say about, in general, what can you say about the friendship since Bradford? You said you're 42? Been a few years since Bradford, correct?
Yes.
So let's talk about the time period of May of 2020. How would you describe your relationship with Junior during that period of time?
I was working with him, so it's pretty good.
Okay. And other than the work relationship, were you guys in any other way companions, et cetera?
Yeah. I mean, we hung out all the time.
Okay. And at that time, did you have a girlfriend who also was in your life?
Yes.
What was her name?
Erica.
And and what, if anything, can you say about whether she was a person who would see Junior as well during that time period of May of 2020?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention to
There's where I got
the
confused.
time period of, again, May of 2020. What kind of work were the two of you doing?
Painting, flooring, you know, whatever would pay the bills. I mean, general contract work.
And what was the relationship between the two of you? Were you partners? Did one of you work for the other? Can you describe that relationship?
He had his own business. I had mine, and we just kind of worked together. He was better at finding jobs, so it's kind of why I teamed up with him, because he was really good at that, and obviously had all the connections with investors and stuff like that. So.
And have you at some point, was there a time on May 19th, 2020 that you became concerned about Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so on the 19th, so that's a Monday,
Mm-hmm.
What was the first contact that somebody had with you? Sorry, it was a Tuesday, apologize. What was the first contact somebody had with you that Tuesday that led you to start thinking or wondering about Rosalio Gutierrez?
I got a message from Eileen, and she asked if I heard from him, and I said no, but it wasn't unlikely for us to go a few days without, you know.
And who was Eileen so that she would get in touch with you?
She was an investor that we both worked for.
And so when she contacted you and asked you if you knew where he was or if you'd heard from him, what did you do in response to that?
I told her that I haven't heard from him, and I could find out, you know.
Okay. And what'd you do next? What's the first thing you did to try to find out?
I went and paid my truck payment, I believe, and then I drove past his house, and then.
Let me ask you first, did you call him?
I don't recall. I honestly don't remember.
Okay. So when you drove past his home, had you been to his home before?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you see there, if you recall?
Crime scene, you know, a bunch of police tape or whatever, caution tape.
If you had a general estimate, do you know about what time you would have arrived there?
I don't know. It was afternoonish, I would say.
Okay. And when you got there, did you make yourself known to law enforcement in some way?
Yeah.
Let them know. And what'd you say to them?
I said, well, they approached me and they asked, what are you doing here? I was like, looking for my friend Junior, and then that's when they just started asking me questions.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether you provided them information at that time?
What was that?
What, if anything, can you say about whether you provided information to the police at that time? Did you tell them some things?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I told them everything that I, you know, knew and whatever.
So did you give them, for instance, some names of people they might want to reach?
Right. Yeah. Other friends and.
Do you remember who you told them?
I know one of them was Jeremy Kipp. I wasn't sure with the new boss that he was working with down in Waukegan or wherever it was. I didn't know his name exactly. I don't recall any other ones, but.
Do you know if you gave the police Eileen Knowles' name, or do you know?
I probably did, yeah. I mean, because obviously that was the reason why I went over there, so.
So after you were at the scene and saw the police tape and asked your question, what did you do next?
I just went home and was just trying to gather my thoughts. It was very, you know, scary to me.
Okay, so let me stop you. Who was home when you got there, if you remember?
At my house?
Yep.
My girlfriend at the time.
Okay, is that Erica?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do next that you remember?
I just was talking to her about the whole situation, and then just, I guess, doing our own investigations.
Did anybody else arrive at your house at some point?
Yes.
And who was that?
My friend Brandon.
And in general, how did he come to arrive at your house, if you know?
What do you mean?
Well, did somebody call him?
Oh, no, he was in town getting, I believe, a tattoo done or something, and he might have called me, or I might have called him or something. Maybe he called me because I think he seen my post on Facebook asking if anybody has seen Rosalio.
Okay, so you posted something on Facebook?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Let me finish my question before you answer.
Sorry.
Okay, so my question was, did you post something on Facebook because of what you saw at...
Sorry, I'm just going to put this on pause for a moment and see if this works. And also, if you are considering purchasing a subscription to CapCut Pro, I strongly recommend that you do not. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, there. I hope you enjoyed that. Now let's continue. Pause. Mimsy.
Rosalio's home.
Or should I do it one more time? Should I do it one more time now that I know that it works? Oh, okay. All right, let's go.
Because I was told that he was missing.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. So, publicly buzzed Steve, I posted it as a preview yesterday, and he said that rocks. So, all right. I'm glad you have a sense of humor, because I think it's really funny.
And so, at some point, you were in touch with this other individual, and his name again?
Brandon.
Okay. And so, Brandon, where did you meet Brandon or see Brandon next?
He came to my house.
Okay. When Brandon got to your house, what happened next?
We just got the information, found his address, and went to his house.
So, in general, do you recall how you got anybody's information?
Oh, let's pause for one moment for those of you who are commuting and you're 10 and 2 right now and unable to engage with the chat or otherwise occupied. X-Comer ZZZ, nice to see you again. I might remember incorrect, but someone said this guy was spotted throwing a carpet away or something in chat when this trial was on. Yes, in fact, the person who commented directly below you, Log Kong Express, has, it's either in episode 4 or in episode 3, he discusses the carpet. That was, here's my note. Police didn't find out about Mike's carpet until after Zachary Anderson's first trial, the one that started and was cut off as a mistrial. According to Law Kong, it might be episode 4, because I wrote episode 4 at the top. It's possible it was in episode 3. It's in one of those two. Or it's one of those two for sure. But he does have 4 episodes, all equally fantastic. I will put them right up there with how absolutely masterful the Wrongful podcast is as well. Also 4 episodes. Do you see pattern? Wait. 4 episodes plus 4 episodes equal 8 combined episodes, which I think somebody said 8 means a hug. All right, let's continue. Okay, I'm a numbers person, so I just find all of this like very coincidental. We've got 8s. The other day we ended on 1111. Just saying.
I want to say maybe CCAP. I'm not sure.
And if you can you tell me who you remember getting information? So, like, who was it who was finding this information, if you know?
Erica was getting the information.
All right. And did you then, at some point, believe you had the name of a person that you were focused on?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, how did you come to have a particular person in mind that you felt you guys should be looking into?
Well, I mean,
All for speculation and hearsay.
I don't think this question does. The objection is overruled.
So again, how did you come to be focused on a particular individual worth looking up?
Well, it has some risk of getting some hearsay.
Oh, FFS.
Be ready to be interrupted.
do what you got to do,
Yeah.
buddy.
The start.
Who said that?
Yeah,
Do what you gotta do, buddy.
Yeah. You
Did
go ahead
Michael
and
say
start.
that?
So I was
He
working.
did. What kind of clown show is this?
Some hearsay.
I hope I'm not shouting. I'm going to turn myself down.
Be ready to be interrupted.
Do what you got to do, buddy.
The start.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh,
You go ahead and start.
and the Dingleberry had to.
So I was working with him, obviously, and he had
With we don't know who him is.
Junior, sorry. And he had mentioned to me.
All right, there we are.
Okay. So based on some discussion or conversation you had with Junior, without telling us what that conversation was, did you have a name or some reason to look up a particular human being on the planet?
The question still calls, the basis of it
Well,
is
It does. It is. Yeah.
the exact same thing.
It doesn't ask what. it
Lawyers
doesn't-
will argue about this,
Okay.
but I have to agree that it's pregnant with hearsay.
Okay. After any discussion you had, when you discovered that Rosalio Gutierrez was missing, who did you then focus on? Was there a particular person who you focused on?
Yes.
And who was that?
Well,
Same objection.
not exact. Well, it's the same objection. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, but
Revealed no content. He's simply saying,
yeah,
I
well,
now went to look at a particular person.
yeah, we could argue about this till we're blue in the face, and it won't do any good. I mean, the lawyers see it differently. It has huge potential for hearsay.
Also, for those of you in commute or otherwise in Fraser Crane mode, Toodly Pip says, I was just watching Schroeder on Rittenhouse with alternate corner, and the difference in clarity between then and Zach's trial is astounding. So for those of you who are just joining us, between okay, I said this, I think from day 1 or 2 early. I find it sad and curious that the same jury pool who determined the fate of Kyle Rittenhouse was dipped into for this trial. I mean, Rittenhouse, we all know that, well, maybe we don't all know, but if the verdict went the way it did, was probably more risky than if it went for him being guilty. I'm sure you're picking up what I'm putting down. Now, after Rittenhouse, this judge here fell down and went boom. And sustained some type of traumatic brain injury is what I'm understanding it was classified as. And then here we are now with Zachariah Anderson earlier this year. Now, because I don't know, I count beans, I'm an accountant. Isn't there some sort of like quality control within the judicial system? Meaning this trial was televised. So there's only a couple, 2, 3 trials at a time that are televised on, like court TV, Law and Crime. And thereby, this trial had way more eyeballs on it than trials that aren't on TV or trials on smaller channels. Like, I know there's some people that do like district court hearings and such, which are frankly entertaining. But because this one had, the focus of, larger channels that do trials, I don't know if that makes any sense. You would think the scrutiny of it would even be more so by the, quality controls within the judicial system. How in the world has like this continued to just, sit there without people, picketing in the streets? I don't know. I get tired and then my brain doesn't work.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you focus on a particular individual? Without telling us why, did you focus on a particular individual?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Zach.
Okay.
Zachariah.
And did you know that person's last name?
Not at the moment, I don't think.
Okay. How did you...
Judge, I'm going to interpose my same objection because just by skipping over the part that the court wouldn't allow him to get into, he now is in an area that has no connection, no evidentiary connection, so he can't get to where he just went to.
That's not true. Well, you don't have to have any basis.
Okay.
Yeah. As I say, I'm not going to make the jury endure listening to us haggle about it. It is, we'll call it hearsay seepage is what we'll call it. We'll break for the day. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any count. And let me ask that you return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, dum.
Yes. And chew 'em out.
Let's reflect now on this man who has been behind bars for 1,318 days, incarcerated. Some say tortured, in my opinion. Some say treatments meant for prisoners of war, in my opinion. Oh, another thing. Okay, so for those of you who are listening to the wrongful...
Lawyers are not going to agree on this on both sides, but it's a vehicle to get the composite result of the hearsay into the minds of the jurors to prove the basic confines of the hearsay. And they think that because they didn't get the exact words out that they've complied with the hearsay rule. But in the end, what the jury ends up with is, well, of course, he acted as he did because of what was told to him even if we don't know exactly what it is, we know that it triggered a response of fear in this case. So I think it's hearsay.
What was the last thing you said? I missed the very last thing. Your
It
voice
triggered
dropped.
a response of fear in this case, and so that's why it's hearsay.
Because of the response, because it caused him to do something next, drives it into the category of hearsay. Because it
Something
caused
so alarmed him about what was said to him that he took that next step.
So these are statements that were made days or weeks prior. So these are not statements that prompted him to take any action until his friend was missing. When his friend is missing, he has a prior conversation. It's weeks old, or at least several days old. I guess I don't want to say multiple weeks, but several days old. And it causes him to take specific action, which is to look up one particular individual. At this point, the court has indicated that we cannot say what the content of that conversation was, right? That was a prior ruling. So I did not ask that. I said, without telling me anything about what the content of the ruling is, what a conversation, when he went missing, did you focus on a particular individual? And his answer is yes, and he will now say who that individual is.
Another tell.
That isn't hearsay. There's no specifics that have been presented. Simply what we're talking about is simply that based on whatever was said to him, whatever nebulous items were said, here's what he did next. This is his motivation. It isn't, I didn't ask him based on any conversation.
But it's
Rambles.
clear from the historical
Self-hug. Tell.
events
Drinking
which have
water.
already been discussed, the source of his fear.
Violently drinking water.
So,
tell.
Judge, let me, if I could just briefly respond, counsel. I
Interrupts
apologize.
incessantly. Doesn't give up
how else
incessantly.
Would we have a jury understand that they didn't just drive randomly and stop at house to house on the way to Mequon? I guess what I'm trying to say to the court is this is they went to a particular address which they looked up, and I don't imagine the court is saying that I can have no witness say that we looked up an address and that we then proceeded there. I don't imagine that you're saying that, but I'm at a loss, and maybe I just don't understand.
Let me explain.
Okay.
Supposing what had happened is Ms. Gutierrez had given a sealed letter.
Yep.
to the witness and said, if anything happens to me, I can tell you this is what happened to me with Zachariah Anderson. And
what is he talking about? A
it's
hypothetical
poison pen
situation?
letter. It's the one that Walter Raleigh
They didn't even know
lost
each
his
other.
head over a statement.
Per Logcon Express, episode 4, no connection or communication ever found between Zach and Rosalia. Oh. Irish. Hi, Irish. How are you? Irish La Tejana. We are here. Oh, we've only been, this is only hour 4. I don't know how long we're going to go because it's 7 hours. Or it's 7 p.m. And I can't seem to form a decent sentence right now. Welcome. It's so nice to see you again. This guy
Like
here.
Jeez. God, I love it.
Who said God, I love it?
The judges said there's a dark over a statement
Was that Vielhammer?
like that.
Who said that? Listen.
God, I love it.
Who said that? Did you hear that? I think Vielhammer is playing tricks on us.
The judges
Or someone uber
darkest plot on English
creepy.
jurisprudence. It's a poison pen letter. That's what it is. It doesn't make any difference. You don't have to prove to the jury why he went there. He did go there. What you are doing here is
That wasn't you?
The defendant.
Are you sure? Did you hear it? I don't want to play it again because I'm not going to lie. It kind of sent a little shiver up my spine. I'm hoping you all heard it. It was like, all it was like a male voice that said, God, I love it, in like a super creepy whisper. Well, then where did it come from?
Throwing the bait
Please tell me I'm not the only one that heard it.
into the water in opening statement. And
So weird.
you've been continuously responding to it. And I'm not criticizing you. Don't misunderstand.
Oops.
But that's why I've talked to the jury. You're getting a lot of stuff that would ordinarily be classed too much. Because it's actually, well, maybe because of my experience with the poison pen letter.
You do seem a little wounded.
Little what?
You do seem a little wounded.
You do seem a little wounded because of the...
Oh, the Dingleberry made it funny.
The prior district attorney. Sounds like. Okay, so I think the guidance from the court right now is that he can indicate where he went next, but he can't say anything about what his basis is on which arriving at that.
I'm not going to advise you.
Well, okay.
But
All right.
I would
That
think
is my
that would
current
keep
plan.
you, might keep you out of trouble.
My current plan is that I will ask, was research done, and did you then proceed someplace? And then that's all I'm going to do.
As I say, I'm not going to
Understood.
comment.
Okay.
There may
All
still
right,
be
now-
objections, but
Pardon me?
there may still be objections. But
Oh, I don't doubt. I don't doubt that. And I apologize for very abruptly ending things, but there's the same issue I talked about earlier. It may be, actually, we won't need the break tomorrow because we made it'd be necessary to take a break tomorrow for that situation with the medical visit because I may do it today. So that's why I'm going to leave here.
Oh, you're okay. Instead of Thursday. Now I understand. Thank you.
But I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, with Thursday was the original. Anyway, we're done for the day.
okay, thank you.
Guy Vermectin is here. Okay, I can't believe how kind you all are to come back in here and visit again as we watch. Oh, for those of you that have joined since the very beginning, I've determined it may be time to change the name of the series from Justice or Injustice ? To Justice and then scribble the justice out and the or Injustice ! That's kind of what I'm thinking. All right, so Christine, if you are still in here, the 62 pages I referred to are the transcript that I have. Jamie does not have that. I am exporting it as a PDF. I tried to fix all the spelling errors. It's 62 pages. I have not read it. And it was for day 6 testimony that we just finished. And I may or may not have flipped it to landscape view. So I wouldn't have to make the text too small. Now, my question is, so I personally like the PDFs because then I can put it in iBooks and, mark it up and monkey with it. So I wonder if I could post that on my Twitter page, and pin it, a PDF. ? Now, did I do day 7? I don't think I did day 7. Here's how you can do it if you wanted to, but it's sort of kind of time consuming. But I was hoping, pause, I was hoping somewhere between the other day and now I could figure out how to make it like a searchable. I don't know. I'm still trying to muddle around with how I could make it into like some kind of database without too much effort. So all I'm doing is dropping my pen over there so I have my finger free. And then I'm just going to the show transcript part. Again, the spelling is wrong, but this is better than, I have to move it actually down here so I can see. Oops, can't do that because then you can't see. So if you want it with the timestamps or without, you just hit toggle timestamps. And granted, this is like, not professional. And I'm just grabbing and holding until I get to the bottom, copying and then pasting as unformatted text into Word. And then, like fixing the spelling and stuff, doing like search find. But like that one I did, the day 6 one I did, like Rosaleo's name is spelled wrong like 10 different ways. And then there gets to be a point where I'm just like, oh, screw it, I'm not going to keep spelling it. But like I said, it's my understanding court transcripts are like super expensive. So if this is like some kind of Band-Aid where you can follow along and make notes. There's just so much going on with this. It's hard to keep all the actors or the characters, cast of characters straight. See, it takes a really long ass time. I should have maybe done day 7 before today. Sigh. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. The chickpea is neither a chick nor a pea. Discuss. Almost done, I think. Once I did this, and I went too fast, and I just start all over again. Yeah, cast of characters. I used that description intentionally because that's how they phrased it. I thought that was good. Almost done. Well, it's the transcript I think is just like a YouTube generated transcript, and then carefully copy, carefully open a new Word document, carefully paste special unformatted text, and then carefully save. Day 7. And actually in the title I've been putting the witnesses' names. But I'm not going to do that while you're sitting here waiting for me to hit the play button. Now granted, that is very primitive. But it dawned on me the other day, maybe we could make that work. All right, let's continue. Make sure when you start, you hit the like button in Vilhammer's on his video. How does he only have 48 views and what was it, 2 thumbs ups? I swear, people on my Rumble channel, they do a pretty good job, but like that's just an automatic thing. You just go in a room and hit the thumbs up, even if you don't watch the whole thing. And it's not thumbs up because you like maybe the context of it. It's just thumbs up like, I'm here. And actually, I told my Rumble people, please don't hit the thumbs down because I'd much rather have you give me like a proper tongue lashing in the comment section than give me a thumbs down, because then then it kind of goes down in the thing. All right, here we go. Pixie, we're starting day 7. Compliments of Yellhammer. Where did I put his logo? And I have to go stir my sweet and sour sauce.
The blue state what I'm saying. This whole analysis on page 9 talks about how the determination of a violation of the confrontation clause is subject to a harmless error analysis. And then the court went into the harmless error analysis and determined...
I'm sorry I'm cutting you off.
It's fine.
But, for me to... I'm not going to start at the standpoint of looking at it as harmless error. It's error whether it's harmless or not. And in fact, what is harmless in one case may not be harmless in another. And when you get into confrontation, it's harmless error analysis.
There you have it.
I can't remember reading a case where they ruled that a confrontation violation was a harmless analysis.
Sure. I will let the court read it. The facts of this case are significantly different than the facts here. I still don't know what this is in relation to as what the state's attempting to introduce. So I'll let the court read it, and then the state can inform us what statements it's looking to introduce, and then we can have a discussion on the issue.
I'm assuming, and perhaps I oughtn't do that, especially in my job, that you're offering this with respect to the statement attributed to Mr. Gutierrez about the entry into his truck.
Yes, and
from the future.
who did that, correct.
Right.
Yes, yeah, obviously it's focused on what we last were discussing that the court has indicated is hearsay.
Let me take a look.
Please.
I want to know what Pixie's having for lunch. I'm starving like Marvin. I went to the grocery store today, and then I had to clean the refrigerator out, and then do the dishes, and then I didn't have enough time. Oh, the name Chickpea earlier is modeled on Middle French. That. Okay, so for those of you who are younger than me, which I'm assuming is probably most of you, back in like the 80s, early 90s, Saturday Night Live was friggin' awesome. And Mike Meyer, who went on to play like Austin Powers and other fine characters such as, Wayne's World. Dana Carvey follows me on Twitter, by the way. And so he played a character called Linda, I forget. And she was like a Jewish woman. Linda, I want to say Linda Tripp, that was not it. Linda somebody or other. And she would get verklempt, meaning, it's Yiddish for, I'm feeling verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. The chickpea is neither a chick nor a pea. Discuss. And she had big long fingernails. That's the only one I remember. Andrew from Iowa. Hello. I'm feeling talk among. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Linda. Yeah, that's back when Saturday Night Live was the bomb. Yes. Coffee talk. Yes. Oh, see, Coffee talk. I'll give you a topic. I'm feeling beklempt. I remember when Madonna was on with Roseanne Barr and Linda. Madonna wasn't very good. He's buried in Wisconsin. I forget where. And remember Adam Sandler used to have all those songs like Red Hooded Sweatshirt and Lunch Lady Land, which was Chris Farley dressed up as a lunch lady, like doing ballet in the background. So good. You know what other show I used to just love was In Living Color. That's like, I don't know if it's what made Jim Carrey famous, but he was in it. He was Fire Marshal Bill. Let me show you something. Oh my God, that was a great show too, with the Wayans brothers. Coffee Talk, yes. Linda. Saturday Night Live was actually funny, yeah. Dana Carvey's son just died like a month ago. I don't remember what it was. I think it was a drug overdose. Yeah, J-Lo got her start on In Living Color. She was a fly girl. I always wanted to be a fly girl. That never happened. I wonder if you could watch old episodes of In Living Color. That was so
argument
good.
to the court is that under 908.045...
Actually, Jamie Foxx was on there too. Remember he played... See, now probably this is not appropriate, but he played like this woman. Okay, so just in your copious free time, do a Google search of Jamie Foxx and Living Colored. I want to say her name was Wanda, but I could be wrong. She mentioned Fire Marshal Bill and Wayans Brothers already. Oh my God, Fire Marshal Bill. Oh my God. I used to show my kids that and I'd be laughing, and they weren't quite at the age where they really understood it. I should try it again now that they're older.
Sub 2, first of all, the declarant must be unavailable. In this case, the declarant is not available in any way, shape, or form, and the allegation here is homicide. And then it's a statement of a recent perception. The court has had a chance to read the analysis. The weed...
Yeah, Jennifer Lopez was in Living Color. She was a flag girl. So the girls that would come and dance at the beginning of the show, like there's a group of them, or like when they'd, go off to commercial, they'd come out and do their... That was my goal. My occupation, I thought, after college, if college was no Gucci, I wanted to be a fly girl. Okay, all right. There's a video, if you go on YouTube, there's a video about Jennifer Lopez's first show as a fly girl.
Case is essentially a wife who, in her appellate hearing, indicates that the circumstances...
Okay, so full disclosure, my daughter's kitten's name is Poppy, and Jennifer Lopez has a song called I Love You, Poppy, L-U-H. Not love, it's L-U-H, I think. I love you, Poppy, P-A-P-I, and I sing it to Poppy all the time. That and another song I fake made up.
Of her firing shots and ending the life of her husband is that
I'll grab Poppy. She was just back here.
Essentially did not mean to fire at him, simply meant to scare him, essentially tried to eliminate the direct intent element from the allegations.
I'll get her when I stir the sauce.
The prosecution during the trial sought to admit and was allowed to admit a statement from that was from the unavailable party, the party who died of gunshot wounds, where he indicated that he had unloaded the pistol. So obviously the allegation is she had to have reloaded the pistol, bolstering an intent element in the trial. That indication of that where that was told to close friends It was not told to law enforcement. It was told to close friends on a social occasion. It was told not in relation to any questioning or in relation to any specific queries of individuals. It was simply exclaimed as something that had occurred. And it was relating something that the court, the Supreme Court, state Supreme Court, was able to piece together had occurred 8 days earlier. What both Michael Campbell and his girlfriend at the time, Erica Saylor, are available to say is that we were at having either a meal or a social discussion with the declarant. The declarant told us, not in response to us questioning, that he was, told us both, that he was dating an individual named Sadie, that she had a boyfriend, that his perception was crazy and was jealous, that the facts that he described to them were that the person appeared to have gone through his truck when he was sleeping over at Sadie's home, that that the person was had caused his own daughter to look inside the window while he had been at Sadie's home and was there late in the evening, and that he was aware that the individual had ordered trackers and was tracking and may be tracking the parties based on having ordered trackers, and that he thought the guy was tracking him. Those are the facts that they are aware of. Again, they are closer in time than the 8 days that the Weed case talks about. They are identical circumstances in that they are told to social companions and not uttered in any way as something that is for retribution to other parties. They will actually say that they were more concerned than Rosalio Gutierrez was, that he was not expressing any real concern, and that both of them said, hey, this is something you should be worried about, and that he essentially provide them sufficient information to, when they discover him missing, within a few days after those remarks have been heard. And so literally if they heard those during the week, that would be May 13th, May 14th, May 15th, we're literally talking about, within a couple of days, 3-4 days before he goes missing, that these remarks are made to them. When they, now remember, he's not discovered missing for 2 more days. When he is discovered missing on the 19th, they immediately, based on the conversations they've had with him, are immediately focusing their concern on the individual who Rosalio himself had brought up to them. They had not been provided a name of the individual. They knew Sadie only by a first name. They had never met Sadie. So I believe it's basically identically situated to the Weed case, and I disagree with counsel's brief characterization to the court. The Weed case clearly finds, the state Supreme Court clearly concludes that the trial court acted properly in admitting this evidence under that hearsay exception. They go on to have several paragraphs of analysis as to why that is a correct or a permissible decision. They then do the alternative analysis that I know the court is well aware of from appellate courts, where they say, well, even if we were wrong on such a case, there is harmless error. But they only do that at the very end, and they do not declare that, the paragraphs previous have indicated that it is a vigorous exception with the discussion that they have there. Now, again, if it's not testimonial, it does not require any additional indicia of reliability other than what the court needs required by statute, right? So the statute requires a statement not in response to to the instigation of a person engaged in investigating, litigating, or settling a claim. So clearly that's not what I purported, which narrates, describes, or explains an event or condition recently perceived by the declarant. Again, he's talking about...
Let me interrupt you.
Go.
That was one of the concerns. No, you don't have to apologize. I just, as you were reciting the historic basis, according to what is claimed. I didn't catch that Mr. Gutierrez had perceived what was contained in the remark. He made the accusation, but I didn't hear you say he saw it or otherwise perceived it with his own senses.
So that, and that, I don't think that's a requirement of the case, but let me answer that.
A recent perception.
Well, but it includes, Judge, it includes explaining an event or condition recently perceived. So, so it does, perceived can be concluded based on a series of facts. Perceived does not mean to be an eyewitness to. But what he will say is, I am an eyewitness to the fact that items.
No, sensory witness. Okay. You say eyewitness. I changed it to sensory witness. He has to have perceived it from his own senses, rather than just relate something that he heard from somebody else.
Okay, so I might not be quite catching, because obviously one of the senses is hearing. So are you indicating you must hear it? You must hear the actual thing personally, as opposed to hearing it reported by another?
You must have perceived it with your own senses.
Okay, so what occurs is he's located at, these are the things he's reporting essentially. I'm located at Sadie's home. I am spending the night. While I'm located there, my car is interfered with. I know this because the items in my car have been disturbed. Okay. I then also I know that that Sadie expresses to me that that after the fact on that, I'm aware that the daughter, who I have not met, so the daughter was also a person who gazed in the window and looked at that time. Now, one of the things that Sadie has indicated is that there was a doorbell that was rung at her house as well, and Olivia also says that. I don't know if I haven't heard from Michael Campbell or from Erica Saylor that he reported that detail, that a doorbell was also rung in the middle of the night. But he certainly has expressed to them, here's who is messing with myself and with Sadie.
Here's who I think. And he may be absolutely right.
Right.
But the question is, what is the source of his knowledge?
Pause. I'm wondering if these jurors, I just don't understand how at least one of them couldn't be strong and hold out. But this Gravely guy, he goes on and talks in circles that I can imagine they probably tuned out at a certain point. Nicole, frankly, she does sometimes too. Okay. The new home of Danny Masterson, per Steve, publicly buzzed, has a lot of fighting because of overcrowding. He's in North Kern State Police. Sorry. I get the squirrels a little bit in the afternoon. I was going to try to post this. Okay, here.
You're not just offering hearsay, you're offering what may be hearsay within hearsay. And I skipped over the first step, which is an unavailable declarant. I don't know that. I'm not suggesting that I couldn't conclude or the jury couldn't conclude that Mr. Gutierrez is unavailable from that he's deceased, but that's a prerequisite to the admission of this evidence, is that you show that this person is not available. And I don't know, it may be his mere absence after you've made efforts to obtain his appearance. That may be enough. I don't know the answer to that, but that is this threshold requirement. And then we get into perception. And now, having interrupted you, I'm going to give you the floor back.
Well, I mean, apologize, Judge. I assumed that based on the nature of the charge and what the court has heard so far in the record of all the individuals who have regularly been in touch, the amount of blood that the court was able to see during the course of this case, the fact that Rosalio Gutierrez has not been available to any of the people who had previously been really important and everyday parts of his life, that the court certainly would be able to conclude the unavailability piece. So if the court wishes me to make more argument on that, I can. But in this situation, Judge, he is commenting essentially on a perception that the declarant has where he is describing a condition. So what this says is, so here's what it describes again in terms of the language. Or explains an event or condition recently perceived by the declarant. Okay, so there is a condition going on. The condition is that I am a person who is currently being victimized by a jealous ex-boyfriend of Sadie. That is his perception. Right, that's what it says. It says it explains a condition recently perceived by him. His condition.
That's where we're arguing.
Right.
I say perceive means something that the information one receives through his or her own senses, and you're on a different. You're using as a synonymous term, or I'm sorry. You're calling what I would call a conclusion, what he concluded from what intake sources he had, which would include its perceptions, but might also include hearsay information that he had received, or just pure, I want to say guessing. I mean, there's things that have happened in my life and in yours that if you ask me in a private conversation, did so-and-so do this? And I'd say, you're darn tootin' he did. But I don't know that. But I'm convinced of it. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, all of that can be explored by cross-examination, and obviously, in the end, no one is purporting in this case that Rosalio Gutierrez is a eyewitness to the defendant doing any of these acts. Okay, he does not see the individual. We make our proof in this case through phone evidence, through some defendant admissions when he is interviewed by law enforcement. None of those things does Rosalio Gutierrez personally witness. There will never be a time where a jury would, unfairly conclude, there's additional evidence that Rosalio Gutierrez is a witness to these items. It only goes to his what he expresses to his close friends, and it informs why they then do things that defense has said are interfering with this investigation and thus are shady, right? So the argument we have right now is that two guys jump in a car and gee, that it's really shady that they do that. They show up at the scene. It's really shady they do that. And the answer to that is we went to one person's house because we had some information shared with us just a few days earlier.
But my job is not to admit the evidence that services your theory of the case.
Understood. So, but what I'm saying is it's not for the truth. It's not independently for the truth of it, right? Because none of what I just said, obviously, if Rosalio Gutierrez tells them at a dinner, hey, here's what I perceive is happening to me. And so it motivates them to do X, Y, and Z. That doesn't mean it's independently true, and it's very clear from the evidence that Rosalio Gutierrez is not an eyewitness to those things. He's never seen. In fact, as far as I know, these two have never seen each other until the 17th when this happens. Except the defendant says the only time I ever saw him was when I peeked in the window, and saw him when I peeked in the window on the one date. So in his interview, so. This is evidence that a jury will be able to sift as not for the truth of the matter. No one can ever credibly make an argument that therefore it happened because Rosalio Gutierrez told people this when they were having dinner. But it is helpful to the jury to educate why people are not being creepy or knowing information. How would they know that unless something shady was happening?
I understand what you're saying, but the problem is that this particular piece of evidence is just pregnant with to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Yes, it's true. You're not directly offering it for that purpose because you can't.
It wouldn't even be credible to do so.
Pardon me?
It wouldn't be credible to do so.
Well,
because he's not an eyewitness. Okay.
Well, but anyway, it's just pregnant with motive to the extent if the jury accepts the conclusions. And by the way, I'm going to interrupt myself. Perceive has a broader definition than I stated. Well, at this is, I guess, it's dictionary.com. And it says perceive as a verb, become aware or conscious of something, come to realize or understand, interpret or look on in a particular way. So that suggests that there may be a component of interpretation and conclusion included within the word perceive. So I guess that means that if we get further on this, we're going to have to go to the books and see what the rule was intended to capture.
Yeah, I thank the court for doing that extra look. That was my belief in terms of the definition as well, but I appreciate the court doing the extra research from the bench.
Well, had you finished?
Yeah. So, I mean, the court is aware of what the definition of unavailable is. Do you want me to?
Well, that was the one I wasn't sure of myself on.
Okay. Did you want me to talk about that briefly then?
Well, let me get the defense's response to what you've said so far, and that certainly will be an area that I'll have to be satisfied after hearing them, and if I decide that we're going to go forward. Go ahead.
The Court of Appeals in Kluver, that's Klueder, verse Evangelical Reformed Emmanuel's Congregation, 143, Wiz 2D 806, at page 814, talks about the underlying policy for the hearsay exception of statement of recent perception. This is a quote. This is a quote from a Court of Appeals case.
Did you say the year? I apologize.
1988.
Thank you.
The exception's purpose, therefore, is to admit probative evidence which in most cases could not be admitted under other exceptions due to the passage of time on the ground that no evidence might otherwise be available. And I think that's critical here because we're not looking at this statement that was allegedly made by Mr. Gutierrez as being the only evidence available to what that statement purports to be. This is triple hearsay. It's information, according to the state, that Olivia Anderson had provided to Sadie Beecham, that Sadie Beecham then provided to Mr. Gutierrez. Therefore, the state has two other witnesses that it can use to get this statement in. So it doesn't meet the underlying policy for this exception, that being that no other evidence is available. In the Weed case cited.
Pause. Has anybody gotten this Grok something? Premium Plus subscribers on X can now use our most advanced AI, Grok. And the sauce is not good. Too much sugar. Trying it. Oh, shoot, I forgot to turn it back on. All right, sorry, interruption.
By the state, I think it's important to look at the facts of that case, where the statement that was looking to be introduced was the decedent's statement of why he had unloaded the .357 revolver. And it was in a situation where the defendant in that case, after shooting and killing her husband with the .357 revolver that he had made a statement about, called the police and said, I shot him, and the only evidence that could go in to show of his fear and that it was strictly going to her intent to kill was this statement that was made by the unavailable witness in that case. There was no other witness that could testify other than the witness that did testify under the statement of recent perception to what the decedent in that case said. The fact of what he said. So we have other channels in this case for that evidence to come in. So the defense would maintain the position that under the statement of recent perception and pursuant to the case law, that this information would not be admissible through Michael Campbell. And the reason for that, and the reason for that underlying policy, Your Honor, is because it goes to the essence of what we try to avoid from hearsay, which is this telephone effect of what was said. So why not ask Sadie Beecham what she told to Mr. Gutierrez, which she had a more direct stream of information from? Additionally, an issue that the defense wants to outline is that in the state's recollection of what Mr. Campbell would say, it was clear that the state once again has information that was not disclosed to the defense. This whole thing of them being at a dinner and Erica Saylor's there and Michael Campbell's there and they're having this conversation over dinner, we've never been provided any of that. And that's nowhere in any of Michael Campbell's statements, nowhere in anything that's been provided to the defense. So I don't think it's appropriate now to say, oh, we're going to talk about this conversation that had a dinner. The state purported it happened on May 13th to May 15th. I've had no time to investigate that, to whether there was actually they had a dinner at that time. It just seems a little bizarre that this would be coming up at this moment, and then an attempt to use a rule that really doesn't apply to this factual scenario of this case. So the defense would ask that the court not apply the statement of recent perception exception to Mr. Campbell's statements that he will testify to, or the statements of Mr. Gutierrez that Michael Campbell will testify to. There's other witnesses that are available to testify to that exact evidence. That's the proper way for it to come in. And additionally, we have another issue of disclosure. So under that scope, any information about this dinner that was allegedly had where these conversations were held, we'd ask that that be excluded since we were not provided that information prior to right now.
So the discovery statute is very clear, and counsel and I, without me talking about that, any discussions with counsel, I just want to be sure the court is aware of what my obligations are and sort of how circumstances happen in trial and how we are not out of compliance. So let's start there. So the statute requires that upon demand, the state require written or recorded statements of any witness, written or recorded. Recorded is defined. in the statute, ultimately in the case law, and it means an audio or visual recording. It does not mean something that you've heard verbally. That is not in Wisconsin statutes meaning. So the question is, was it audio recorded or video recorded, or was it a written statement? Or, of course, we have to provide exculpatory information. So obviously what happened was last night, the court had given us some guidance about hearsay. In my discussions this morning with both of these two witnesses, I had discussions with them where Michael Campbell described a few circumstances to me about how he thought some of his discussions were at work. And Erica Saylor told me Michael Campbell and I were both eating dinner during the week before he went missing, and this was said to us at dinner. And that's what was said to me verbally. I don't take audio recordings. I'm not wearing any kind of recording device. I don't have a video recorder with me, and I'm not taking written statements. I'm a prosecutor in the DA's office. I have no other statutory obligation, and that is the state of the law. Counsel may disagree with that or wish the law to be different, but that's the state of the law. And it is a perfect reflection of what happens in a trial, right, where an issue will come up, and I, not shockingly at all, will ask witnesses additional questions about what they know about certain things that have come up at trial. I'm not allowed to share with them what's been testified to, obviously, but I'm allowed to ask them questions about the same things that have come up in issues. If I was obligated to provide some kind of written documentation of each of those, it would be impossible to ever have a trial where you did not organize every bit of information at the trial. And that's just not possible. The court has presided over many trials and knows that would be impossible to do. So this is an expectation that is not in Wisconsin statutes or case law. This is not required.
Now she left.
Judge, I want to indicate the other foundation of what counsel just said was that State v. Weed is a predicated decision based on how crucial that bit of evidence was about that oral statement that was made. And again, I've just provided State v. Weed to counsel, so I don't expect them to be experts on the case. I gave it to them just before the court arrived today.
I bet you if Nicole kept going on and
does
on
not
and
stand
on
at all
and
for the
on,
proposition that counsel just stated.
you would
So
have cut her
on
off.
page 10
Look at her.
of the submission, at the very
keeps
first
going.
paragraph up there, the Supreme Court outlines all of the stuff. It begins on page 9 in the final paragraph. So it's numbered paragraph 31.
Where do I find
This is
that
the
in
piece
the
of
legal
information
law
that counsel just
dictionary?
argued to you was
The definition of
decided
stuff.
and agreed to admit in this court because it was the key piece of evidence. Instead, what the state Supreme Court says in Weed, in paragraph 31, I'm quoting, the hearsay statement was a minor piece of evidence in the state's court case against Weed. Although the statement had some probative value, that's what I'm suggesting here, it has some minor probative value, it was not a significant part of the case. And then they go on to outline the many pieces of evidence that were more significant. And they list, I'm not going to go through them all, but they certainly list 4 distinct pieces of evidence that they prefer to this piece of evidence. So paragraph 31 is in direct opposition to the argument just made by counsel. This is a case indicating this hearsay exception is allowed for not something that it has to be the crucial piece of information. It's a piece of information that is that anyhow has some importance, has some role that the prosecutor feels is important. In this case, they thought it bolstered intent in the Weed case. In my case, I'm simply indicating that it allows the jury to have an explanation why the people who are the recipients of the declarant's information proceed as they do. So, Judge, let me briefly talk about being unavailable because the court has expressed that. So, again, the definition of unavailability.
Let me see if I can tempt her with a warm heating pad.
Individual is
Hold
absent
on.
from the hearing. Clearly, Rosalio Gutierrez is absent from this hearing, and the proponent of the declarations of the declarant statement has been unable to procure the declarant.
For those of you with cats, you know they get the zoomies like at daybreak and dusk. It's a little bit past dusk now, but she's got a little bit of the zoomies, so let's let her get her wiggles out, and I'll see if I can't tempt her with a warm heating pad over here.
Parents' attendance by process or other reasonable means. So here's what we've done. We've consulted each of his close friends and family. They haven't heard from him. We have searched multiple locations. We have not been able to find him. We have detected, and the lab has analyzed, his blood located all throughout his home in various rooms, basically every room but the bathroom and the bedroom, including a volume of blood such that there is significant seepage on the couch and on the living room rug. And then we have further discovered the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez in a van that is certainly under the control and ownership of the defendant. And we have a number of pieces of evidence, both circumstantial and real, and otherwise other than circumstantial, which indicate that this individual, Rosalio Gutierrez, is unavailable not only to us, but to all the other people who know him. And that is, from the state's perspective, certainly sufficient to declare him unavailable. State v. Weed, again, stands for the proposition, and then if the court wishes to think about Crawford, obviously the decisive piece, in fact, the only piece of analysis needed there is it testimonial? Based on the circumstances that I'm not going to repeat,
was the van down by the river?
I guess
should write that down. That would
I'm
be
a little
good one.
confused as to then the relevance of this statement. If the state could say why, what is the relevance then of introducing this statement? Because if it's not to show that my client had allegedly done something that was in violation of a law, then I don't see how it's relevant. But if he's introducing it to
explain, I think he's satisfactorily explained why he wants to do it and why he thinks he can.
Salvador must have heard the talk of Mark Jensen
of attorneys
and
and
was
particularly prosecutors
subliminally summoned
who
here.
drag hearsay through the door all the time when judges let them by responding when they're called for the fact that it's hearsay. They say it's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered to explain why the person took the next step that they're going to go to, which, as you have correctly pointed out on prior occasions in this case,
Ears
is
were
irrelevant.
quivering.
The problem that I'm having with accepting it, because there are plenty of judges who would let this in, and he knows that.
Yeah, see?
Because they buy into that.
If we had copious amounts of free time on our hands and not, trying to get through this trial, we could go back and see how long Mr. Dingleberry there had uninterrupted in comparison and do an analysis. This is so horrible.
I was educated that's not a proper admission of evidence.
I don't know, after your Fall Down Go Boom episode, sir.
I think that is the correct interpretation. And in this particular case, I could even succumb to his suggestion that it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Yeah.
And I believe that. I think he's sincere in that, but as I said before, I was concerned about hearsay seepage.
Sal, I did buy blueberry waffles today. How did you know? Do you have a camera in my home?
Demon not offered to prove the matter asserted. It's still so pregnant with I don't want to say inflammatory evidence, but motivational evidence, among other things, that I think the risk is too high. And as I've never done that before. In 40 years up here, I have never, ever told a jury, you're hearing so much evidence that would ordinarily be classified as hearsay, but you open the door, and it may well be that if I admitted this, it would come in through the same gateway. He wants to prove, that these two men went up to the defendant's residence because they wanted to get more information about somebody who they thought
or
might be
intimidate
involved
him,
because of
or
prior acts
unalive
involving
him,
Mr.
perhaps.
If I could be heard on that, and I wasn't quite done with the whole relevancy.
Excuse me?
I wasn't, if I just might.
Actually, if you think about it, you know, who's to say that, well, I shouldn't speculate, but how did Zachariah didn't know that that those two men were coming to, I don't know, maybe unalive him and then frame him? If that makes any sense, which is just pure speculation and just kind of like an alternate ending to this nightmare. This is terrible. I can't believe he's been in jail for 3 years, 7.5 months, roughly. 1,318 days.
Be heard. I wasn't quite.
Excuse me for cutting you off.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've heard pregnant pause before, but I've never heard what he's referring to here. I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
It's fine. There's already been evidence that's been introduced as to why Mr. Campbell went to Mr. Anderson's home. The evidence that's come in has been that Eileen Knoll had texted Mr. Campbell, Zach's name, and that then Erica Saylor took that name and looked it up. The evidence that's come in has not been, oh, we were having a dinner with Mr. Gutierrez and he told us all of this, and so then I knew based on that conversation I needed to go do X. The testimony that's come in is that Mr. Campbell has acted in a way because of what was told to him by Eileen Knoll. He was given a name. They looked him up, that's how he then got the address and went on his way. Additionally, the defense at no point has said that it's the lack of investigation of friends that led to Mr. Anderson sitting at table. It's the police. Mr. Campbell is not the police. So to then try to make the inference and the jump that the defense in its opening statement attacking the police interrogation allows for all hearsay about what lay witnesses did next is relevant, the defense would adamantly disagree with that. And so the state now saying they're trying to introduce this, it's relevant to show why Mr. Campbell took the next steps. They've already established why he took the next steps. This is something else. We can't just have a plethora of information going to the same thing. And at that point, Judge, is critical because then that just goes to show how there really is no probative value. And the state even admitted the probative value is minimal. Those were the exact words that the state should really only come in if there's no other available evidence. We have available evidence. There's been additional explanations of why Mr. Campbell went to Mr. Zacharias Anderson. This evidence should be excluded.
Well, I quoted Weed as saying that the evidence was minimal. I in no way meant to say that this evidence was minimal. I merely meant to indicate that
Are the attorneys just supposed to go back and forth with the judge? Like saying, okay, and now you, Mr. Dingleberry, do you have anything to say? It sure seems to me like Gravely is more in charge of this courtroom than he should be entitled to be.
it had a very specific and limited purpose, which was to explain what happened. You know, counsel wishes there to be a world where you can argue to a jury, hey, these people did some shady things. They showed up at the scene. You know, why did they show up at the scene when the cops have just, you know, gotten there just hours earlier? Why do they show up at Mr. Anderson's home? And the clear implication of these things are that these people are doing things to either block and obstruct an investigation or that they are in on it in some fashion. Because that's why you explain these things as suspicious or worthy of further investigation. You know, one of the things counsel asked you yesterday out of the presence of the jury, which was appreciated.
Here, let's
was
just add another subject
to be able to get
the...
into evidence about Mr. Campbell and whether he went to Pheasant Run landfill the day after. You know, why are you interested in whether he went to a landfill? Why would that be relevant unless you are intending a jury to believe that Mr. Campbell is involved in this homicide?
There, I said it.
And is now dumping evidence of
Is
that
an
homicide.
elected
Otherwise,
official.
why would you care whether he has visited a landfill the day after, not when the body's discovered, but the day after he goes missing, before the body is even discovered by law enforcement? There's no other purpose in doing that.
Body, you meant
What?
event.
Did I say discovered? The missings and the bloody scene and missing Rosalio Gutierrez was discovered. I apologize, Judge, for that factual inaccuracy.
He's so full of...
So, you know, the counsel wishes there to be a world where those things can be implied directly, both in your opening and in your cross-examination of the various witnesses, and that the state in response must be left with simply the cryptic idea that one person provided a name and address in a text
and then the
to another person without any explanation.
Look at his stupid
and that suddenly two people are going to visit that individual before the police even get there. Cryptically, what is a jury to piece together there in the context of all the other allegations that have been suggested here? What would be reasonable interpretations from the jury based on that evidence?
Let's see you
why would they have
drink out of
Zachariah
your water
Anderson's
bottle.
name and address without any context and be so concerned that they would head over there? Well, certainly a very logical conclusion on that was that they're in
his
on
tie
it.
knot is really stupid.
That they have done something, or maybe they're busy framing him, right? Or something like that.
Okay.
Where none of those things are a part of what the state is suggesting, which is that there's this limited piece of evidence which gives context so the jury has an alternative explanation as to why that occurs. And so that is why we're doing this. Counsel said that the mere...
Is anybody else hearing Charlie Brown's teacher after a while? Okay, so for those of you who are joining us for the evening hours or midday hours like Pixie, post-lunch in Australia, please make sure to pay attention to Law Kong Express's comments. He has 4 marvelous episodes on his YouTube channel that are equally marvelous as the Wrongful podcast, to which he has collaborated with them. And in fact, if you listen to the brand new episode today, episode 4, he said that he was the one that read for the part of Zachariah Anderson in today's episode. Thank you, sir, so much. But pay attention to what he says, because super smart, and he drops like little like clues or points you in the right direction. Anyway, just pay attention. Now, something else I was going to say. Oh, yes. In regards to Irish La Tejana, pardonnez-me. She should never have let them say he was passed away. Show me death certificate. I asked that the first day or 2 of this trial was, I asked if he had been pronounced dead, deceased, unalived, what have you. YouTube is so stupid. Anyway. And I think it might have actually been Soloman Anderson that responded that Zachariah's trial was what they needed to actually formally pronounce him dead. Now, that is an I think, or something along those lines. So, oh, it's me, Josie's here. She could tell you. He's the wonderful voice of Zach. Yes, he told us that earlier. I'm here listening. Josie, you were Look at the love. Look at the love. That is correct. That Zachariah Anderson's trial was what they needed in order to proceed with pronouncing him officially deceased. Oh, you people are so amazing. You have no idea. And the collaborative efforts, it's just amazing. It's a thing
Name
of
and
beauty.
address satisfies the requirement. My analogy to that, Judge, would be if somebody went to someone's home or did something new that the council wanted to consider shady because they had been shot, and the defense said, well, all you should be able to do is say that you've discovered a bullet. You shouldn't be able to say that you were wounded by that bullet, or that you have some information about who shot that bullet. You should only be able to say that a bullet was discovered nearby you, and not have any context about.
Toodly pip. The voice of Zachariah Anderson on today's brand new episode number 4 of the Wrongful Podcast is none other than Kong Express, who commented with the link for the Wrongful Podcast underneath your chat. It's him. And he also has 4 episodes on his channel that are equally masterful. Kong Express, you should turn yours into a podcast because there's those podcast awards. And Josie, while you're listening, I need to figure out on the categories for the podcast awards, which I'm pretty sure in the description box underneath this video is a link to the podcast awards. At least I thought I did that. But there's a true crime category, but there's also other other categories for the podcast award, such as female lead / narrator is one of the categories off the top of my head, and others. So if we could figure out like which one of the categories they could be voted for, because I'm assuming the true crime one is going to have a ton of entries. Not saying that they won't win or shouldn't win, but maybe some of the other. There it is. Stray, you are fantastic. That link right there is the link to the 18th annual podcast awards. But if you enter them into things, not only could they win multiple awards, or frankly sweep the whole thing, if it's maybe they should win, but let's just say they don't win in the true crime category, they could pick up a win in other categories, if any of that makes sense, and sweep it. Or, whatever. Like the Grammys. Best new breakout. I mean, I don't remember what the titles are, but if someone along the way on your team could just kind of peruse through the different categories and then make a list of which ones, then I could put in the description box, like, please vote for them in this and this and this and this and this category. See what I mean? Kong, I'm not wearing a Okay, so can't you just... Okay, so I know... Okay, we can talk offline about this, but when I go to YouTube and I do an upload, it'll ask me if I want to upload a podcast. I don't know if that's like the same thing, if you have to connect it somehow. I don't know how to upload just like, just like an audio only, what have you. But you should, I mean, yours is like basically good to go, in my opinion. And I listened to them several times, although I don't think I have gotten all the way to number 1.
About why the next thing occurs.
Just saying.
So, I understand the defense preference is to simply have information like a name and address be sufficient. But I think the Weed case does stand for the proposition that this is admissible, and I am satisfied with the court offering a limited instruction. If as this is said, the court wishes to again tell the jury, this is not to say that anything that you've just heard about this conversation is that it is true. It is simply so that you have some idea, one of the reasons or a possible reason why witnesses proceeded in the fashion that they acted next. I'm totally comfortable with the court doing that so that it would be even more in violation of what the court had instructed a jury for me to ever argue that this is true because these people heard it, over dinner or at the workplace.
I was trying to find the text messages that were asked of Eileen Knoll.
Self-soothing water bottle.
I don't know where they are.
We're all over this.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit scared of hearing that voice again.
I apologize. I'm going to bring one other thing up while you look.
No, I found it. I'd like to.
Okay,
No. Let him finish.
So the indication that, there's going to be witnesses, Olivia and Sadie are going to say these things, which is true.
OA and Sadie, you jackass.
Coming in from other means. I agree with that, Judge, and that increases the indicia of reliability of these two things because two people will testify who are direct persons on that. And so the fact that Rosalía receives information from those makes them more reliable because they will testify.
Because he was talking. I'll put it back up. Thank you,
law
Bill
enforcement
Hammer.
in recorded interviews as saying that these things occurred. So this is not, you're not being asked to allow evidence on something where there's not a well-grounded reason to anticipate that this information will then come out substantively to the jury. Olivia is going to, the daughter will testify in this case. She's already been recorded with law enforcement describing the circumstances we talked about, that I talked about in my opening. And Sadie Beecham will also testify. She's, whatever happens, and I anticipate she'll testify the same, but even if for some reason that did not occur, if the court thinks of all the different possibilities, she also has been documented fully regarding what she said at the time. So this, it's bolstered by the fact that the evidence of these circumstances will come in.
Yesterday, the state, with Eileen Knoll, discussed and moved into evidence State's Exhibit 245. In that, it's a text message string between Eileen Knoll and Michael Campbell. Eileen Knoll sent her text. She and her baby daddy need to be investigated like right fucking now. Testified to, that was understanding that was Sadie. Mike, or Eileen, I agree. I'm calling the detective at 7 in a meeting till then. And then Eileen gives Michael Campbell his Zachariah Anderson's name. What I don't understand is the state asking now to introduce every single little thing that might have led Mr. Campbell to going to Mr. Anderson's home. If that's the case, then the probative value is extremely minimal.
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization of what was actually presented. Given your rulings yesterday, the only piece of that was actually presented was page 2, the name Zachariah Anderson.
Sure, but she had testified to that she had given this information and had this conversation with Mike Campbell.
Right, but all the context behind it was never allowed to be gone into yesterday based on that ruling before the Weed case.
A Dingleberry
student.
student.
The name Zachariah Anderson was allowed to be presented.
Being
Nothing
trained
else
at this moment.
from the context was.
A Dingleberry
when that
trainee, if you will.
Exhibit was admitted, page 2 was admitted, and actually the only thing allowed on page 2, because they wanted the first one redacted itself, was the name Zachariah
That's what they
Anderson.
do. That's a tell.
As I mentioned, the state's already introduced
Let me look.
how Mr. Campbell got this information. It was
Just so you know,
then
I don't
based
turn
on
notifications.
the testimony that we've already heard that Erica Saylor
Other than,
had
like, the little
looked up Mr.
visual.
Anderson's
There we go.
information based on getting the name from Eileen Knoll, that's how they then did their next steps. That establishes all of the next
waved
steps. The
back,
state can
Lynn.
establish the fact about what allegedly occurred in Mr. Gutierrez's truck on April.
Pause. Lynn Dalton, I just noticed your name. My best friend from childhood is also named that. And although, yeah, and she only has one N in Lynn. Okay, you will love her. But that's what I've called her since we were youth. All right, there. I'm done talking.
April 24th, 2020, or late night hours into April 25th, with the witnesses who can actually testify to that.
Well, the bottom line is that I think you've satisfied the requirement of unavailability. I'm still at the same, well, not exactly the same, but somewhat the same position I was on the, what is a perception. And I would expect to see, I don't recall ever seeing a statement of recent perception, certainly not one of any significance or over which there was a big objection in a criminal case. And there's a reason for that.
Well, the weed case is a criminal case.
Other than, I mean, in my trial practice, in the years I've been here, it's a new rule, relatively. Not anymore. It's not as new as it once was. But the Supreme Court of the United States has made reference to that, and it's not being a firmly rooted in the Ohio versus Roberts, firmly rooted exception to the hearsay rule, unlike the excited utterance. And what the rule of statement of recent perception attempts to do is expand the firmly rooted exception of spontaneity from a statement of, excited utterance, which was, they cite as 200 years old, and the law in many states opposing the statement of recent perception, of which Wisconsin is only one of a limited number of states that have adopted the rule. And I would call it the...
Becca Lynn is back.
I'd call it the statement of
now in the
reflected recent perception. It's what the person perceives in the inclusive sense.
Yep.
We're almost an hour into this day. When will the pain stop?
In addition to his or her own perceptions. So I've
about 5 more minutes of this.
Sometimes in civil cases, and I frankly don't even remember how I've ruled on it, but we are much
I'm gonna go turn the
more
sauce
expansive
back on.
than
I forgot to hit
admission
the
in civil
go
cases
button.
than in criminal
Just
for
one
obvious
moment.
reasons. But this could come in on the statement of recent perception in a civil case using the expansive use of the word perceive. As well, I was involved in a collision out here on the corner 10 days ago. And I, as many people do in civil cases, when they're asked, how long before the collision did you see the oncoming car, the striking car? And they say, 2 feet. Well, that's crazy. And of course, all that does is prove you've got enormous contributory negligence because you weren't watching the road. So instead of being confined to that, the person 10 days later, after talking to his friends and neighbors and hearing from them, you yourself never drive more than 25 miles an hour, and this guy must have really been barreling if he came on you that fast. and getting a wide array of information, come to realize or understand. So 10 days later, the plaintiff concludes and perceives that the other motorist had to have been going about 40. And that becomes his statement of recent perception. It happened only 10 days ago. He made some excited utterances, but of course, the fact that he said only 2 feet away,
Excited
that's just
utterances?
reflective of the fact that people are wildly inaccurate about distances and the confusion of the moment, and it's got the spontaneity. But this one is actually on reflection. He had more chance to think about it. Well, under the common law, more chance to think about it translated into
Mark
more
Jensen again.
opportunity to think
Is
about a
Sal still
big
here?
lie.
I'm sure he's quivering with
To
excitement.
think up a big lie.
Okay.
That's why we had the excited utterance rule. So
I'm starting to get
you made a
you.
very splendid presentation, but I'm still where I was yesterday. So
It is 8.
are we ready to go?
8:30, and as long
Yes.
as I don't
Okay.
keep
Thank you.
pausing, Michael's testimony is at like an hour and a half, so it'll put me at 10 my time.
Hi, this is Donna.
I'm actually really excited. I don't have to go grocery shopping, except for if sweet and sour sauce take 2 doesn't work. I'll have to go pick some up. So thanks for the totally unnecessary story that took an hour.
Oh, here we are.
All right. When Zachariah stands up, it's our time to reflect on how many days he has been in prison. Locked up.
Would you come down, please?
Incarcerated, if you will. Tortured. Some would consider it torture. For 1,318 days. Which calculates to about 3 years, 7.5 months. Schrader loves to wax. You guys are so funny. Okay, so some of you are going to have to join me for a subcommittee hearing one of these days. If you think these trials are interesting to banter about, try watching one of those on occasion. I've never been so mad and also laughed so much in my life. Wax. Oh my god, I have special emojis for like certain people. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up. So let's just look at him now today again. And how about this? Okay, I gotta remember to figure out what the shortcut is so I don't miss my cue. Have we ever noticed if Aaron Hack is here?
Good morning, and thank you. You can be seated. Good morning, and thank you for your patience.
So in the beginning of our live stream today, I was telling you about my fellow South Twin Cities Xfinity victim of yesterday. Meet Aaron Hack, everyone. Okay. Here we go. She was the one I was telling you about that got so frustrated. She ended up having to quit for a while working because it was that bad. Today, much better for me. I hope it is also for you, Aaron.
Folks, the entire time we spent, we were disputing an evidentiary issue, and if you were law students, you might actually have found it
Yep, mine's much better.
educational.
Just watch now. It's
I
gonna
did.
go 10 toes up. We will knock on some wood.
But it did take that long to do, and I apologize that it was. You had to wait, and but anyway, we're back and ready to go now, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wonder if it's because it says
So,
Crime
Mr.
Spies
Campbell,
with
you
a
were
period
sworn in
on it.
yesterday. You recall?
Yes.
Okay. So when last I was speaking to you, I was asking if you, on the date of May 19th, 2022, began to have contact with a person named Eileen Knoll.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how that, what means of contact? Was that in person, by phone, by text? How was that happening, if you recall?
By text.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 244. I'm going to first show you page 1 of that. You read that from where you're located. Stop moving it.
Yes.
Okay. And does this indicate a time that you received, that a text was received by?
Does it have a time?
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
And what's the time on there?
2:09.
And is that on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. So would that be 2:09 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a copy of the text you first received from a person you knew to be named Eileen Knoll regarding Gosney Gutierrez?
Yes.
And could you read that text for the juries? Can you see it well enough to read it?
Yes.
Okay. So just in case they're having any trouble reading it, could you read the text you received?
Hi, Mike. Sorry to bother you. Have you heard from Rosalio the last couple of days? I've tried to call, but goes straight to voicemail.
Okay. So do you recall getting that particular text?
Yes.
And then I'm going to ask you about this text, starting at the top. And again, this is in the State's Exhibit 242 on the second page. Did you get a follow-up text at what looks like
I'm just going to object and interrupt. Previously, the state had said they're looking at Exhibit 244. So is this 244 or 242?
I apologize. It says State 244. Did I misstate the number earlier?
Just now you said 242.
Apologize. So again, State 244. Did you get a text at 208:55?
Yes.
Okay. Was the prior text 208:47 that I showed you just a minute ago?
Yes.
All right. Is this again a text to you?
Yes.
And what does this text say, if you could read it?
This is Eileen, by the way.
Okay. And then you read it at 209:16.
Oh.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Then if I received first.
Episode number 4, I think. From La Kong Express. Knighted the other night. La King Kong by Stray. Seems fitting. Said Nicole. No, wait. She had to introduce herself. Wait. Oh, when she... No. Yes, Eileen Knoll. When she reached out to Michael, she had to introduce herself. Interesting. Oh, Lynn's sister's cat is a bag licker. Okay, pipe down. Poppy, Lily's kitten, licks bags. I've never had a cat that licks bags. Again, I know it's getting late. I'm sure some of you probably going to
Further.
Okay, now then, all right. So again, I have squirrel problems, but now that just reminded me of a Christmas skit on SNL with Justin Timberlake and I forget which, but they were outside of a tea store. Might have been the one with, yes, it was the one with Jimmy Fallon and Justin Timberlake, and they had a gift wrapping store, and the woman with the, what do they call those, the auto harps? She had a tea store, and in your copious free time, Google search it on YouTube. SNL Rapperville. It's Bring It On Down to Rapperville, that song. Okay, anyway, it's really funny. It has something to do with, she has a tea store and she's talking about tea bagging, and it's really funny. Okay.
There's blue and there's green. Does the green appear to be your answer?
Yes.
Is that again to Eileen Knoll?
Yes.
And did you send that at 2:09:55?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you respond to Eileen Knoll at that 2:09:55 again on the 19th of May?
I seen him Saturday. Is everything okay?
And then did Ms. Knoll then respond to you at that to that text?
Yes.
And is that a text that where it appears to have been sent to you at 2:11 p.m. 2:11:32 p.m. on May 19th?
Yes.
What does that text say in response to your text?
I was checking to see if he was able to get the lights installed in that other unit in hall.
And then if we go on, again, this is States Exhibit 244. Now this is page 3 of the submission. Does Eileen Knoll text you some additional information?
Yes.
Does it appear that text occurs at 2:11 p.m. and 55 seconds, again, May 19th?
Yes.
What does Eileen Knoll now communicate to you in this text?
Just making sure he's okay. Not like him to have his phone off.
Do you agree that it wasn't like him to have his phone off?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the green. Again, are those your responses in the context of what we're showing?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see if I can orient that. And so is that an answer that you sent to Eileen Knoll, again, 2:12 p.m. and 59 seconds on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you tell Eileen Knoll?
I'm going to do some detective work.
Then at that point, does Eileen Knoll respond to you at 2:20 and 41 seconds, again, May 19th?
Yes.
What does she say?
Okay, thanks. Just making sure he's okay.
Okay. So to the extent you remember, what if any detective work did you do at that time? What's the next thing you did?
We went home. I went home.
Did he just ask him to be a detective?
Spoke with
Wasn't
my
his occupation
girlfriend
like?
and told her about the situation, and she started looking stuff up.
Before
Public information.
Hold on. Before you did that, did you go to the scene? Did you go to Rosalia's house?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So when I asked what happened next, after you said, okay, I'm going to do some detective work, had you been to the scene yet at that time?
No.
Okay. So then how long would you estimate it was from the last text sent to you, 2:20 p.m., how long was it before you went over to Rosalio's house after that text from Mike Haley?
Within the hour for sure, because I live very close to him.
Okay. So, and then you indicated what happened when you went over. We talked about that yesterday, correct? Did you testify to that previously yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after being at the scene, did you come to believe, based on being at the scene, that Rosalio Gutierrez was missing?
I'm
going to object as far as his opinion to whether an individual is missing. This is being speculative.
Again, I believe he received information that would cause him to do things next. So he has a short interaction. At that point, he believes. Okay, go ahead. Did you come to believe that Rosalio was missing based on what was occurring at the scene?
Yeah.
Okay, as opposed to there being a dead body in there.
Objection, argumentative. and leading and speculative. This witness did not go into Mr. Gutierrez's apartment.
Rephrase your question.
What did you perceive when you were at the scene and interacted briefly at the scene where Rosalio Gutierrez's apartment? Did you leave that scene believing that someone was inside?
I'm going to object. This is leading as far as did you and then provide.
Overall,
did you perceive that there was a body inside, or that Rosalio Gutierrez was missing?
I was told he was missing.
Okay, so after having found out, after having perceived that Rosalio Gutierrez was missing, where did you go next after being at the home of Rosalio Gutierrez?
I forgot to do something. Let me pause for a moment.
I went to my house.
Okay, and just...
I got so lost in that 1 hour filibuster, if you will. Oops. That for those of you who are just joining us, might enjoy this. There. Now I feel better.
And were you allowed inside Rosalio Gutierrez's home while you were at the scene?
Of course not.
Okay. Had you made any attempts, if you recall, to call Rosalio Gutierrez on that day, the 19th?
After I talked to the police?
That was louder?
Anytime that day did you attempt to call?
Yes, that's the sus bus.
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay.
I think I have to lower the volume.
Now, after believing that Rosalio Gutierrez was missing, where did you go next? Physically, where did you go?
Oh yeah, the volume's too loud. Oh,
After I left the crime scene,
Yep.
I went to my house.
Okay. And when you got there, who was home?
My girlfriend, Erica.
And did you then, what, if anything, did you place on social media while you were home?
Basically made a post asking if anybody's seen my friend Rosalio.
Why did you do that?
Social media. I mean, it can get spread, you know? So I just was concerned.
Okay. What were you hoping to accomplish? What were you hoping to have happen?
Somebody knows where he's at.
Okay. And after having posted that, were you in contact with somebody that you knew who ended up arriving at the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Brandon.
And what's Brandon's last name, if you could tell us?
Hendrickson.
And if you can estimate in a general sense, what time did Brandon Hendrickson arrive?
Probably like 3-ish, 4-ish, somewhere around in there. I mean, I don't have an exact time.
And when he arrived, what did you discuss with Brandon Hendrickson?
Basically, let's go talk to the guy.
And at some point, were you...
Okay, so this just popped into my brain. So remember, it was getting dark outside. Dusk, if you will. Brandon, the, gentleman from yesterday with the, gang tattoos on his hand. I'm kidding. I don't know for a fact. I can't corroborate that. And this gentleman go to Zachariah Anderson's front door with no response. So then they proceeded to walk around to the back and likely probably caught him by surprise in the backyard because, oh, Tootly Pip is leaving. Goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us. Sleep well. Dream of justice for this man here. No, not this guy. Zachariah Anderson. That's the one. But, this gentleman here, this man here, and Brandon, so 2 guys show up in your, I don't blame him. He was probably scared to death, actually, frankly. And I heard he wasn't a fan of the arms that are on fire. Okay, sorry.
Present when some determination was tried to be made about this. First of all, when you say the guy, when you originally arrived home, did you know the name of any guy to look for, a specific name?
Maybe first name, just because of prior conversations I've had with Rosalio. But until, obviously, Erica was looking stuff up, that's when I knew first and last.
Who's Erica?
My ex-girlfriend.
Did you also, what if anything can you say about whether Eileen Knoll was also trying or providing names at any point to you?
Yeah, she had mentioned his name as well to me.
Okay, and so did she provide the name Zachariah Anderson to you?
Yes.
Okay, and you said Erica was also looking it up. Were you present when that occurred?
Yeah.
And based on the Eileen Knoll text as well as whatever Erica was doing, did you have a name of someone who you were at least interested in?
Yes.
And did you have an address ultimately that you were interested in?
Yes.
And what conversation did you have, if any, with Brandon Hendrickson at the point that you knew a name and an address?
No really conversation was made. We just left.
Why?
Because I was concerned about my missing friend.
So what were you thinking to accomplish if you had a thought process? What were you hoping that might occur?
To see his reaction to, conversation that I'm having with him and, just kind of figure it out myself.
And you had already spoken to law enforcement, at least briefly, already?
Right.
Okay. Did law enforcement have any idea you were going to go to find a person who you had identified as Zachariah Anderson?
Definitely not.
Okay. So who went along?
Me and Brandon.
Who drove?
I did.
What vehicle was used?
My mom's car.
And in general, where did you go to?
To his house.
Okay. Do you remember where that was in general?
I had no idea where I was at. I GPS'd it.
Okay. And had you ever been to, what if anything can you say about whether you'd ever been to that location before in your life?
I'm a general contractor. I'm all over. So I've never been in his area,
Okay. So you had not been to this area that your GPS took you to?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you know what Zachariah Anderson looked like when you drove?
No.
I don't know how to. That's why I don't work on videos back here, because I can't figure out how to
Did you
shut
give me
off
an
the
estimate on how long it took you to
sound
get
for
there?
you.
I think like an hour, something like that.
And what, if you recall, about what time did this drive take place? Again, understanding it was a while ago, about how long did it take to drive there?
Objection asked and answered. He just
I'm
said
sorry.
about an hour.
I apologize. What time of day did you drive?
It was like afternoon, 4-ish, 5-ish, because it started to get dark when we were, out there.
Okay. So when you drive, do you go straight to that location?
Yes.
All right. And when you arrive where your GPS directs you, what happens next?
Here, I'm going to try it again. Make sure it works. I lowered the volume. Enjoy. I think I have to make it a little shorter. Also, I'm not entirely sure how to make it like slide onto the screen and slide off of the screen. I've watched many videos. My son actually made me a video that kind of explains what part of my problem is. Just haven't had time to work it. Okay. I promise I'll be quiet.
We both get out the car. We're walking up to the front door. There was no stairs leading to the front door. I thought that was kind of odd. So I didn't want to jump over his railing to knock on his door. So we walked around to the back, and then that's when I seen Zach.
Actually, in Minnesota,
And
well, I think, I don't know, but in Wisconsin, he's lucky he didn't eat lead for dinner that night because, wouldn't that, I mean, that could have been awful. Could have been even worse. And you're telling me that this gentleman and his character, I shouldn't say this really, because this just fuels the fans the flames of garbage. I don't know. I just don't get the impression that this guy is, I think you know what I'm trying to say, in conjunction with the other guy, and then the two of them knocking on the front door and then taking the liberty of going to the back of the house. No wonder he said he wasn't who they were looking for. He's probably fearful.
That's when I engaged to talk to him.
Oh, and for those of you who are listening on your commute home, please make sure you're staying 10 and 2. I think that's still a thing. Feral Housewife has a great comment I'd like to read to you so you can stay focused on driving. You'll never convince me that Michael Campbell didn't unalive RG over money. Check, clap, the clap, landfill, clap. I agree 100%. And if you listen to the episode 4 of Law Kong Express podcast, this was interesting. There was a witness. I'm not sure what part of this is, where it is in episode number 4. Somebody witnessed trading a shot, nug spelled backwards, with Rosalio, the victim, for narcotics. Interesting. And I don't know if Comer is still in here. Comer ZZZ is still in here. But they so graciously mentioned the other day that in the event of, let's just say, a deal between a few people regarding aforementioned narcotics, it is not out of the ordinary to put your cell phone inside of, say, a microwave to block out anyone who might be surveilling your phone. And for those of you who have been following this, you know that Rosalio's phone was in the freezer. Not the refrigerator, the freezer. And for those of you who are following along, when Rosalio's mother came to clean after the scene was released back to the family, she went in and went, where do I begin? Where do I begin? Should I begin over here in the dining area amongst my grandchildren's art and Easter baskets? Oh no, no. I don't want to preserve that stuff as much as I want to preserve what's in the freezer.
Is the person that you just identified as the person you were speaking to, is that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, Mr. Campbell, can you point that individual out and say what that person is wearing today?
He is wearing a gray suit with a blue tie.
Indicating the accused.
There's a connection here somehow, people. There's a connection here somewhere. I know people are using social media, Instagram, Facebook. Oh, the Denny motion regarding Mike. Okay, Feral Housewife, I believe MLS has the Denny motion. So in the description box underneath the video, there's There are 4 bullet points. Underneath bullet point number 4 is a link to Broken Baker's interview with Soloman Anderson a couple weeks ago. And then underneath that is a link to MLS, David's interview with Soloman Anderson like a month ago. And then underneath that is the link to MLS video about the Denny motion. I count beans. So if I would explain it, A, it wouldn't be accurate. B, it's just not a good idea. And I actually haven't listened to it yet, to be honest.
Mr. Campbell, what was the defendant doing when you first saw him?
Thank you.
Throwing something away in the dumpster, on his phone.
And if you remember, what were the weather conditions like on that particular day when you arrived at his house? Rainy?
It was cloudy.
Okay. And when you were approaching, did you, if you were able to tell, were you able to notice the defendant first, or did he notice you?
So Irish Latehana said, this judge said he pointed at the accused instead of defendant. Different connotations. Feral Housewife is, okay, so for those of you, Feral Housewife is going into Fraser Crane mode. She is listening. Feral Housewife, I will try to remember to pause and read aloud interesting things that come across the chat. Okay, so let me read the transcript
You first,
here.
if you could tell.
Honestly, when I walked up, it seemed like he kind of had his back to us throwing something in a dumpster, and so I believe I noticed him first.
Okay. And who said something first between them? Okay. And what did you say to the defendant?
Said, hey, I'm here to look for Zachariah Anderson. It's about a friend that is missing, that I have belief that you have something to do with it.
And was...
I'm sure he said it like that. Very monotone. And it'll be interesting to watch Zachariah's facial expressions while he tells about this encounter. Frankly, to be honest with you, I would be petrified out of my mind. Alone. And for those of you who weren't here the other day, we had a former detective, 20-ish years, down in Florida. I think he was in like the Miami area. I could be wrong. Oceanside, Atlantic side area. Did over 20 years, Detective John. He was here, and he had said that a body, in order to burn a body, the temperature has to get up to 1,500 degrees in order for, I think this is correct, fact check, in order for teeth and bone to pulverize, is that the correct word? 1,600 or 1,500 degrees. Now, Michael's partner in crime that just testified, Brandon, he testified on end of day 6. Nicole asked him whether or not there was any fire going or sign of a fire, and he said no. How in heaven's name? Oh, I don't think anyone ever accused Zach of burning the body. Oh. You couldn't burn the body up in the rain. Yes, in order for it to turn to powder. Okay. And he is blinking a lot. Did he blink this much earlier? Well, we'll have to see. No, I thought that's why what the whole hubbub was about the fire. You know, that's why they searched the fire, was to look for evidence. Yeah, he did burn his clothes. Oh, if you don't know what you're doing. Oh, okay, so forget what I just said about burning the body. How did I get that? I know Detective John had mentioned the temperature, which stuck in my head. Okay, never mind. I'm just going to be quiet and eat my salad. That's kind of soggy now.
Was Brandon, I'm not asking specifically,
Okay.
but was Brandon Hendrickson also speaking to the defendant at the same time you said what you just said?
Not much. I did most of all the talking.
Okay. What, if anything, what did the defendant say when you said, I'm looking for Zachariah Anderson and I am concerned he might have something to do with my missing friend? What did he say, if anything?
He denied that it was himself. Said he was his brother or something. And that he said he was going to call him or something.
And what happened next?
He went inside.
He is who? Say
Zach.
Okay, that's the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
He went inside and I don't know what he did. Obviously, he was inside. And then was basically kind of talking to us through the window.
Hey, stop for a second. Where were you at that point?
Still in the driveway.
Okay. When the defendant goes inside, do you change your location in the driveway as best you remember, or do you stay where you were?
We were actually walking, making our way back towards the car because we didn't know what he was going in the house for. Okay. So I was just being aware of my surroundings.
So how close were you to your car, your mom's car, when you had some interaction with the defendant again?
25, 50 feet.
From your car?
From my car.
Okay, quote, and 25 feet and then towards the house still? 25 feet away from your car in the direction of where his house was located?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of the next interaction between the two of you and the defendant?
He basically said he didn't know anything what we were talking about, so I basically just said, okay, well, I'm sure you'll be talked to by other people, and we left.
Did you tell him who you thought was going to be talking to him?
Yeah.
Who'd you say?
The detectives.
And after you said that, what did you do next?
We left, and then, excuse me, I had enough.
Hold on. So when you said you left, was there still a distance you had to travel to get to the vehicle, or were you already at the vehicle by this time?
As he...
Oh, I think I disconnected. According to OBS, I am still connected. We have dropped a few frames, still only at 0.2%. We've got almost 3,000 kilobytes per second, which I think so I'm guessing if we're connected there and we're not connected here, I'm guessing this is a YouTube problem? Question mark. I mean FFS, really. Okay, I'm just gonna hit X. And then where are we at? Oh, see, look, now we're almost at 6 hours. This sometimes is a pattern too, like at the top of the hour. How is Rumble going? Uh-oh, I think, oh my gosh, you people on Rumble, Dr. Pyrosteen. I keep forgetting to come over here. Sadie and oh my gosh, okay. I will remedy this, although I think I am stuck. I think I am stuck. How do I remedy this? Off. Off. Let's see what this says. Okay, so now it says live stream is excellent. I don't know what's happening. I'm sorry, Rumble people. Oh, Dr. Pyrostein. I can't wait to read your comments if I'll ever get back into YouTube. Oh, man. I could give you the chickpea topic again. How about this? Nope. Okay, that doesn't look very good. Try a different browser. One moment. I mean, for the love of Pete, let us at least get through Michael's testimony. Nope, none of my windows are opening, which is weird because OBS says it's still connected. Please hold as I... Ooh, we got some activity. We have some activity. Here we go again. Okay, hopefully you're still there. I will check. One moment. That's so weird. Crime Analysis 101 is on. Tear down the house. I must stop in and say hello. CSI effect. I can't chat. Damn it. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, so show more. That's not what I wanted. Oh, man. Oh, my geez. Okay, so... Unmute. Up you go. And that was really weird. And now we got the spin again. Oh, no. See? Same thing. We go from HD quality down to 360. Something is super weird. And it was there, and now it's gone again. Let's see if we're on Rumble. No. Site cannot be reached. Oh, that's weird. We just have the spins. Okay, we'll let the spins a couple more minutes. And if not, I'm going to have to try again. After I reboot. And yet, Restream says cannot connect to chat. but it's also live and excellent. And I'm moving around. I should have maybe, took a little bit better care of my looks today. Let's see if I pop up my fingers. Bunny ears. That is so strange. Very weird. So how is that possible? How is it possible that Restream is telling me I'm still online, but Rumble is telling me I'm not online? Well, Rumble won't connect, and YouTube is giving me the spins. And I can't hear what any of you are saying if you are responding. So I don't want to be a quitter. Oh, she's licking the plastic bag again. My daughter's cat likes to lick plastic bags, and I don't know why. Okay, now it says connect to the internet, but I have all blue. Internet, Xfinity. Back online. Xfinity. Spin. Oh, FFS. Oh, we have sound.
The blue state what I'm saying.
After you drove away, what happened next?
We drove away, and there was...
When you drive, do you go straight to that location?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, I rewound a little bit too
when
far.
When you arrive where your GPS directs you, what happens?
It says we're still
next?
connected, so I don't know what happens in
we
that.
both get out the car. We're walking up to the front door. There was no stairs leading to the front door. I thought that was kind of odd.
Today.
He is wearing a...
What was the defendant doing when you first saw him?
He's throwing something away in the dumpster on his phone.
And if you remember, what were the weather conditions like on that particular day when you arrived at his house? Rainy?
It was cloudy.
Okay. And when you were approaching, did you, if you were able to tell, were you able to notice the defendant first, or did he notice you first, if you could tell?
Honestly, when I walked up, it seemed like he kind of had his back to us throwing something in a dumpster, and so I believe I noticed him first.
Okay. And who said something first?
Me.
Okay. And what did you say to the defendant?
Said, hey, I'm here to look for Zachariah Anderson. It's about a friend that is missing, that I have belief that you have something to do with it.
And was Brandon, I'm not asking specifically, but was Brandon Hendrickson also speaking to the defendant at the same time you said what you just said?
Not much. I did most of all the talking.
Okay. What, if anything, what did the defendant say when you said, I'm looking for Zachariah Anderson and I am concerned he might have something to do with my missing friend? What did he say, if anything?
He denied that it was himself. Said he was his brother or something. And that he said he was going to call him or something.
And what happened next?
He went inside
He
Like,
is who? Say.
Zach.
Okay, that's the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
He went inside and I don't know what he did. Obviously, he was inside, and then was basically kind of talking to us through the window.
Hey, stop for a second. Where were you at that point? When
Still in the driveway.
Yeah, stranger
when the defendant
danger.
goes inside, do you change your location in the driveway as best you remember, or do you stay where you were?
We were actually walking, making our way back towards the car because we didn't know what he was going in the house for.
Okay.
So I was just.
Okay, so remember when Brandon testified and I believe it was Nicole asked him if he was carrying one of those arms that are on fire? And Michael kind of, or not Michael, Brandon kind of like sat up and went, no. And I thought that was suspicious. And now here he's saying Zachariah went into the house and they were going back to their car. I wonder what those in the car then, maybe. Perhaps.
Being aware of my surroundings.
So
let's listen to that again with that in mind.
When the defendant goes inside, do you change your location in the driveway as best you remember, or do you stay where you were?
We were actually walking, making our way back towards the car because we didn't know what he was going in the house for. Okay. So I was just being aware of my surroundings.
So how close were you to your car, your mom's car?
It's my understanding he was not fond of the arms that are on fire.
Interaction with the defendant again.
25, 50 feet.
From your car?
From my car.
Okay, quote, and 25 feet and then towards the house still? 25 feet away from your car in the direction of where his house was located?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of the next interaction between the two of you and the defendant?
He basically said he didn't know anything what we were talking about, so I basically just said, okay, well, I'm sure you'll be talked to by other people, and we left.
Did you tell him who you thought was going to be talking to him?
Yes.
Who'd you say?
The detectives.
And after you said that, what did you do next?
We left, and then, I had enough.
Hold on. So when you said you left, was there still a distance you had to travel to get to the vehicle, or were you already at the vehicle by this time?
As he was telling us that he didn't know what we were talking about, we were basically making our way back to the car.
Okay.
To leave, and then we just left.
All right. And then who left in the car?
Me and Brandon.
Who drove?
I did.
Okay. And when you left the property, was the defendant inside his home or outside of his home?
Honestly, I don't remember.
And at any time during your interaction with the defendant, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a different question. At any time while you were located on the defendant's property, did you see any vehicles that were not the vehicle you had come on to with?
Yes.
Okay.
And two.
Two? And where were they in relation to where you were?
Probably like 30 yards off to my right.
Okay. Were they close to the house or away from the house?
About 30 yards away from the house and myself.
Okay. And what vehicles do you recall?
It was a van. I think it was a black van, and then a Audi.
Okay. And what, if any, contact did you ever have with...
Okay, pause. Now that we are back, I just rewound the live stream. How weird is that? How in the world do you have no internet connection according to YouTube, but OBS stays connected? Restream says excellent. Rumble says cannot connect. And then I don't understand. And on Rumble, we have we have a great group of watchers, and the chat was like totally full with Dr. Pyrostein, And then with the whole like disconnect, connect, disconnect kerfuffle, there was someone else, and I didn't see anything Dr. Pyrostine said. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Pyrostine on the Rumble side, he's awesome. He actually lives in Manitowoc, the same vicinity as Stephen Avery, which is a whole nother thing. Let's just get through Michael's testimony without more things breaking. And Dr. Pyrostine, I'm forever sorry.
The Audi.
None.
What, if any, contact did you ever have with the van?
None.
What's the closest you ever got to the Audi or the van? What's the closest you ever got to either one of those vehicles?
And Kayla is over.
When I was conversating with the defendant, that was the closest I was. When I was like 5 feet from him.
After the defendant went in the house, were you headed towards the vehicles or away from the vehicles?
Away from his vehicles.
Okay. During the time period you were on the defendant's property, was Brandon Hendrickson ever out of your sight?
No, right next to me.
Did Brandon Hendrickson ever go up to the Audi or approach the Audi in any way?
No.
Did Brandon Hendrickson ever go to the minivan?
No.
After you drove away, what happened next?
We drove away, and there was a car that I recognized drove past when we showed up there, because it drove past pretty slow. And, you know, I was thinking, like, did he call his friends or something? That was in the back of my mind. We left, that same car was facing the opposite direction, stopped in the middle of a 2-lane highway, and was flicking his lights at us and held like a hat out the window, wanting us to stop, I believe. But we just kept on going because, you know, I didn't know who it was or anything like that.
All right. And what's the next thing you did?
We went to Sadie's house.
Had you ever been to Sadie's house?
Never.
Had you ever met Sadie?
No.
How did you know Sadie's house location?
We looked it up on, I'm not sure how actually Erica got the address, but she looked it up.
Okay. So why'd you go to Sadie's house?
We just went over there. I don't know. I don't have a reason. We just went over there to check stuff out over there, I guess. See if we've seen anything fishy or maybe seen Rosalio or something.
When you got there, what'd you do?
We parked in the bar, probably sat there for a couple of minutes.
Okay, this is probably needing some work too, and I don't like how I did it with the squish, but here.
I hate her face.
Okay, continue.
Nothing crazy or anything, and we left.
Did you ever go up to the park? Did you ever go up to the house?
No.
Okay. And then when you left, who, if anyone, did you contact in terms of authorities?
I called the authorities after we drove past that house again.
Okay. So what happened when you drove past his house again?
Seen a whole bunch of police vehicles and unmarked, vehicles.
Did you drive by his house again on purpose, like for a reason?
No, we just drove past, because if I'm not mistaken, it was on the way back home.
Okay. And so this time you saw a number of vehicles that were clearly police vehicles?
Mm-hmm.
So what did you do then?
Just went home, and then...
I'm sorry, in terms of calling?
Oh, calling. Then I called whatever county I was in, sheriff's department or whatever, to let them know, I was there, I went there to talk to the man. No harm intended. Just wanted to conversate with him.
And did you identify yourself?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately, after having made that contact over at the defendant's house, did Kenosha law enforcement then speak to you about that?
Yes, they were very mad.
Okay. I want to talk about some of your last contacts with Rosalio Gutierrez for a second. Are you aware?
I'm going to object that this tentatively going against the court's ruling about the prior conversations Mr. Campbell had with Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, I won't ask those. I understand the court's rule. Okay. Yeah.
That, folks, is a stupid, smart person.
Did you have an interaction of any kind through any communication with
pushing the envelope and then getting called out on it and playing dumb?
Rosalio Gutierrez about money? One of you owed the other on Friday, the 15th of May.
Yes.
Okay. And prior to people beginning to question you about this, did you have any active memory of that until people started bringing this up to you?
Say that again?
Did you remember this interaction about money with Rosalio Gutierrez before people began to ask you questions about it, or is that only something that's familiar to you because people said to you, hey, what about this?
I'm going to object. It's leading and suggestive.
It provides multiple options.
Only two options, and so then it's compound, and it's only giving him one of an answer. So therefore, it's suggestive and leading.
Oral.
Should I do it again?
Ask again, please.
Yeah. So did you remember
Overruled.
this contact about money owed?
You know how much damage
before
pistachio nuts
anybody asked you about
do?
it, or was your memory only jogged about it when people talked to you about it? Which of those?
I worked with him. He owed me money a lot. So,
Wait, he owed who
I
money?
don't remember specific, conversation.
Before, but again?
Ask again, please.
Yeah. So did you remember this contact about money owed before anybody asked you about it, or was your memory only jogged about it when people talked to you about it? Which of those?
I worked with him. He owed me money a lot. So, I don't remember specific, conversations about we did this house or whatever.
So, are you now aware, and do you now recall that on May 15th you received a text from Rosalio Gutierrez about money he owed you?
Objection leading.
I'm just orienting us
I'll
so we
withdraw
can...
the objection, given the answer.
Thanks. So now I'm going to show you is this on me?
So it's State's Exhibit 1.
Was that a trap? Object and then withdraw the objection?
So this is going to come up on that screen.
To make him feel like he's getting away with something? Question mark. Becca Lynn says, just wild how Sadie is at Rosalio's apartment with the police and Mike is still driving around not knowing anything. ... But simultaneously, the hunt has begun for Zach. And the dumpster was dumped before Sadie got there, like an hour. Mike is hunting for Zach before he even knows anything has actually happened to Rosalio. Pause.
Display that appears to...
Yes, that was something either La Kong Express or the Wrongful Podcast mentioned, and I'm sure it's written in here somewhere. You people are excellent. It's all suspect. Yeah. Yep. Yes, it is.
Phone records.
Yes.
And can you see a text that's dated on May 15th at 6:03 p.m.?
Yes.
And is that incoming to your phone?
Yes.
And is that from a person who is identified in your phone as Junior?
Yes.
Who is the person who was identified in your phone as Junior back on May 15th, 2020?
Ask that again?
Who was identified in your phone as Junior back on May 15th, 2020?
Rosalio.
Same person we've been talking about?
Correct.
So did he send you a text then at 6:03 p.m. on May 15th?
Hi, Lily.
Yes.
And what does that text say?
You want me to come
Pause.
pay you before I get Julie?
Pause. Okay, so for those of you who are watching the chat, when the little hearties go floating up in the air, that's Lily saying hello. Or a new person. Oh, there she is. Lily, I know the sign. And guess what? Poppy just jumped up here. Everyone, meet my daughter Lily. She's a triplet. She's the smallest of the three. She was born last of the triplets with beautiful dark hair. Isn't that cute? All of a sudden I saw the hearts. I'm like, Lily's here. Everyone, my daughter. And Poppy is her cat. Is June still here? Okay, we're going to continue. Oh, look at Lily. She's very sweet and beautiful. Lily. Oh, I can't say. Never mind. Let's just say there's a surprise waiting in your room.
And shower.
And there's a male name listed there, right?
There's what?
There's a name of a male individual there.
Pardon everyone, but Lily saw when I made this the other day, and I know a couple of you have been asking for it. There, Lily, how does it look on your phone? All right, let's continue. I think we only have like another half an hour or so with this one. All right. Thank you for saying hello to my daughter.
Without saying the name, right?
Yes.
Who is that person? Is that a person when Junior texted you that, did you immediately know who he was referring to?
Yes.
Who is that person without saying their name?
His son.
Okay. So in response to...
I'm just going to object and ask, it's not really an objection, but I think we need to discuss something with Judge.
Lily, look at who's behind me. Oops. She moved.
It's time for a break.
Lily, your mama's out there. Say hello. Oh, come here. Say hello to your mother.
Start again.
Nothing detrimental to the case moving forward in any way.
It's about displays of information and how we want to...
Yep.
All right.
Okay, and this is the moment where we thank Yellhammer Media for remastering the audio.
All right.
And back to Mr. Dingleberry.
So again, I want to direct your attention first to the text that you've already read, 5/15/2020, 6:03 p.m. Do you want me to come pay you before I get the person you've identified as Rosalio's son and shout? Do you answer that text?
Yes.
And is the answer to that text on, again, May 15th, 2020 at 6:05 p.m., so a couple minutes after?
Yes.
And what is it that you say in relation to, do you want me to come and pay you?
No, it's okay. I can wait.
Okay. Now, on the 15th of May, if I indicated to you that was a Friday, do you believe you saw Rosalio Gutierrez after that before you went to his house because you were concerned about his whereabouts? So after that Friday at 6:05, do you think you saw him sometime that weekend, for instance?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And do you have any memory of believing that you saw him sometime that weekend?
I don't have a memory, but like I said, it's possible that I could have seen him, yes.
Did you give a statement to law enforcement back on May 20th, 2020?
Yes.
So that was literally the day after you had been over to the crime scene. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. That was very recent in terms of us talking about the weekend of May 16th and 17th, just a couple days before.
Yeah.
All right. If I showed you that statement that you gave law enforcement, would that possibly refresh your memory of whether you saw Rosalio on either on sometime that weekend?
Yeah?
Okay, so I'm just going to point out.
Lily, I'm not sure if your father and I ever explained to you what a dingleberry is. That was actually an expression I learned from your father.
What's been marked in State's Exhibit 238.
I'm getting punchy.
I'm going to direct your attention. I'm just going to point.
This might be Lily needs to have a conversation with
if
your
you could read those next couple of sentences to yourself, okay? Have you read those?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about whether you saw Rosalio Gutierrez sometime that same weekend of the 15th, 16th, 17th of May 2001?
Yes.
So now, having had your memory refreshed, approximately when do you think you saw him and in?
Okay, we have a timeline thing. I was too busy trying to find emojis. All right, so Becca Lynn has been inspecting the timeline. I'm telling you, Becca Lynn is one smart cookie. Pixie78 says, Jamie, 100% I believe Rosalio probably owed Mike a lot of money for a number of things. So I did mention the fact that Rosalio did exchange a shot, nug spelled backwards, in exchange for narcotics, thanks to La Kong Express, episode 4. Then Mike spoke to the police, but I have not seen an official report. There is no way Mike mentioned stalking. So earlier, Becca Lynn had said, and either the podcaster or La Kong Express said, Mike, there's Lily again with the hearts, said Mike and his sidekick Brandon were going to search for Rosalio, but Sadie, so somewhere along the line, Sadie's phone records have to be in the record, I would think. Because wait a minute. It was Mike. This is, what are the puzzles with like the most pieces that you don't attempt to put together unless you're like a master puzzle? Well, and it sits on your friend's like kitchen dining room table for quite a spell. Yes. Eileen Noel calls Michael. Michael shows up at 3 o'clock. Sadie had called at 11. Michael shows up at 3 after being prompted by Eileen Noel. So, because Rosalio was doing work on her house and he hadn't shown up for a few days. Again, I know you think I'm, probably a little, I probably wear my tinfoil hat a few too many times. But if indeed Sunday night was the night of the event and the garbage wasn't picked up until Tuesday morning, and Sadie just happens to show up like an hour after the garbage got picked up, that is weird. And also, remember the girlfriend, the Facebook girlfriend? She She had been sitting in the parking lot on Sunday night. He never text messaged her, so she left. And she, in her testimony, said something along the lines of, you know, I waited Monday and then Tuesday I started poking around Facebook. Again, Tuesday. Like, if you were really concerned about someone, I mean, would you wait past 12, 24 hours? And then somewhere along the line, Sadie had said, I'm sure Zachariah has something to do with it. And then the stalking thing got thrown around. So Mike knew something happened to Rosalio. I was wrong about that. And for him to jump on Zach wagon is very odd. And then Zach calls 911, which a totally guilty person, of course, does. Yes, he did call 911 while those two guys were there. We haven't gotten to that 911 call, have we? I believe the police asked Noel if she knew anything about Zach. Just a hunch. Didn't Sadie and daughter already talk to the police about Zach? So were the cops that Zach called the ones that arrested him? I don't know the answer to that one. I don't think we've gotten to that yet, have we? About the time Mike was at the apartment, Sadie and her daughter were at the Kenosha Police Department. But when did Sadie go and pick up the daughter? Because remember when she called 911, the police officers, briefly kind of, discussed with her. And then she's like, well, I need to go get my children. Okay, ma'am, you just go. And she's probably cackling as soon as she fired up the vehicle. See you later, suckers. I mean, God. Okay, I'm speculating. That's not fact. And then Mike went home after Rosalio's. Noel doesn't know what happened to Rosalio until Mike calls her from Rosalio's apartment. Noel doesn't know what happened to Rosalio until Mike calls her from Rosalio's apartment. But no. Then, according to something earlier, the whole reason Mike showed up at Rosalio's apartment was because Eileen Noel called him, Michael, and said, hey, could you go check on Rosalio because he's been doing some work at my house and he didn't show up all day yesterday and now it's Tuesday. That's my understanding. It was the call from Noel to Michael that made Michael go over there. Becca, yes, the police who came by Zach in for questioning first. Oh, so that's a great question. So Becca asked if the police who what you're saying is the policemen who responded to Zachariah's 911 call were the ones that showed up and then arrested him for stalking? God, that's effed up. How can we forget her? And what the heck about Sadie's friend Becky's cryptic text message about? Okay, that was in both La Kong's episode, I believe, and the podcast. I think it's actually been in the podcast a couple times. I think it was in today's episode 4, just released. Go listen. And earlier, Mike tells Detective Correa, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, that he got Zach's info from Rosalio's mom. Well, according to La Kong, Express, there is no connection or communication found between Zach and Rosalio. So how the heck would Rosalio's mom have Zach's information? I mean, unless Rosalio and Sadie were in such a, long-term relationship, which from the sounds of it doesn't sound like that was, where it was going or had been. Yikes. There's Lily again. Isn't that cute? Oh, Mommy loves you, Lily. Doesn't matter how old you get, I will still love you like a little peanut. Okay, we still don't know what happened. Lily's. Okay, La Kong Express. Remember how I said earlier, and Mimsy, if you're still here, remember when I told you that one of my daughters loved monkeys? That would be the compulsive heart giver. I love you too, Lily. And then my other daughter loved elephants like Mimsy. Lily, send me a text message when you're coming home. Oh, you did 17 minutes ago. Okay, never mind. I'm a little tired. As you can see, my face looks like I've been hit by a truck. Okay. How many texts did Sadie delete that they found? And Rosalio had not. That also, I believe, was in podcast and or La Kong Express's episode. They're both so masterful, I get them confused. Or La Kong Express had said, look at the little monkeys. Or he had said that in a chat. How about that? Would you like to see the cat? No? Okay. All right. I told you I get
context?
punchy.
What do you know about it?
It was either, Friday or Saturday when we had pizza, all the kids together.
And do you believe that was at Rosalio Gutierrez's house or your house?
My house.
Okay.
BRB. One moment.
Now, after that, I'm going to call pizza party. Okay. After that pizza party,
I can't miss the pizza party part.
It hasn't been testified to that there was a pizza party.
It didn't make it one.
So then, argumentative in testimony.
Overall.
after that incident where you had pizza and the children together at your house.
Sorry, but yeah, pizza party. Pizza party. I know it's on here somewhere. I can't find it, but La Kong Express in one of his episodes had said, how can there be a pizza party when apparently Rosalio made dinner for Sadie? I promised myself no podcast till after I watch the trial. Oh, that's true. I understand that. Well, for people who, you know, don't have time to watch the trial, Poppy no snitch. There's that Poppy no snitch, and there's also that something like something's being delivered, and then I'll check with you in a week. Wait, wasn't that when Sadie was on vacation? That was the text exchange between the two. And according to La Kong Inc., how did Zach get into the house, I believe, is... Was there... I might have been writing this in the dark. There's the evidence a pizza party? Was there evidence of a pizza party, maybe, is what I was trying to write. And I'm pretty sure he said Why have a pizza party when he was making the fictional pizza party? Pizza party like the tinfoil hat underworld pizza party? Because I've dwelled in that whole thing for years and it's super disgusting. Who was watching Kids If Zach Killed Rosalio? Who was watching the children? These are all questions from episode, I don't know, might have been, I don't know. How did Zach get into the house, Sadie's house, when she was on vacation? Wasn't Sadie sending those text messages while she was on vacation about just wait a week for something to arrive in the mail? Sadie had the kids. I thought Zachariah had the kids the night of the incident because Sadie was over at Rosalio's having dinner, in quotes. Weren't the kids with Becky when Sadie was in Mexico? Yes. The question was, how did Zach get into the house? Remember, Zach got into the house and then made the kids breakfast? And when Zach got into the house, that was like the first time he had heard that Sadie was on vacation. Yep, Papi. Papi means daddy or my man in Spanish. Cue J-Lo's I Love You Papi song that I sing to Papi on occasion. And la is spelled L-U-H, not L-U-V. Let's see. The fictional pizza party is to cover his text to null. I saw him on Saturday. The night R got deleted. Oh, yeah, I got to use that. That's way better. Sadie had the kids because the door was unlocked and he went over to the laundry like he normally did. Oh, okay, and Rebecca was there. Okay, I'm just going to shut up now.
Is there ever a time that you have a distinct memory of seeing Rosalio Gutierrez in person again? Other than that gathering we just talked about?
No, I think that was probably the last time I've seen him.
Now, are you aware that your phone...
oh my God, I'm sorry. I
gave up your phone willingly and cooperatively in this case?
It's not over.
Ultimately, are you aware that your phone indicates that on May 17th, 2020. Okay.
Seen him.
Okay. Now, are you aware that your phone? What if anything can you say about whether you gave up your phone willingly and cooperatively in this case when law enforcement asked you in some fashion?
Yeah, I gave him, any information I could.
Okay. And ultimately, are you aware that your phone indicates that on May 17th, 2020, at 1:46 a.m., okay, so Saturday into very early Sunday morning, right? Mm-hmm. 1:46 a.m., that your phone is at a location at Rosalio Gutierrez's home. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was told about it, yes.
That's been pointed out to you?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, do you remember about by May 17th, 2020, were the bars in Kenosha starting to open again?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you know about May 17th, 2020 and any idea of, first of all, do you have a distinct memory of going to Rosalio Gutierrez's home on May 17th, 2020 at 1:46 a.m.?
If I were to be there, it would be to just hang out with him, drink a couple beers or something. I honestly don't remember. But that, obviously if I'm going over there at that time, after the bar, we're going to hang out and drink a couple beers.
Okay. And then on May 17th, so that's a Sunday,
mm-hmm.
in the evening hours, do you recall where you were?
At my house, I'm sure.
Okay. And can you indicate on May 17th, 2020, what your hairstyle was?
Same it is now, same as it has been since like 9th grade.
And on May 17th, 2020, in the evening, do you recall ever leaving your residence that was your normal residence at the time?
On Sunday evening, you said?
Yep.
No, other than maybe leaving to go get food or something for the kids and Erica, you know. I mean, if I wasn't at work, I was at home.
And who is Erica to you, specifically back on May 17th, 2020? Who was Erica to you at that moment?
It was my girlfriend at the time.
Okay. And do you have children with her?
One.
One? Okay. And what, if anything, can you say about your living situation back on May 17th, 2020?
I don't...
Were you living with her or apart?
She was living, well, it's my house, so she was at my house living with me at the time.
And the children?
Yes.
Okay. And that was true on the evening of May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
All right. Are you and Ms. Saylor romantically connected today? At this time? Okay. Now, you've heard a person brought up at some point named Sadie Beecham. Is that a name you've heard at least today?
I wasn't sure her last name was that. I just knew of it on Facebook, Sadie Jane.
Okay. And up to May 19th, when you go to the crime scene, had you ever been in touch where there had been mutual contact with Sadie Beecham or Sadie Jane?
No.
Had you ever met Sadie Beecham or Sadie Jane in person before you went to the crime scene on May 19th?
No.
And after you went to the crime scene on May 19th, did you at some point later on May 19th reach out or attempt to reach out to Sadie Beecham, Sadie Jane?
Yes.
And what's the if you know, what's the first way you tried to do that?
Facebook.
Okay.
Messenger.
And originally, did you receive any responses originally?
It was quite some time. That day I did receive responses, but it was hours later, I believe.
Okay. And that you think you reached out on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay.
For sure I did.
All right. And then you also went to her home and parked at a bar across the street?
Objection. Assumes the fact not in evidence about parking in a bar across the street.
He actually said that in his testimony.
Oh, I must have.
Who said van down by the river earlier?
Predicated upon that, and if you find that if that hasn't been proved, disregard the answer.
Was the bar that I'm speaking about that you said you parked at, was it across the street?
No, it was like her house was here, and then the parking lot was like kind of on the side of her house.
Okay. So that day, May 19th, you also went to that location, right?
The day after, yeah.
The day you found?
The day I went to his house.
Okay. And you didn't make any contact with her in person then?
No.
Okay. So having returned from your trip up north of where you had been, where you live, did you at some point then have contact for the first time with Sadie Beecham?
Yeah, she finally responded back to me.
And you believe that was sometime that evening of May 19th, but after you returned? Did I get that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty positive it was after, yeah.
Oh, microphone on. La Kong Express, again, he drops little nuggets of goodness. Erica was on Facebook announcing she was in a new relationship July 18th, 2020. That might have been in episode 3. I can't remember. Continuing. And Erica, I better look at my notes before I talk out of my fanny. Oh goodness, we got another rogue cat episode. Mike and Erica. Yeah, and there's too many people in this. Erica Saylor, yes.
Questions of Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mike and Erica Saylor. Erica was Mike's live-in girlfriend. According to her, the two of them had 2 kids together. According to him, they only had 1 together. And then shortly after, okay, so Erica and Mike still together in May. Yes, La Kong Express was talking about Erica and Mike still together in May 2020. And then by July, and he's got a picture, I think. And then July 18th, 2020, she announced on Facebook that she was in a new relationship. So 2 months later.
Going back to May 19th, 2020.
Soloman is still
I'm gonna
here.
probably walk
Hello,
you through a couple
Soloman.
more things that the state kind of started.
And again, your family is so admirable with your strength. It's Erica's Mike's alibi. Huh.
You on?
We were noticing kind of a numeric pattern, Solomon. I don't know if those types of things mean anything to you, if you, float alternative things. But the patterns seem to indicate a hug. Therefore, I think we're on the right path. And also, Solomon, I strongly encourage yourself and your family and everybody watching right now or in the future, from now until New Year's, to get a banana. I'm going to ask my friend who lives in Japan. There's a banana smash thing that you do. So you take a banana, pretty ripe. Actually, the riper the better, frankly. And then you take like a toothpick or some, narrow-ish object. And I think you write a wish on it. And then at the stroke of midnight, you go and, in Japan, they go out into the street because if you step on a banana in your home, it kind of makes a mess. You probably don't want it in the driveway either. So they go out into the street, and at the stroke of midnight, they step on it. From what I remember, that's how it is. It's called a banana smash. Kind of starts your year off on a wish. Wouldn't that be cool if we could put hashtag free Zachariah Anderson on our bananas? And then I'll take pictures of them pre and post smash? Question mark? Smiley face?
So you arrived at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, and then do you remember speaking with detectives when you were there?
Yes.
And do you remember after you spoke with detectives on scene that you had a telephone conversation with Detective Correa?
I had a conversation with him, I believe, on the way back from my trip up to his house.
So you did have a phone call.
Yes.
And do you remember in that phone call, the detective...
The banana smash?
Stated that's hearsay.
I'm writing it on my list because I
Do you
need to
remember
contact
telling Detective
a couple
Correa
people
that you
through
had
Facebook
gotten
tomorrow.
information about Sadie and Mr. Anderson from Miss Patterson?
I didn't get any information from her.
So if you told Detective Correa that you got information about Mr. Anderson and Sadie, that would be a lie?
Oh, cry
You shouldn't have
harder.
to form an opinion about or
Mr.
vouch for
Dingleberry.
truthfulness of any.
A lie is a very, very.
Okay,
Sure, I can
Solomon, don't
I'll
judge, but we
rephrase
do
it.
When
this
you
for
say
her.
something's a lie, well, a lie. It will
Sometimes we need to have a little humor to get through all this pain,
well, generally a fact, but.
and we're only watching.
And then people can be, if you ask me, where was I last,
I don't think he knows where he was this
December
morning.
22nd, and I give you my best estimate, it's probably going to be wrong, but it's not a lie.
Okay, so
Sure,
detective.
so you never told Detective Correa that you had gotten information about Sadie or Mr. Anderson from Mr. Gutierrez's mother?
I don't recall getting any information from Celia about Zachariah. I got all my information from my ex-girlfriend, like I had stated before.
Okay, and you're standing by that?
Yes.
So
on May 19th,
just to
2020, you had
just to reiterate, let's play that one more
never
time.
spoke. Did you speak?
Because that was one of Becca Lynn's things.
Mr. Gutierrez's mother.
I don't recall getting...
Never told Detective Correa that you had gotten information about Sadie or Mr. Anderson from Mr. Gutierrez's mother.
I don't recall getting any information from Celia about Zachariah. I got all my information from my ex-girlfriend, like I had stated before.
Okay, and you're standing by that?
Yes.
So on May 19th, 2020, you had never spoke. Did you speak with Ms. Patterson on that date?
I don't remember when I had spoken with her. Of course, I'm sure she knew me working with her son, so I'm sure she reached out to me. I don't remember when she reached out to me.
So you said you were, when you drove to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 19th, 2020, were you driving your own vehicle at that time?
To Mr. Gutierrez's house?
Correct.
Yes.
And what is that vehicle?
2003 GMC Sierra.
What color?
Black.
And that's a pickup truck?
Yes.
And so why did you take a different car? Why didn't you drive your truck to Mr. Anderson's home?
Because I don't live far from Junior. My car isn't the greatest. It's a work truck. My mother's car is a lot more reliable.
Did it have anything to do with the fact, too, about your license status?
Objection, that sounds argumentative and...
What's the relevance?
Well, it's relevance as to the credibility of this witness.
What his license status is? Objection.
The court wants me to give an offer of proof.
I don't know.
I can come up.
Gravely plays some really stupid-ass games.
Yeah, that would change my mind. This is something that you're required to approach prior to asking the question.
Oh, that's not how the rules that
So I'm gonna ask
Mr.
that it
Dingleberry
be
plays
stricken,
by.
So that, and the jury
Well,
be
if I could
instructed,
approach.
and let me finish, counsel, and that the
Mr.
jury be
Interrupt.
instructed not to pay, that they should not consider this question in any fashion.
The
I don't know.
driving status is not a proper consideration in
And the Mary Jane is
evaluating
Judge?
this testimony. We have rules about this type of thing. That's what I referred to.
I don't think this judge
talking to
knows
his
what he's
mother,
talking about.
which have not been satisfied, and there are prerequisites that the court has to evaluate.
I wish he
So
fought that hard
disregard
for this
the,
fine young
the question, and
man's.
if there was an answer, disregard that.
Your mother's car, what is that vehicle?
Kia,
That's
I'm not, Optima or something.
And the color?
Burgundy.
Hey, wait! When do the oranges pop out of the robe?
So when you arrived at Mr. Anderson's residence on May 19th, 2020, you had noted that you first attempted to walk right up to the front of the building.
To the front of the house, yes.
So that was through the grass.
Correct.
Then you walked around.
Correct.
And that's when you saw the two vehicles and Mr. Anderson.
I saw him first.
And then the two vehicles.
Yes.
Okay. When you were there, you said that Mr. Anderson had said that he was his brother.
Something like that. Yeah, he said he didn't say that it was him.
And,
Asked him if it was Zachariah. He said no.
and did you give your real name?
I did. I didn't give him my last, I don't think, but I gave him my first.
Okay. And did you hear Mr. Hendrickson
Objection.
give his name?
Objection. Calls for hearsay. What the other person said?
The other person's already testified, and this is also the state. This is just.
No, please. Can you give me the question back, please?
His tone, his condescending tone towards her, and the blatant
Overall.
He didn't give his
bias.
name, no.
He didn't give
It's
his real
disgusting.
name. He gave
Correct.
a fake name.
Correct. First fake name.
Hi, Josie.
So Mr. Anderson wasn't the only one not giving real names in that situation, in that conversation.
Objection. That's argumentative.
Okay, what do we know about Gravely's
factual,
tell?
Well, the court has.
Overall.
This is another
You
Gravely
can
tell.
answer.
Yeah.
So when you were there and you made these observations, did you see anyone in the black van?
Now he's going back into stupid
No.
smart
Did
person
you see
mode.
anyone cutting carpet out of that black van?
No.
Did you see a fire that was going?
No, I did not.
Okay. And were you able to observe what Mr. Anderson was wearing?
I don't recall.
And you didn't see your friend there, correct?
What do you, no,
Friend that you went looking for?
No.
You didn't see him there?
no.
And
Law
you
King
didn't see any of
Express,
his belongings
Law
there?
Kong,
No.
King Kong. Nope, not hearsay. He was a party to it.
What was you had said that your intent of going there was to just ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
So, but did you assume that Mr. Anderson had something to do?
With this?
Yes.
Of course.
And so you drove over an hour just to have a conversation
make a
with someone
short
that you
stinger?
believed had something to do with the disappearance of your friend,
Yeah,
Wanna be
I did.
quiet.
with the only intent being to have a conversation with the guy.
Yes.
Well, what would you have done if you saw Mr. Gutierrez there?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Your intent could have been more than to
If I was
just have a
smart, I would have
conversation.
delegated a
If
scorekeeper
you saw his.
for
Yeah,
these
you-
objections and the
The
rulings.
question is if he
If there's an
saw.
objection, state the objection.
I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure that he's understanding your question, and I have
I'll
to tell you,
I'll rephrase it.
in the form in which it's placed, it's yeah. Ask it over again.
You had, I'm just gonna ask a different question. So you drove over an hour to see someone that might have, in your opinion, had something to do with your friend's disappearance, just to have a conversation with them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know an individual named John Hunt?
I do now,
Okay. How do you know him?
from a statement that was written from him.
Do you remember
Solomon
previously
called-
telling law enforcement that you had known him?
I don't want to talk over the end of his testimony. Solomon, here we don't call it lurking. We call it going into Fraser Crane mode. I'm listening. For those of you watching, Solomon maybe going into Fraser Crane mode. Continue.
Prior to that you're familiar with who he was?
I was told by my sister that he was my father's friend that I had no idea about.
And do you remember a time around May 19th, 2020, where you and him had an encounter?
I mean, he picked up my sister every day to go to the methadone clinic. So, yeah, I'm sure I had conversations with him.
And around this time, strike that. I want to go back to May 17th, 2020. Your phone pings at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment.
Okay.
But you previously said that the only time you saw him was either on Friday or Saturday. You can't remember.
Objection, that mischaracterizes the evidence. He didn't say that's the only time he saw him. He said that's the time he saw him. Obviously, it's not the only time. He's seen him many times over his life.
Friday or Saturday, you said that that event was this, as the state said, a pizza party, and that was at your house, correct?
Right.
So what were you doing at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020?
Like I said, I could have went over there, had some beers with him. You know, if he had a job that I had to go somewhere different, maybe I needed some tools that he had, or vice versa.
But would you have gone there without texting him first?
Objection calls for speculation.
What, it's this own witness.
Well, I don't, you could ask him whether he did or not, but you're asking whether he would have done so, which is, you're really asking what he might have done, which isn't, well, it's irrelevant.
Before you go to Mr. Gutierrez, you've been to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment before?
Correct.
Normally when you go, do you text or call him and let him know you'll be coming by?
Not all the time.
Hold on. Same objection.
This is what
What's
he
with
normally
his
does.
hold
It's not
on?
asking, would he? It's habit evidence, Judge.
Well, and there are limitations on that, but he can answer.
He's so slimy, I need a shower.
Say it again.
Another shower.
And what she's asking is whether you would typically contact him beforehand that you were coming. I think that's what she's asking.
Yes.
Yeah, normally I would, yeah.
And, but you hadn't texted him on the 17th or called him and told him that you were coming, correct?
I guess not, no.
The state had asked you about Mr. Gutierrez owing you money. You had said there were times, where he owed you money for the work that you guys were doing. Around this time, Mr. Gutierrez owed you some money, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember how much?
No. How would I remember that?
You don't have to say anything further.
What did he owe you money for?
Work,
What kind of work?
painting, flooring, general contracting work.
Now, when you worked, did you ever work with him and other guys?
I would have
or was it
followed
that
that
he would
up
send
with
you out to a job
anything
site
else?
And you would do it, and then he'd pay you?
We worked together. Sometimes we worked separate on different projects that he had going on.
And in working with Mr. Gutierrez and other people, did you ever work with an individual named Dan Spear?
Yes,
And Dan Spear was another individual who did work for Mr. Gutierrez.
I want to say he only did work for him a couple of times.
Was there a reason for that, to your knowledge?
Objection. Irrelevant. I'm not on notice of any information about Mr. Spear and have no reason to believe it's relevant whether he.
His other
what
tell is
his
that
reason
shoulder
was of
tick
not
he
being
has in
employed
his
as-
right shoulder.
Its relevance as to conversations between Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Dan Spear, which were included in the discovery provided by the state to the defense.
Again, Judge, that sounds like hearsay.
Repeating his
It might be.
filibustering,
But
if you
that's
will,
a
at
question in and of
times.
itself.
Aggressively
the objection's
jugging,
overruled. You
So
can
let me-
answer.
chugging
My objection
water.
is speculation as well. How would he know what the circumstances were of
Kyra
Mr. Spear
McDinn,
no
hello
longer working?
again.
I asked him if he knew.
Do you know the?
Yeah, I know that he has worked with him. I've actually helped Dan Spear on a job for Eileen, and I don't know any other jobs that they did.
Now, with Mr. Gutierrez owing you money for the work that you've done, do you remember admitting to law enforcement that the only times you really ever got mad at Mr. Gutierrez was
I'm
over
sorry,
money
pause.
owed?
Soloman just said, the lies out of that piece of garbage, Lauren Anschutz. Sir, I hope it's okay. I called him like Anschutz. Anschutz. I don't know. Toilet humor is sometimes entertaining. Makes me apoplectic. Okay, so both him, again, I'm an accountant. I'm not a body language analyst. But it seemed to me like in watching his body language, Mr. Anschutz, he kept looking down. Like he would give an answer and he'd look down like he was ashamed. Deputy Donut. Interesting. And then the next officer after that, I think it was the same day with the black uniform and the black jacket over the top of it. He also seemed to be kind of frustrated with, it almost seemed like he wanted to say things he wasn't permitted to say. I don't know. He was guilty nervous. Interesting. For what it's worth, when Detective John was in here the other day and I asked him, that was when Van Wee, the blood spatter analyst that analyzed the blood spatter of a scene and then wasn't actually taking the 40-hour coursework to be qualified as such until 15 months later. And then to further add to the bullshittery, didn't write his report until 2022. Well, anyway, Detective John was in here the other day when he was testifying, and I asked him as nicely as I could figure out how to say it without being insulting. But I'm like, when there's somebody, a detective that's supposed to be doing their job, do good detectives like, you? Are you, like ashamed or, does it disgust you, I guess, as much basically as it disgusts us, considering that's his profession? And he agreed. So it just gives all of them a bad rap when you've got a nincompoop in charge of things, televised all over the whole entire world. Anschutz looked like he was crapping his pants the whole time. Well, therefore, the nickname, and Shits. Jeff Van Wee. Yeah, that's the one. Eraserhead guy. Okay, at least
The only time I got mad at Mr. Gutierrez was...
I'm just gonna rewind this part.
I know that he has worked with him. I've actually helped Dan Spear on a job for...
Okay, pause. I don't know if Soloman has seen the sus bus, and last time I think I tried it, I did it wrong. Here we go. Again, I'm just trying to use a little humor to point out the obvious for people that belong on that. sus boss. Okay, continue.
Eileen, and I don't know any other jobs that they did.
I don't want to offend.
Now, with Mr. Gutierrez owing you money for the work that you've done, do you remember admitting to law enforcement that the only times you really ever got mad at Mr. Gutierrez was over money owed?
The only time I got mad at Mr. Gutierrez was the situation with Dan and Junior.
What happened with that situation?
Junior had him do a tile surround for $150.
And why did that make you angry?
If you understand and know pricing, that's...
Didn't that sound rehearsed? For $150? Play again, Sam.
Tile surround for $150. The situation with Dan and Junior.
What happened with that situation?
Junior had him do a tile surround for $150.
Doesn't that sound like a script?
If you understand and know pricing, that's terrible.
What would the norm, and this was something that he was supposed to pay Dan Spear for?
Right, which I had to help because he didn't have the tools or a vehicle to get to the job.
I'm sorry, that just sounds like a script he's reciting.
How much would the pay be for a job like that?
Objection irrelevant, Judge. What we're now talking about is whether Rosalio Gutierrez paid
It must be because here's
irrelevant.
Here's Mr. Dingleberry's
Whether he has knowledge or not, irrelevant.
tell on full display.
Again, the relevance is going to come out with detectives and the theory of the defense about not investigating people. There are several messages from Dan Spear to Mr. Gutierrez that was provided by the state to the defense. This witness has also testified that that was the only time he got angry. It was a tricky situation. That text message string is a very aggressive text message string about monies owed from Mr. Gutierrez to Dan Spear.
Sounds like
if you were questioning him specifically about the incident, but at this point the relevance has not been demonstrated.
And again, Judge, this is the Denny stuff that we talked about before, and I mean based on the record that was just made.
Not Denny.
Hold, counsel. All
right, that's enough. Just say what you want to say.
Sure. Me?
Please.
Okay. Again, we have an allegation of a named individual where
me.
And I'm sorry. Yeah, apologize.
The most dangerous that walk amongst us.
The basic allegation made is a Denny violation, purporting that underpaying a person for tile work would be something that would be a Denny violation. What possible other explanation would there be for raising this? And again, this is not a name that we've been provided or the court was noticed on.
Lack of police investigation into the discovery into this case.
Well,
this is not an allegation.
What about the district attorney's point?
Point about what? That I've named an individual?
I can see why you guys watch this trial over and over and over
again.
again.
Stipulated to.
I didn't stipulate
it's
any
a fact,
Denny
Judge. There's a difference between establishing fact and making a Denny argument. I'm not doing that here. I'm also just inquiring further from a witness's answer. I'm not pointing the finger, nor am I offering to point the finger. I'm offering it as evidence that the state ignored, which is evident because they clearly don't know what I'm talking about right now.
Oh, Judge, that is an improper argument. That's improper. So if every person that a contractor ever has an argument with has to be individually investigated.
Stop.
Oh, there's that aggressive water drinking again. Gravely is exhibiting many of his tell signs in rapid succession at this point. What's happening
I
here?
ask you folks to just step out for
Oh, finally. Oh my God.
2 minutes.
And that's another
Let's
thing.
talk about the case.
I got so lost in that I forgot the jury was still in there. Oh, FFS. Oh, brother. this, I mean, let's be honest, Tiger King was really kind of interesting and sad. But this should be the Tiger King of this holiday season.
First became judge.
Everybody watch this. How can you not watch it?
In Wisconsin, I went to the
Sorry. Oh dear, here he comes tooting his horn. I'll be quiet.
When I first became judge, like my colleagues in Wisconsin,
is he
school, and we got pointers
warming up for a
experienced
tongue
judges and
lashing?
others, about various techniques, and one of the points that was made was that you should always give reasons for your ruling, so the Court of Appeals why you ruled as you did. And over the years, I've tried to adhere to that as much as possible, and I can't recall ever getting scolded for it by the Court of Appeals. And in fact, on occasion, individual judges have, from the Court of Appeals, have told me how they like that because they can understand why I acted as I did. That doesn't mean they always agree. But, and so I've been comfortable with it. And I had a case a couple of years ago where I was roundly criticized in a case that was in the national media, which a lot of criticism, in my estimation, was politically based by people who did or didn't like the way things were going. But there was a lot of criticism. The judge shouldn't be ruling on evidence in front of the jury and giving his reasons for doing it, and also allowing the attorneys to argue evidence in front of the jury, which also was, I thought, encouraged by the Court of Appeals. I have to tell you that, and I've been through some real battles in here, but I've never had a case where lawyers took my position of allowing discussion to the point of filibuster.
I said filibuster.
And if we don't contain this a little bit, I'm going to have to go to the.
He's taking lessons from Nancy.
System of just
He's taking lessons.
objection.
Never mind.
And I'll rule on the fly without always fully understanding what you're getting at. This courtroom was built 100 years ago, and the jurors have to climb 21 steps to get up to the jury room, and it's not comfortable for all of them. So taking these extended breaks.
Pause.
For having the evidentiary discussions.
Okay, so the day 7 transcript that I copy and pasted, when I look for the word UH space, it says 1,001 times in day 7, the word Now, some of them are in like succession. There's no way to count that. So there's your answer, Becca. 1,001, which is 1001, which again is like a mirror, like the 8s. This is weird. And the 11 that we ended up the other day, I don't know. For me, I find that as a sign we're on the right track.
Is a problem, as it is for the reporter because of the electronics. If we leave the room. So look, you can briefly state your positions, but both the acrimony and the excessive combativeness are not helpful, and I want them stopped. Any questions?
No, Judge.
No.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come in.
Well, did the court rule on whether this is a permissible question or whether there's a Denny violation, just so that we're...
Oh, I was looking at it as an opportunity to give a speech.
Oh, the judge made it
All
funny
right.
again.
I didn't actually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Why don't you start with a new question and keep it within the parameters? There is validity to what he's saying. I also can understand your position, which has been pretty consistent throughout the trial. But rephrase your question and we'll see what's going on.
Yeah, I don't even remember what the last question was at that point.
Are you
So
suggesting this area of a dispute over the money?
Yeah, that's the issue. Every time this guy has gotten into a disagreement with somebody, whether it was over the fifth inning of the Cubs Brewers game, 2 years ago, that's so far fetched. So, the fact that it's a disagreement about money, which the witness says he doesn't even remember the amount, and whatever evidence was received earlier on or what discussions we had was, we've talked about less than $1,000. So, I think I've already indicated that I thought there was an insufficient ground to go into this depth.
And I was finished with my line of questioning about the argument with Dan Spears and that whole issue.
Well,
I think the objection came when this witness answered. It was a late objection. I'm moving on. I'm not going into that area anymore.
I am asking the court to indicate that the testimony garnered regarding a dispute about tile surround with Dan Spears should be disregarded because the court is sustaining my objection, and then we should move on.
I would say I didn't think that the $150 dispute about the tile on the, what do you call it, the edge?
Tub surround.
Tile surround was of such significance that it needs to be struck. So while I think your point is a legitimate one, I'm not going to strike the evidence.
Okay, so you're sustaining my objection, or because she indicates she's moving on, we're not, just so that I understand where we're at, and I'm done.
You made a request in addition to the objection. The objection is I didn't think it amounted to a Denny violation, so I guess I'll overrule your objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just got some really fantastic news about my daughter. Other daughter. I'm not free to share, but I'm just
you had talked about a Facebook post that you created in regards
and
to your
shocked.
friend, Mr. Gutierrez. That Facebook post, was that a public post?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And you said that you had made that post upon arriving home after you were at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
I don't remember exactly when I posted it.
But it was in the late afternoon.
Again, I don't remember when I posted it.
You don't, did you post it, so you don't remember at all?
No.
Previously, do you remember testifying that you had posted it when you got home?
No.
But you wouldn't have posted it before you went to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
No.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get a timeline here, Mr. Campbell.
Objection. He indicates he doesn't remember what time.
Well, I can still narrow it down.
Well, not to the point of nausea.
I don't plan on doing that, Judge. If
We have a judge. We have a juror who's in a little bit of distress.
Would you like a bottle of water?
so, you had previously testified that around 3 p.m. was when you had gone to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Sounds about right.
So the Facebook post would have been made anytime from 3 p.m. later into the evening.
Objection. He doesn't know what time.
This is my last question. He stated, Judge.
I understand what he stated, and go ahead. The last question, go ahead.
I don't remember when I made the post.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was that the post would have had to have been made sometime after 3 p.m. I'm not asking for a specific time, just that it was posted after 3 p.m.
Objection. He said on direct, I got there at sometime around 3 p.m. So to
Is there
say,
an objection?
Well,
Yes.
wait a minute. What was stated on direct is not conclusive as to what she can ask on the cross.
Understood. No.
Okay.
But she's indicating it had to have happened after 3 when he previously on direct said sometime around then. That doesn't
But
define.
he can either say you're correct, or he can say no, or he can say I don't understand your question.
But previously he said I don't remember the time. Yes. Thank you.
I don't remember if it was before or after going to Junior's house.
But you made the post about your friend missing, correct?
Right, so it was after, obviously.
Okay, so if it was after, obviously, and you say you're at Mr. Gutierrez's house at around 3, it would have had to have been sometime, you don't know
Well,
what time.
you know what? That's argumentative.
Okay, Judge, I'll move on.
Well, you've got the evidence, and now you're arguing with the witness to extract something that for argumentative purposes. I don't want to argue about it.
Who peed in this judge's Cheerios?
You testified on direct examination that you had returned back to Mr. Anderson's home? That you went to Mr. Anderson's home, you went to Sadie Beecham's home, then you went back to Mr. Anderson's
We
home?
drove past.
Okay, and you said that that was on your way home?
Yeah,
So where did Miss Beecham live, to your understanding?
I don't know. GPS, I'm not familiar with the area. So I couldn't tell you northwest, east, none of that.
Okay, yeah, and you said you used your GPS
Yes,
on your phone.
probably yes,
Your phone record should show you in those locations.
should.
Okay.
Gee, I wonder how he must not be old enough to remember when we used
Do
to
you
have to have
remember
maps in
sometime
the
around
car.
May 19th, 2020, having items in a trailer attached to your truck that were going to be disposed of?
Yeah, I do flooring, so, you know, there's always a lot of stuff to get rid of.
And did you ever have an inquiry from, I'd asked you about Mr. Hunt before, Mr. Hunt, John Hunt, asking if he could have a carpet that was in the back of your trailer?
Objection. That's hearsay. What Mr. Hunt said would be hearsay.
Well, the statement, can I have a carpet, which is in your trailer, to the extent that it suggests there was a a carpet in the trailer, that hearsay-ish. The inquiry, can I have it, is not an assertion. Rephrase your question.
Did you have around May 19th, 2020, a rolled up carpet in your trailer?
I'm sure, yeah.
And do you remember a time where John Hunt asked you if he could have that carpet?
I don't remember what time it was that he had asked me, but I told him no because the houses that we worked on were obviously terrible. So why would he want carpet that was probably saturated in dog urine? So yeah, I told him no, he can't have it.
Do you remember what date that interaction occurred?
No.
And do you remember telling Mr. Hunt that you were going to be taking it to the dump?
What else would I do with it?
Well, I'm asking you.
You could just answer the question.
Yeah, of course took it to the dump.
Okay, and did you take it to Pheasant Run?
No.
Didn't you tell Mr. Hunt that you were going to take it to Pheasant Run?
I told him I was taking it to the dump.
And do you remember talking with law enforcement in this case?
Yeah.
More recently? Within like the last 2 months, do you remember speaking with law enforcement about this case?
Well, yeah.
And do you remember telling them that you had taken that to Pheasant Run Hill landfill?
I went to Pheasant Run one time, and it wasn't for that. It wasn't for, I was helping a buddy, and it wasn't for that. I always use the city dump.
And where's the city dump?
On 50th Street.
When had you gone there with the carpet?
I don't remember.
So May 17th, 2020, your phone pings at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. May 19th, you're back at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment and then go to Mr. Anderson's, Miss Beecham's house. What were you doing on the 18th of May?
Good question.
I don't know. I don't
Nobody.
remember.
Everybody
Were you
must have been
working?
busy.
I don't know. What day was it? Saturday?
Monday.
Friday?
Monday, May 18th.
Monday? Probably working, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Where were you working around that time?
I'm not sure. I work all over the place. So
In such a pivotal
I don't
moment,
have a 9 to 5 where I go
you'd
to the
think
same
he would
place
recall.
for work.
Do you remember texting your mother in the morning of Monday, May 18th, asking her if she could take you to 2 banks?
I'm sure. I have a good relationship with my mom. She's lived in my home.
Why would she need to take you to the banks, though, if you used her car on your own?
Maybe we were going to breakfast, lunch, I don't know.
And do you remember why you had to go to the banks on Monday, May 18th, 2020?
I have.
Okay, so you think he would have been asked this question considering the fact that his friend, something happened to his friend, and I'm sure the police have gone down that road when it was fresh in his memory. Yet here he can't seem to answer. I find that
bills to pay,
suspicious.
So probably
if you
depositing
will.
money or withdrawing money.
And so you'd have no reason to be in Illinois on Monday, May 18th, 2020, correct?
Objection, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether he was in Illinois on the 18th.
No,
What's
it isn't.
It's relevant as I don't want to make the argument in the presence of the jury judge.
Well, if you
It's relevant because it's
work up
establishing
to the
he was near the victim.
inquiry, then perhaps the relevance will become apparent to me before. But I don't. I have suspicion that the jury is probably feels we've had quite enough times they've been excused. Asking a different
Well,
question.
Were you
that's
working
part of
in
the process,
Illinois
sir.
on Monday, May 18th?
Possibility, yeah. It's a possibility.
Did you provide any records from your bank to law enforcement?
Objection, again, irrelevant.
Well, that question, go ahead.
I can if I need to.
Pause. They didn't look at anyone else. Stray says it's extremely relevant. My whole thing is part of the defense is to poke holes in Mr. Dingleberry's prosecution. So by pointing out that this sir here, who was close to the victim and according to my notes was at the victim's home up until 1:46 a.m. according to Law Kong Express's episode 4. That puts him near the victim. Now I don't want to plant fabricated statements in your ears, but remember she asked for the jury to be out. Yeah, I mean, isn't that part of what a defense is to poke holes in the prosecution's weak ass case in this instance and point out to the juror there could be alternative suspects, show how there's reasonable doubt. Yes, that's their job. This is just so horrible.
No, her question was, did you do so?
Yes.
And
You
I don't
handed them a copy of your bank records?
I don't buy he doesn't know
I
what he was
showed him.
doing.
And did the detective ask
He had to
to
have been asked
keep
that
them
question
or
a
no?
thousand
Objection,
times.
sounds like it calls for hearsay, and
Did
it's
you
irrelevant. And it's irrelevant.
Did you?
It's not hearsay. I'm still in question as to the relevance. Go ahead.
This just shows the mental
Did you
incompetence
keep them-
of
did you
Mr.
give them
Boom
to the detective to keep?
fall down
No.
and got a boo-boo.
And you did not show those to me, correct?
To who?
To myself.
Objection, totally irrelevant.
And we're at the point where I guess I do need to have some idea what the relevance is.
As far as the information being provided in conversation to the state and not the defense, and nothing further being done with that information. Because remember, the state has opened the door as to what the defense could have done. And so this is about information that I was not given the opportunity to view.
Well, you can't testify.
We've
I
already,
understand that.
we've
All
already
right, we're going to
litigated.
break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial, and we'll see you at 1 p.m. Is that convenient? Thank you.
I want to know when the orange falls out of his robe. Oh man, are we going to come back to more arguing? Okay, yes, but just for a little bit longer and then we'll be done for today. I wonder where Lily is. Oh.
From Mr. Campbell to his mother, establishing his whereabouts on May 18th, that are contradictory to his GPS location data, which puts him in Illinois on Monday, May 18th, 2020. He claims in his text messages that he's here in Kenosha asking his mom to take him to the banks. That's the extent of the information that the defense has. The defense knows that about a month and a half ago, the state had Detective Correa meet with Michael Campbell. During that meeting, Mr. Campbell had, I guess, shown his bank statements to Detective Correa. Those were not maintained. I was not also shown them to be able to establish any sort of report.
Oh, that's it for Mike?
Testimony about him going to banks here, him not being in Illinois. Obviously.
I think what we should do is just finish out and wait for the next witness to start, which, according to the video I watched from La Conga Express, is going to be Michael's live-in girlfriend. What's her face? Erica, I believe. But we will stop when she takes the stand. Does that sound like a deal? Lily should be home by then. Oh, I think I just heard the car door. Okay.
The inconsistent.
Well, it's not that it's
here. Right now, as we sit here, we're what, 6 miles from the state of Illinois?
Sure, where he was in Illinois is actually 40 minutes away, Judge, according to his GPS location data. And it just goes to the fact that there's information that exists that was privy to the state that we were not, and it also goes to the investigation that the state had. And you know, the state's asking for the jury to find Mr. Campbell to be credible about why he went there, his reasons for going there, his thinking. Who knows how they're going to argue Mr. Campbell's testimony. I have a duty to my client, to Mr. Anderson, to impeach a witness's credibility where I believe that there's impeachable information.
That's what we just said.
These bank records that were shown to the state could just be the linchpin in that. And also then it calls into question the police just believing everything that Michael Campbell had stated. That maybe if the investigation, they had done their job, they would have noted that Mr. Campbell was lying about his location whereabouts during the alleged time frame that Mr. Gutierrez's body is being disposed of.
Mr. Gravely?
So, Judge, we're looking at the location data right now. The defendant's phone pings at 10:09 a.m. in Illinois, 10:09.
Sorry, Michael Campbell.
I'm sorry, Michael Campbell, sorry. And at 1:43 p.m., it pings in Kenosha. So he's in Kenosha.
Brandon, let's go. Hello. Your name sounds... Oh, I know who you are. Welcome to Crime Spies.
So, hold on. So literally, what counsel has just sewn together for you is based on occasional location data pings.
I decided to change his name now to Mr. Dingleberry.
Then mid-afternoon, he's in Kenosha. So again, there's nothing that is actually productive that is here. Now, if you recall, Judge, this is the actual person, Mr. Campbell, where the court has heard a Denny motion and made a ruling. And yet, we're still having a jury hear cross-examination about each of the details that I thought the court, when it denied the Denny motion and said there was not sufficient because of the lack of a motive, was precluding that information from being brought in. So now we have a cross-examination about the calls to his mother to get to the bank. That was in their motion. That was one of the facts that they described. The question about his financial records, that was brought up in their motion. These are details. The issue of whether the carpet and his interaction with Mr. Hunt, all of those things were in that motion. We're in a position, Judge, where the court has made rulings in this case. It made rulings in a disqualification motion. It made a ruling. It's in CCAP. This is another situation where the court made a pretrial ruling. That's why we hold these pretrial rulings. And here we are with exactly the same cross-examination that pretrial ruling was supposed to prevent. I mean, that's why it's good practice to do it as they did. You know, I mean, I remember, if you recall, I applauded them for bringing that up at the time, because it allows us to have a trial where those issues are not repeated.
This is not being offered as Denny evidence, and the court's ruling was that you weren't precluding me from asking these questions about facts. There's a difference between asserting where an individual is or isn't, or what they were doing. These are facts and evidence. I'm not introducing this to point the finger. It's been clear from the very beginning.
I don't think that's been clear at all.
I don't think the judge knows his...
The ruling about...
We had a hearing on this, and I made a ruling, and you're examining on things, and I'm thinking, and I asked several times what the relevance was, and you were evasive in your responses, and they said, well, you need to build up to it so it becomes apparent, so I don't have to excuse the jury every 5 minutes.
Oh, dear. Brandon Lesko, welcome. Welcome. I do have a disclaimer I said at the beginning of this, but that was almost 8 hours ago, that if you are, you know how like when you go to a amusement park, let's just say, and certain rides have that disclaimer, if you're a heart patient, please conduct or consult with your physician before riding this ride. I'm used to putting up the warning, graphic content warning. However, I'm entertaining the thought of adding the heart patient, consult with your physician first. This is a shit show. It's terrible. It's an injustice. It's disgusting. I've never seen it before. We are on day 7, episode 8. There are 17 days. The testimony started on day 3.
Judge, I do not believe I was being evasive when I'm simply trying to impeach a witness and get out facts that are established where he was on these days. The state is asking about that, and I'm allowed to cross-examine on what he's stating. He also, for the vast majority of his answers to the defense, had noted that he can't remember when he was or why he was at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on the 17th, or he doesn't remember where he was on the 18th, and he doesn't remember.
Stray, you might need to get an approval from your cardiologist, your physician, if you will. Oh, Brandon, this is my first time watching it. I was launching Crime Spies. My first trial was Letitia Stoke. So this one kind of got caught in that whole very busy time. This is an injustice of the highest order. Court, okay, yeah.
He doesn't remember, so I'm allowed to explore that.
By asking when he went to the bank?
Again, that establishes...
And then could you tell me, well, he couldn't have been in Wisconsin because his phone was pinging in Illinois. And by the way, would you like to know how many times my phone registers to Michigan? Which is, I don't know, how wide is the lake? 90 miles? That's commonplace along
He's
the
awful
shoreline.
Condescending with her. He has no respect, apparently.
I think you're...
if I could continue, Judge.
Pardon me?
Sorry, if I could,
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Where are the people?
The full relevance of this in a way that it has utility to the jury when I've already ruled that you're not allowed to use Denny type evidence.
I'd like to go back to my conversation that I had with the court and the state yesterday, where on the record, I outlined all of these things that I'd be going into. Everything that I've talked about, I haven't brought up anything additional. And the state even said, I agree that this can be talked about. And the court said, okay. I have not gone into anything that yesterday I made that record, Judge. I wanted to give a preview of what I was going to ask, and the court allowed me to do so.
That's literally not true. I mean, you know, we were here just one.
Okay, pause. Now, let's factor in this. Maybe it's because she's a woman. Maybe it's because she's young. But it sure seems like she has to dial back her frustration, talk in a nice, polite manner, which isn't that courtroom decorum anyhow. Yet this gas bag, Gravely, is perfectly comfortable telling the judge, I think we should do this. I think we should do that. Interrupting her with, let me finish, or whatever. We've all seen it. He's a jackass. And nobody in any type of movement had said the way he's treating her is terrible. That he should be treating both of these attorneys equally. I don't care how long that they have been practicing law. I don't care what gender they are. As Broken Baker says, they could be polka dot. But he sure seems to talk down to her and give the gas bag full reign to basically do whatever he wants.
One day ago, Judge, I indicated I had no objection to discussions about what he did throughout the 17th or what he did in terms of the meeting up with
He doesn't dial back
Rosalio
his
about
tone,
the 15th or the text about the money.
where she's got to,
I never indicated that I was not going to object to the 18th or Pheasant Run or any of that stuff, the John Hunt thing. I don't believe they brought that up in any detail. But again, I've never indicated that that was appropriate. I argued vociferously against this in the motion. I don't understand how this keeps happening. I don't understand how the court makes a ruling and then we are again litigating the same thing. We've done this numerous times, Judge.
So, Judge, if I could, perhaps we can get the tail end of yesterday's, because we did bring this up. She brought it up. Why don't we get...
You know, it's one thing to examine about where somebody was when the events are happening and that. It's another thing when you run it through the filter, it's all seems to be directed at the very point which I stated it could not be used for, which was to point the finger of suspicion at another person. We went through that, we had a hearing on it, and I said, no, it can't. But now the evidence seems to be headed in that very direction. And then, as I said, I'm hearing that, did I hear wrong? The representation made that his phone couldn't have been in Wisconsin because it was in Illinois, and they're telling me it certainly was.
I had asked him if his phone pinged
boy, I
in
sure
Illinois.
caught the impression that you did.
I join in that impression.
Okay, so how come the male defense attorney can't step in? Okay, now I'm getting the spins again. And now I know when I get the spins and it's still connected that you can still hear me, which is good. This did it the other day too. You get at a certain point of time and Xfinity likes to play their stupid games. Smooth, yeah, see, now we're back down to 360 again. It's on pause and it's still spinning. The light is not red. FFS. I don't want to lose my place again. We are on the home stretch, 2:32:51. I can't find my pen. 2:32:51. 2:32:51. I don't know. I think that's a lie because it's still connected. FFS. I know you can hear me because I rewound and I heard that you could hear me. I know that doesn't make sense. Here it comes back. I'm not dropping any frames, so it's still connected. How can you tell me it's not connected? Let's try a different browser. FFS. Oh, this one works. It's a browser. I don't know. All right, where am I going? Two 32:51. 2:32:51. Oh man. Well, at least I know that when this happened last night, Erica, who may still be here, can corroborate. It happened to her too. Break time. Day 6. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what to do here. We're going to give it a few more moments. Otherwise, we're going to have to resume tomorrow. We're so close to being done. Xfinity, you were terrible. I can't see that far away. The chat is still working. I don't know why this happens. There, came back. 2:32:51. FFS. 2:32:51. 2:32:51. There. Sound on. Moving
I
on
join
up.
in that impression. I invite us to listen to the argument that counsel made by having it read back at that point. There was no mention that the phone also pinged for large portions of the afternoon in Kenosha. That was not brought up to the court. So, the court was asked to make a ruling about relevancy and whether Denny had been violated when, if counsel has a full knowledge of where that phone was and when it was pinged, which she seems to demonstrate at situationally, then how could she believe it was appropriate? 43, which would also allow access to banks, et cetera. Banks are open during that period of time on a Monday. So again, Judge, it is not a situation that I am familiar with exactly what the litigation strategy is here to return to these issues when the court has made rulings. And the representation by counsel just now is incorrect.
Which, the representation that we talked about this yesterday, we did. Perhaps we can get, the transcript from the end of the day.
I have it.
And compare that. But in any event.
No, you're not, because we've been in constant session today. We've been constant argument since 9 o'clock this morning. The reporter does get to have a little bit of a break. This is, but I'm comfortable with.
Funny he doesn't have the same compassion for the court reporter when Gravely is on one of his tangents, filibusters, long rants, if you will.
With what we've
I don't
talked
dare
about
pause
in
it
this
anymore.
case, and I'm not saying you can't get a transcript, but this.
It would just be helpful, I thought, for us, for the court actually, but everything she asked about was directly in relation to what the state elicited on direct.
What's your point?
The point, Judge, goes to credibility of this witness. He's asserting he's someplace.
Well, are you impeaching on a collateral matter, an extrinsic matter?
No.
So.
I don't know. Is this another demonstration that the judge doesn't know what he's doing?
I agreed to withdraw a mistrial motion. I did that based on assurances that the court was given on the record that we would not be inquiring about these areas before. We didn't bring up the specifics of the Campbell part of this because that had been previously ruled on. It didn't even occur to me that I would have to explore with the defense or to have it put on the record in the court.
Stupid smart
that
person.
That prior court motion
didn't
that
even
the court
occur
ruled
to
on
me.
would have to also be additionally included again. But, the defense made assurances to us which allowed the state to tell the court I was withdrawing a motion and asking to proceed. And now, from the state's perspective, the questioning regarding the contractor issues with Daniel Spear, along with the attached argument made in front of the jury, and now, even more egregiously, the situation involving Mr. Campbell, are a direct violation of the assurances this court was given. Several days ago, when I walked in here with a stipulation to provide the court to allow us to proceed.
We're almost done.
So I'm at wit's end. I guess I'd like a little time to think about, from my perspective, where we're at here, and I'm sure the court is doing the same.
He needs
but
to take
at this
his
point,
ball and
we
bat
are
and go
not
home.
in a situation where the other side is complying with the assurances they've given or court orders.
All of the questions, Judge, all of the questions were perfectly in line with directly contradicting what this witness said on direct. And so perhaps the state is at their wit's end about this, but it also seems like the second or third time that they've walked up to the mistrial line, or at least threatening to, for reasons unknown to the defense. But there was nothing improper about any of these questions. There was no violation of the Denny motion, or the Denny ruling, and we made it clear to the court when you ruled on that, and that was fine, you made your ruling, but we made it clear we were still pursuing, lack of investigation, and this is even beyond that, though. This is direct
Notice how the judge lets the man
from his
attorney
direct
speak?
testimony. So that was all that was being
You don't mean to
elicited here.
belabor that point.
So I asked no questions about carpet.
It just seems like
I
he
asked no
talks
questions
down to
about
her.
meeting with John Hunt. I asked no questions about dumping materials at dumps. I don't believe I asked any questions about his whereabouts on the 18th. So I believe
Stupid
those
smart
areas were
person.
not
I bet you
covered
probably
by the
did, and
direct.
you're
So
stupid
again,
smart and you
counsel
forgot.
has just represented to the court that they've asked no
Air
questions
quotes
on
forgot.
cross that were not covered on direct. And I've just given the court multiple examples of how that is a categorically false statement offered to the court.
So-
It's simply untrue.
Oh, here's another tell.
Judge, this was all covered yesterday when we told the court and counsel exactly what
Let's
we're getting
see
into
you
with
shake
Mr.
your head.
Campbell.
Let's
So
see that
there's no
shoulder
surprise here.
tick.
I don't know what all this discussion about being surprised is, but there's no surprise.
So the argument-
So if the court
Surprise,
wants us
another
to move
thing
on,
a stupid
that's
smart
fine.
person
We'll move on.
exhibits.
And of course, the solution is to move on because the rule has been broken. Counsel, interestingly,
Okay, that's
abandons
just
the
not
first,
accurate.
Don't
That's just-
interrupt.
Okay, I apologize.
abandons the first argument.
I take
when
back that
when
last
I provide
thing.
examples of how that first argument is not correct, and then returns to an argument it's made multiple times already to the court. And I again deny that argument as well. But I don't want to repeat it again and again and again because yesterday when this was previewed, I in no way indicated I was supportive or agreeable to any information about dumping or any information about the 18th. I continue to
Are you
indicate what
home or
happened on
am
the
I being
17th is
burgled?
relevant. Continue to say that, and I did yesterday. But this is Denny, and again, it's a violation, and the court is not even hearing correct argument from the opposition.
It's my impression that it's in the Denny area, and it was precluded by my prior ruling.
Great.
So
I've been calling him Dingleberry today,
I'm
Mr.
not going to tell you what
Dingleberry.
to do. But I will tell you that there have been rare occasions when lawyers have flagrantly
That's funny.
flouted one of the court's orders, and the most common example is an attorney who would ask a question. I'd sustain the objection. She'd ask
Nick
it
as
again,
in the guy from Sweden?
and I sustained the objection. And she asked it again. And I said,
Isn't it like super early in the morning over
"Did
there?
you hear what I said?" And she said, "Well, she just glared at me." So I excused the witness.
This isn't story time, Your Honor.
We don't want that.
No, and
But it
and no,
can happen.
and in no way am I trying to
I don't want to. I think we've exhausted the subject.
Oh, I don't know who that
The-
is.
The record's what the record is. If I'm misinterpreting what happened, then I've made a mistake. But
Oh my God, are we going to have the
it
weird
is my
whisperer
impression
back
that
in our ear?
this area has been precluded by the pretrial ruling. Come back, please. What did I tell the jury? 1 o'clock? All right. Thank you. 1.
Then what happens after that? Right now it's oh no. He cut off the defendant standing up. Feelhammer. We like to reflect. Okay, let's just do a little pause here. I think we're done. Feelhammer Media, if you're listening now or in the future. Nick, who from Minnesota? I must find out who this Nick from Minnesota is. Oh, yes, he is doing, okay. Yes, he's doing that, and somewhere in my notes, I think the name has an Irish in its birthday is, I'm starting to wheeze now. Half Irish's birthday is December 30th. The day before that. I'm allergic to dust, and I think this Christmas Christmas topiary tree gives me the wheezies, and I can't find my
Just one
inhaler.
question, and so and this is just to prevent us from having the jury come back or have to leave at any point. So defense on cross so far of Mr. Campbell has asked the question of Mr. Campbell, did you assume that he had something to do with your friend's disappearance? The answer was something like, you bet, or something like that. And then the next follow-up question was, drove over an hour just to have a conversation with him? And his answer was,
I want to
yes,
know
I
when
did.
the orange is going to fall out of the judge's
I'm aware of the
rope.
court's ruling on the hearsay. I'm just asking the court, and I don't want to make additional argument. I'm just indicating, does the court feel that that has opened the door in any way that allows admissibility of the things we talked about this morning? No argument.
That allows the
Admissibility of the
Don't
thing
forget
that I
to stock
sought
up
to
on your
introduce this
bananas
morning.
for the
So in other words,
banana
did the fact that the defense asked those two specific questions
smash.
cause any change in the court's hearsay ruling from this morning? And I'm not asking to be able to extensively argue it. I just know that that additional thing has happened. So
Half Irish. We're calling that going into Fraser Crane
and
mode.
so whether that
I'm
changes
listening.
the ruling on admission of hearsay on that topic is my only question.
Well, I'm actually going to invite comment on it. Did you want to respond?
Yes, thank you. The question's about
Is that a
the
first? He's
nature
let
of
her
why
respond.
Mr. Campbell testified that it was simply just to go there, have a conversation with the guy. Those questions were offered to try to rebut his answer about that it was going to be a civil conversation. That's all the defense has to add, Judge.
Why?
Pause. To clarify, Nick, the guy from Sweden, with Mr. Jingles, the cat that I'm starting to get the feeling isn't so nice, is doing a 1-year anniversary live stream to raise money for Zach on, isn't it New Year's Eve? And then, no, I lied. It's the 29th. I don't want to spread misinformation. So, in a half an hour to be the 28th. Today's Wednesday, tomorrow's 28th. So, Friday the 29th is Nick's live stream. Nick from Sweden with the long hair, long beard, Mr. Jingles the cat. And he calls Jodi Arias Yodi. And then Saturday is Half Irish's birthday. So we must remember that. Keep that mindful. And then that would be Saturday's New Year's Eve, or is it Sunday? Wait a minute. Yeah, Sunday's New Year's Eve. So Friday night, no, yes. Friday night the 29th is Nicholas from Sweden. Saturday, Half Irish's birthday. Sunday's New Year's Eve. Now, for those of you that didn't hear me before, there's a friend of mine I went to high school with. He is an English teacher in Japan. He is an English teacher that lives in Japan. Every year on his Facebook page, he shows picture of their New Year's Eve banana smash. I'm not 1,000% sure, but I'm pretty sure the way it goes is you get a banana, one banana per person, I would think. And the riper the better, in my opinion. And then you take like a toothpick or, something, sharp-edged, yet not to pierce the banana skin. And you write on the banana skin, which will then turn brown. Like, when you take bananas home and you accidentally, graze it with your fingernail and there's like a brown thing on it. Same concept. So I thought maybe... anyway, so then what you do is you write that on it, and then shortly thereafter it turns where you've written it turns brown. And I thought, that would be kind of interesting if we put like hashtag free Zachariah Anderson with the little, hand sign. And then at the stroke of midnight, you take the banana out to the street. You don't want to do this in your house. Well, at least that's what they do. They bring it out to the street. At the stroke of midnight, they step on the banana and smash it. And it's supposed to like ring in the new year with whatever your message was on the banana. I think that's how it goes. If you don't want to do it in your driveway, do it out in the street. Okay. So we should add that to the list. And then I thought that'd be kind of cool if you put on Twitter hashtag free Zachariah Anderson with the hashtag banana smash. That would be super cool. Then everybody can see everybody's smashed bananas. And you could kind of pretend that you're like stepping on Gravely Said. Maybe.
The reason for him going there, which I believe was also addressed by the state, but his assertion was that it was just to have a conversation. My asking those questions was to show how to discredit his answers about his nature of him going.
And so my argument there is, that they've now attempted to discredit an answer he was legally precluded from giving, right? So the court made a ruling, and now the response from the defense was to make it seem as if he failed to provide an answer and so is suspicious. So remember, I was only allowed to argue or to ask him a question where I said, well, did you go to a particular place? Yes. Whose place, right? And then he got the name. Now, defense has responded to that direct, where I was limited, and they said, did you assume he had something to do with your friend's disappearance, and you drove over an hour just to have a conversation with him? And of course, that's the direct allegation that they made in opening as well. And so now, again, the jury is left with this, that all that has been offered in direct is that he went there with no explanation why. And now there's been some assertions under cross that there is a aspersion, there's a reason that's dishonest in some way, right? And so now his credibility has been directly challenged when the actual honest answer is that he's legally precluded from offering the answer that would settle that issue, or would at least illuminate that issue.
My understanding in direct, though, is that he had said that he was going to Zachariah Anderson's house, and then he said that the reason he went there was to talk to him about his friend's disappearance. So the defense then asking, you drove an hour out of your way to talk to someone that you thought had something to do with your friend's disappearance.
He was teasing you.
Is not anything new that I opened the door to.
That's a tease.
Rather, it was just calling into question his previous answers.
Facetious.
It's the two questions in sequence is my argument to the court.
But there was nothing that didn't come up in direct. I didn't offer any new information, nor did the witness offer anything that I feel leaves the jury at a cliff.
Oh. Okay.
Well, it's closer, but...
Nick from Rakita Law. I've watched him because I followed, I'm pretty sure it was Ian Runkle. You know how much I love Ian Runkle. Anyway, over there, and then he did say that he was from Minnesota. And he has he's like, from what I can tell, he's a huge following over in the true crime world. Who doesn't love Ian Runkle? I know. First time I watched his live stream, he was making something with like leather, like he crafts leather. I'm not sure what, like wallets, I think it is, maybe. And he was like, talking about in a perfect world, he'd make enough money with with his crafting so that he'd be able to practice law pro bono for defendants that can't afford their own defense. I'm trying to spell facetious and it's not working. We're almost finished here.
I'm going to leave it as it is. All right. Ready to go?
I think Lily's home.
Yes.
Either that or I'm being robbed. Oh, she is home. Okay, good. Poppy, you're going back to your mother.
Would you come down, please?
Okay.
Did you notice anything different in your room? Question mark. We're almost finished. Smiley face. Born at Edmonton. Oh. Okay, here. Pause. No, we don't need to pause. This is the moment. Billhammer Media, if you... Well, never mind. You've already edited all these. This is the moment that we reflect on how many days Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. 1,318, almost 1,319, which calculates to 3 years, 7.5 months. Imagine. Half. And his twin boys are about 8 years old. So about half of their life now. This is heartbreaking. And he comes here and he sits through all of this garbage. What a strong family. Actually, to be honest with you, if you haven't listened... Wait, is this where the orange falls out of his robe? There's no sound. There's no sound. I want to know when the orange makes its appearance. Sal said the orange pops out of his bag,
has no further questions subject
but it
to
looks like it
recross.
pops out of his robe.
State.
We have no further questions.
There it is.
Mr. Campbell, you're free
You
to
may
go.
step down, sir.
There it is. If I could find my
shocked you
pen,
couldn't
I would
find my
write
lead.
it down. I think I'm psychic. Like I just had this feeling we would have an orange moment. That's kind of scary. Should I replay? Sal, if you're watching this on the replay, which I'm pretty sure you probably are.
He's shocked he couldn't find the lead. We have no further questions.
Subject to recross.
Okay.
State.
I think Crime Spies needs to clip
We
that.
have no further questions.
Mr. Campbell, you're free
You
to
may
go.
step down, sir.
He's shocked he couldn't find the lead.
Okay, so if I could find my pen, we gotta do it one more time. Sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is the lady laughing next to
The defense has no further
Is the-
questions subject to recross.
is
State.
We have no further questions.
Mr. Campbell, you're free
You
to
may
go.
step down, sir.
Okay, what music should I put with that?
He's shocked
Cuz
he couldn't find the lead.
okay, look at they're all laughing. Okay, so squish an orange for New Year's. The problem is you can't write on an orange peel and have it like stay there like with a banana. It doesn't take very long for the part that you like scratch to turn brown. Well, I was going to use Curb Your Enthusiasm for Gravely when he gets kicked out of the courtroom. I suppose we could use it for both. Unless I can find another equally humorous, nincompoopish type sound. Oh, and for those of you who have, like here we have Quick Trip, which is like a gas station, but they have like actually really good coffee that's not very expensive. And, well, I guess any grocery store you can just buy one banana. I want to buy 2. They're full of potassium. Oh, we are done. This is the next witness. Dump, dump, dump. Okay. We are 2 hour 49:46. Got to write that down so we're ready. I'm not sure what time tomorrow. I'd like to get started earlier tomorrow if possible. I guess I don't know. Wish I could give you a better time frame. Another thing I gotta pay attention to is there's some like really great, like, well, when I was putting away the groceries, Broken Baker was on. So, and then there was actually kind of a dead space at 2 o'clock, although I thought Sal was live streaming. So I got to figure out like what's a good time so as not to, interrupt Sad Trombone for Gravely. Or what is that, like, game over thing in video games? Like when Pac-Man gets eaten by the ghost. That might be good. That sound? We will find out. Again, I'm not that good at CapCut, but, the Susbus didn't turn out horrible. All right, so tomorrow, we had a couple little glitches, but it's pretty good. Not bad. Tiny violin for gravely whining. Oh, that's another good one. With a little sign that says, would you like some cheese with your wine? And a tiny violin. I forget what that thing was we used to say. Like, what's this? And like you'd rub your fingers together like a cricket. It's the world's smallest violin, playing My Heart Bleeds for You, or something like that. I don't know. We were young and stupid. I also had a bumper sticker that said, life's too short to dance with ugly guys. And frankly, I got a lot of people looking at me, pointing up, like, I'm assuming was the bumper sticker, and laughing. It's true. Still true to this day. Alrighty, people. There you have it. Episode 6. I hope you like it as an episode. The days will still be in the title and the description. And that is it for now. Should I go over to this Mr. Nick from Minnesota? I know he's on Rumble. Is he on YouTube as well? So I'll be back around the afternoon, but other than that, I'll be... I don't know what time zone you are. I'm Central Standard Time. Today we got started at 3, but that was only because I went to the grocery store, and then I had to clean the whole entire fridge, and then I had a lot of dishes, because it was all like the holiday, throwing stuff in there at the last minute. Eastern Time. 2 Eastern Time is 1 Eastern Time my time. Make sure to ask your cardiologist if you have permission to watch this. I think I might need a warning. All right. Good night, everyone. I will look for this Nick R. from Minnesota. And Lily's home. I have to go talk to her about some things with her sister, some very good news. So, all right. Have a wonderful day, people. And in what time tomorrow? I don't know. I would like to start it before 3 o'clock. My time, I'm Central. But I will figure it out and let you know. I'd actually like to kind of figure out. He's on Latu and Rumble right now. If you guys are all going on the YouTube channel, that's where I will go. Although I do prefer Rumble. Oh, and Rumble people, I'm so sorry. Especially you, Dr. Pyrostein. He's always so wise. This is hard when it doesn't. Message me if you... Oh, I can do that now on Discord. All right. I'm going to stop rambling. I'm going to go talk to my daughter. And we will see you. Wait a minute. We will see you soon.